Rumble YouTube family, what's good? What's happening? Cha 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 cha. We here on Thursday. Ain't no name for Thursday, but we're here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see everybody. Yes, again, Thursday. And I shaved a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Got rid of some of that whiskers on my face. Got rid of some of it. So, it's good to see y'all. Just wanted to do a quick a quick talk about some things that happened over the last few days that we kind of didn't touch on at all. Plus, basically, the thing that kind of put it over the edge was an episode. I don't know if you guys watch it. It is an episode of Redacted. But before I get into that, I will drop this in the Foundry. And before I continue, I need to greet you guys. I need to greet you guys properly, like I always do. All right, I'm going to drop that in the Foundry. There it is for you guys to nibble on right there. J.R. Hartley, welcome, sir. Good to see you. Good to see you. Jiminice, good to see you, sir. Jono Edwards in the Foundry, welcome, sir. Good to see you. Justina, 1978. That's my sister right there. See, Heron's song, Justina and me, we got the same birthday year. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, the year is coming to a close, and I still hadn't had my birthday yet, but it's close. It's close. And yeah, man, a brother's aging, and there ain't nothing wrong with that. But it's a beautiful thing. Aging is a beautiful process. Indeed, it is. But yeah, man, I'm coming to a close. I'm at like the pit of the year, so that's exciting. That is exciting. So for all you people out there, 1978, year of the horse. It's an amazing year. Shout out to y'all, especially you Capricorns out there. Post anything too. Welcome, sir. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Good to see you. Jiminy Skeptic 936, long time no see, sir. Long time no see. And thank you also for the contributions, sir. Thank you for those contributions. I really appreciate everything you've contributed to. Thank you. And for anybody else that's contributed, thank you. Much appreciated. Much appreciated for contributing to the hours. That thing is up, not even up, excuse me. But it's in the process, and we're going to talk on that a little bit too. All right. Justino Jono, Flat Earth Eddie, how you doing, sir? Good to see you. Good to see you. Jay Bird in the house. Jeremy Bird, the bird's the word. What's happening, sir? Good to see you. Roger Ledwell, good to see you, sir. Sorry about yesterday, Roger. I know I was trying to get onto your show, but I don't know that Google thing. I'm not saying it's a bad app. It's just a little bit weird for me to try and function and make work. So hopefully in the future, I'll figure it out. I'll be better at using Google and being a guest on your show, but much appreciated. Thank you. Shout out to our brother Roger. Good to see you, Raj. Roger's in the Foundry, y'all. Good to see you. Good to see you. Roger Ledwell, Downward Direction. Good to see you, bro. Welcome, sir. Good to see you. Good to see you. Shannon Emerson, my sister from another mister. Good to see you, sis. Good to see our sis Shannon Emerson is here. Yes, sir. Yes, indeed. And Brian Roy, King Roy. Good to see you, sir. Shout out to you, Mr. Roy. Thank you for the contribution as usual. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. It goes a long way. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. All right. Downward Direction, Brian Roy, King Roy. Tourette 3006. Good to see you, sir. Welcome. Good to see you. Good to see ya. Tourette 3006 in the Foundry. I know usually we get the people, the serious businesses, the Heron Songs, Maria Walkers, Harmons, right? Harmless 59. We get them. They come in and we get them, right? From time to time, we get a special appearance. We get a sob from time to time. We get our old brother, old dude. What's his name was on last night? Feed Your Mind. Yo, this is Feed Your Mind TV. And so Jaron thought that he could fool everybody by not showing his tickets, but he wound up sending his tickets anyway. You know what I'm saying? Our brother, our good brother, Feed Your Mind. Yeah, man. We be having some guests, some cameo appearances. It feels good though. Our brother Sanchez be coming through, you know. We got a whole list of them, the JJs and stuff. So just about anybody that's got a channel, a good channel too. So people that I named, they got good channels. You know what I'm saying? Raj, you know, PJ be coming through from time to time. You know, every once in a while we might get a flats. You know, it depends, but it's good to see these people that come through when they come through. Haven't seen who I haven't seen in a while is Ben from Taboo Conspiracy 3. I'd like to see him soon again. You know what I'm saying? It is always nice to see these guys and to see these guys coming through. Dr. Bass Ackwards be coming through from time to time, just dropping on in, you know. Um, and it's always good, man. It's always good to just have the different voices and the different channels come in, speak their piece, speak their mind, and give us their perspective. I like it. You know, I kind of get off on that. So more of that. We need more of that. You know what I'm saying? Now, okay, I'm not gonna freaking sit there and bore you with the small stuff, but instead I'm gonna keep you excited with the big stuff. I don't know if you guys watch, but what I just dropped in the Foundry, if you missed it, I'll go ahead and I'll drop it again. Bang. There you go. Enjoy. So that right there is the show Redacted. If you're not familiar with Redacted, it's got Clayton Morris and his wife. What's her name? Little cute little lady, right? I'm not, hey, she's married, so I'm not looking at that woman like that, but she's not a big ugly motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? She don't look like Danny Glover or nothing like that. So she's a pretty lady. She's not an ugly lady. So what can I say, right? So his wife, Natalie, that's it, Natalie Morris. So Clayton and Natalie Morris, they basically run the show. And Natalie wasn't on today. Instead, it was just Clayton and his guest. Now, we're going to play it real quick. And so y'all ain't got to watch it. If you want to watch it like rewind, let's, instead of watching it by yourselves, why don't we, Jersic, good to see you, fam. Good to see you. Good to see you, Jersic. If you want to watch it, definitely watch it afterwards, but we're going to go ahead. We're going to watch it together, and then we'll see if we could break down much of what these guys discussed today. Okay, so without further ado, let's talk about this right here. And these guys are gonna briefly talk about the recent murder of the professor out of MIT. Now, MIT's been in the news quite a bit these last few days, and it's due to his murder. But the thing is, ain't nobody found the dude that killed him. It's him. Plus, you have the Brown craziness, right? The murders at Brown University. Now, before I even saw it on the news, I was like, wow, MIT, Brown University, 2 Ivy League schools, right? Up there in the East Coast. I think Brown University might be over there by Rhode Island. MIT's in Massachusetts. And I was just like, damn, that's weird, man. Some of your brightest, your best and your brightest out there getting got. This is weird. And then I looked on the news, or I looked online just to see I put Brown University and MIT University meetings, right? Because a lot of times these universities, these colleges, these people that tend to do, you know, they might do reviews of certain things, theories, or whatever have you, and then they'll get together from these different institutions, especially if they're like Ivy League schools, right? Your Dartmouths, your Yales, Princetons, and shit like that, the Browns and stuff like that, right? So they'll get together. And so I was looking to see if there was anything like that. Lo and behold, as soon as I click on those 2 names for the news, you see the news is already saying. But then again, man, the news is so untrustworthy. You don't know what the fuck to believe. You know what I'm saying? So they were like, oh, there might be a connection between the MIT murders and the Brown University murders, which I thought was kind of trippy, because that's what I was in the deep recesses of my mind. I was thinking, hey, could there be a connection? I mean, they just happened within such close proximity to one another. Could there be a connection between the Brown University murders and so on and so forth? Anyway, that's where the rabbit hole took me for much of the day. I'm not going to talk too much about that. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to talk about these guys on Redacted and what they discuss. This is good. I think this is good. And my thing is, I want to hear you guys' opinions as well. Not just type your opinions, but if you could come in, because after we finish with Redacted, I'm going to give you guys an opportunity to come up and voice your opinion. I'd love to hear from you, because a lot of times just typing from y'all, it's a little difficult. Anyway, without further ado, Clayton Morris, y'all, here you go.
Or work on clean energy suddenly find themselves killed. Well, this is a strange story. Nunu Laero, he was until yesterday MIT's leading nuclear fusion scientist. His plasma research led to incredible clean energy breakthroughs, clean tech, no fossil fuels. He was murdered at his home on Monday. Here is the news report. Shot dead at 47 years old. Nuno Laero. Am I saying that right? The Portuguese?
Lareiro.
I know. I was practicing it all morning. Laero.
Lareiro.
Yeah, and I lived in Portugal for 5 years, and you'd think I'd be able to nail it. Anyway, he's from Lisbon originally. One could argue, like Tesla before his ultimate untimely death, that Nunu's plasma physics research could have changed the world. You could argue that. Sources have confirmed to Redacted that he had made a few energy giants very nervous. It turns out that he's not the first MIT fusion scientist to suddenly be murdered in his home. In 1989, Eugene Malov exposed a cold fusion cover-up by the Department of Energy and MIT itself. There he is.
JJ, what's happening, family? Good to see our brother JJ's in the foundry, y'all. Welcome, sir. Welcome. Good to see you. Sugary Nose is here too. How you doing, fam? Welcome, welcome. Always a pleasure. Jimmy Satterfield, one of my day zips. One of my day zeros in the foundry. Good to see you, sir. Jimmy Satterfield is here, y'all. Welcome, welcome. All right. Disc Lord. 21 Truths is now Disc Lord. How you doing, sir? All the way from Denmark. He's Danish, y'all. Not donut. He's Danish. I'm here all week. Anyway, so good to see you, fam. Good to see you. D-Man. D-Man and the Masters of the Universe. Good to see you, D-Man. Downward Direction. Welcome, sir. Good to see you, too. All right, man. As y'all streaming on in, man, I got to say what's up. I can't be ignoring y'all. You know what I'm saying. Nate X, man, it's been a while, dude. Long time no see, long time no talk, long time no chat. It's always a pleasure. It's always good to see you, sir. And now back to the show.
He even wrote a book about it called Fire from Ice, Searching for the Truth Behind the Cold Fusion Furor. Before he was murdered, he talked about how threatening this research was to the powers that be.
What we really had was a threat to the scientific establishment. The threat of it even being implied as real and having monies, shall we say, being diverted from their favored programs. And that was a threat. It was real. Overwhelmingly compelling, as I said, in Fire from Ice. It was real. Now it's 100% certain.
Interesting. Overwhelmingly real. Meanwhile, so coincidence? What did Nunu know? Andrew Goff is a former History Channel host, researcher, investigator. He's also the host of Conspiracy Hour on Unified TV, and he joins me now. Andrew, great to see you. Thank you for doing this.
I don't know who this guy is. I've never heard of Unified TV, so maybe if you guys have heard of it, or if you guys are familiar with this gentleman right here on the right-hand side, please go ahead, pipe up, man. Share with us what the details are. Please, the juicy bits and stuff. Talk to us.
It's great to be on the show. Thank you.
So
this is a very disturbing story, is it not?
It is. And when you think about the laundry list of individuals, I was speaking to a source today, said it's very, very sad because, you know, look, there's a long list of individuals who've gotten very close to the sun, so to speak, where we might have free energy. And suddenly these people are murdered or they disappear or they're locked up and thrown in jail. What do you make of this?
Yeah, it's just the latest in a long line of similar incidents, right? So anybody who has a cure for a disease, it could be cancer, it could be almost anything. It could be the individuals who find out how to power automobiles with water, not gasoline or petrol. They're murdered, they're suicided, they go missing. It's as though the establishment has a iron grip on what is allowed to be used, such as free energy. I mean, Tesla was found dead in his apartment for no apparent reason. We're not taught about things like the ether. We're not taught about what Tesla discovered. We have to kind of go and research that on our own. So it's very disturbing that Nunu has been murdered. And the question is, what had he discovered? What was he about to announce? And when you think of the fact that he was responsible for MIT fusion and plasma division, you know, that opens up the possibilities to not just free energy, but what's plasma? What is the energy that he's studying, and has to do with the sun, it has to do with the moon, it has to do with so many things that he could have been just about to reveal.
Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. 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 We're gonna have to rewind that part. We're gonna rewind that part. And I want us to hear that again, because I kind of feel that we take what he just said for granted. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna rewind that part, and I kind of feel we take what he just said for granted. Ida Hill, how you doing, sis? Good to see our girl Ida Hill. The beautiful, amazing Ida Hill is in the foundry, y'all. Been a while, girl. Been a while. Good to see you, though. Good to see our girl Ida Hill. Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome, Ida. Welcome back. Yeah, listen, when you're part of the foundry, unless I kick you out or unless somebody's kicked you out, you're here for life. You are part of the furniture. Your expiration date never, you don't expire. You're like honey. Okay? You are like honey. And you're not like cheese or milk where it's a month and then you got to redo. No. You are part of the foundry. When you're in, you're in. But when you're out, I'm sorry, my friends, but you are out forever. Go find another foundry or go find another group that will accept you, because once you got to do a lot to not be part of this team. This is an amazing, solid team. It's always good to have you guys. Martin Haley, good to see you, sir. Martin Haley's here in the foundry with us as well. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, man. I love seeing the blast from the past come in and just make their way back, man. For whatever reason, and anytime you guys, go on your hiatus and you guys leave for a while, it kind of makes me miss you. And when I see you guys back, it's like, oh, hell yeah, they came back, man. They didn't leave forever. All right. So, Spaghetti-o, let's get back to it. Let's let him have the floor.
And Ben has to do with the sun, not just free plasma division. That opens up the possibilities to not just free energy, but what's plasma? What is the energy that he's studying, and has to do with the sun, it has to do with the moon, it has to
see that alone right there. That alone right there. Why is that so important? Why? See, to a flat earther, we can go on all day as to why we know it's important, or why we feel it's important to discuss the sun, the moon, the heavenly bodies in the sky, right? Why it's important as flat earthers to understand that, even though our big focus should always be, the main focus should always be the condition of the ground beneath our feet, right? And making sure we drive that point home to everyone around us, right? That it is flat, level, plain. It is not doing all the magnificent things people claim that it is, right? And then why that's important to understand the most critical, I feel that is the most important thing to know, that it's flat. Once you get to that point, once you get that point in your head, the other things will come. But its flatness or its level properties, right? And then why the objects move the way they do in the sky. Once you understand, or once you get those principles, that it's like an airplane going overhead in a big circle, right? And then the circle just gets bigger as time goes on for 6 months. And then it's another 6 months comes, the airplane returns, and so does the noise. And then it happens over and over again. It's a big old cycle. Big circle, little circle, big circle, little circle, big circle, little circle, big circle, little circle, big circle, big circle, little circle, little circle, big circle, little circle, big circle. All right, now I know I'm getting on y'all's nerves, but I hope you understand what I'm trying to put forth out there, right? Just the sheer noise of the airplane making a tight circle around your head, summertime for us in the north. Serious business, how you doing, sir? Welcome, welcome. Fit Nation. FE Nation. Oh, Carl, how you doing, bro? I was like, Fit Nation. I said Fit Nation. What's happening, Fit Nation? FE Nation. How you doing, Carl? Welcome, bro. Welcome. It's good to see you. So yeah, that circle gets bigger for 6 months. Less noise, bigger circle, right? Bigger circle, and then another 6 months, it makes its way in. More concentrated noise, more concentrated, smaller circle, summertime, wintertime, big circle. So once people start to understand that part, why the objects in the sky do what they do, right? And then knowing what the earth is not doing, right? And what we understand the earth to not be doing, not curving, right? Doing everything but not curving. It is not curving and it is not concave, right? It is flat, it is level, it is plain, it is even. It is even, like Steven, right? Salad, what's happening? Salad, pour some little vinaigrette on you. Good to see you, Salad, right? But see, now the thing is people heard him say the sun. They could be like, okay, solar power. But then he said the moon. They'd like, what the hell are you going to get from the moon? They're going to be like, you don't, what, solar power because of the reflection of the moon? No, sir. If you're a globe head, this is why, to me, the powers that be, right? Those that have taken control of mainstream science. This is why it's so important to understand that not everything is physical, not everything is tangible or palpable. You understand? Some things is a feel. Like when you walk into a room full of static electricity and you can feel that shit, right? Or when you shut your old school tube TV, you shut it off and then you put your hand on that joint. You put your hand over the tube, the front of the curved tube, and then you could feel the static electricity. And then you could rub your hand along the surface of it before even touching it. You could feel the static electricity work against whatever the polarity is of your hand, right? But you could feel that. You can't see it. You could probably smell it too, right? But people think that the sun, the moon, even though we really don't know what they are, which my belief doesn't matter what my belief is, right? But the more we see it, the more we see these things function, the more we're starting to come to realize that this is probably not two physical objects in the sky. They are not tangible objects like we once thought. They are not objects like that. They just ain't. You know what I'm saying? And that's okay. If they're not that, that's fine. This is why we are in the truth movement. We are here for the truth. We're not here for our truth or anybody else, just the truth. So him saying alone, just the sun and the moon, because everybody, when it comes to energy, people think the sun, that's it. They don't think the stars. They don't think the ether. They don't think the moon, right? They don't think an eclipsed moon. Nobody thinks of these things. People just think the sun and that's it, right? Well, why the sun? Well, obviously we could feel the heat from the sun, right? Now you got guys out there like Harmon. Shout out to our man Harmon. But Harmon doesn't believe that the moon gives off its own lack of heat, right? Its own thing. He thinks it's something other than that. So that's fine. With the experiment that I did, I came up with the opposite of an increase in heat. I got a decrease, a significant decrease in heat, right? From two objects. And I've got that on film. If you guys want to check it out, this is my earlier days of recording and doing flat earth and flat earth research and stuff. So check those out. Look into it. Like a lot of people don't know that. A lot of people don't know that. Other flat earthers, you're run of the mill like me, you, and everybody else, flat earther, we understand that the moon is giving off some kind of energy. Don't know what it is. We like to say positive of the sun, negative of the moon. Sure. Whatever makes you remember it, whatever helps us to remember it best, cool. But do we truly know what it is? I'm going to go out. I'm going to venture out and say no. I'm gonna say that, right? Definitely, I don't know what it is. But if you do, shit, by all means, help us out. Talk to us about it. But now, what this is doing is this is allowing not only Clayton but also his audience, and Clayton has a huge audience. And much of Clayton's audience, believe it or not, understands that this place is not curving. They understand that this place is not a ball. Big win for the community. Big giant win for the flat earth. Big win. Now, um personally, I have I'm looking at Clayton and his channel, and to me, even though that is quote unquote fringe news, it is still here on YouTube. There is still a lot that he won't say and he won't discuss. Now, this is the second person that he's dealt with. The other guy, the blonde-headed dude, the flat earther that we discussed a couple of weeks back, he was on Clayton's show. I'll get into what he said, and we kind of discussed that. Jay Harvey, no, is it? No, not Joe Harvey. Jay Harvey, something. But he was the guy from Florida. He was the guy that went before their little Senate out there in Florida with Whitsitt, and then he tried to sue NASA, but then they kicked him and Whitsitt out. That's the dude, the guy with the blonde hair. He's kind of tall and stuff like that. So let me shut my mouth up. Let me shut my mouth up and let's get back to him talking. But pay attention.
To do with so many things that he could have been just about to reveal. And thus, there's a good motive for silencing him.
You know, I've spoken to sources here on the show, members of the military, members of the U.S. military, whistleblowers, and others who've worked on the secret space program. My viewers know them well. We have a big interview that's coming out this week on that topic specifically. They've seen this plasma technology in action, at least specifically within the secret space program, within the confidential halls of the military, in a military capacity or otherwise. So a civilian, by all accounts, at MIT gets close to discovering or harnessing what we already know we have. And therein lies the conflict, no?
Absolutely. And it reminds me...
Let's kind of go back. Let's hear that part again, just a little bit, just in case you guys kind of got mixed up. Pay attention, listen up.
Discovering or harnessing what we already know we have. So a civilian, by all accounts, at MIT gets close to discovering or harnessing what we already know we have. And therein lies the conflict, no?
So what we already know we have. So we have what? We're not talking about gasoline. We're not talking about crude oil or nothing like that, or the things that we have access to that we got to further break down and then, you know, stuff it in your car, right? The only way to make it work as far as we know. What I believe Clayton's talking about, even though he didn't come out and say it right then and there, I think he's talking about just what's in the atmosphere, what we already have as far as in the atmosphere, in the air, or the ether. The ether. You understand? Mr. Super Sidewinder, how you doing, sir? Good to see you. Good to see you. Mr. Soups is in the foundry. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Mr. Soups is in the foundry. Good to see you. Okay. So let's let him continue.
Absolutely. And it reminds me in a way of CERN, where the stated objective is XYZ, but really they're doing something completely different. I don't know if you can recall back in the day, maybe 15 years ago, when there was a reporter interviewing the director of CERN, and she was enthusiastically saying, you've spent billions on this facility, yet the world has people who are starving and homeless. Wouldn't this money have been better spent doing some good to society as opposed to smashing atoms? And the gentleman continues to defend what the purpose of CERN is all about, to find out how the universe began. This goes back and forth, and she's agitating him to no end. And finally, he just blurts out, well, what price would you put on time travel? And she said, did you just say time travel?
What?
And so thus, that whole interview has been scrubbed. It's gone. And you have to wonder, was Nuno really about to come forward with something to do with free energy, or was it even more abstract than that?
Yeah. No, that's a great point. Maybe you could educate our audience a little bit if you can. I don't know if, from a scientific perspective, what would maybe some of like this plasma study and why this is so maybe important.
Well,
so here's the crazy thing. I feel, and I could be wrong, who knows, but I feel that there might be a possibility of other things that we don't know about. Like, not even possibly. I know for sure there's a lot of things that we don't know. We are just scratching the surface, but we're scratching a real surface, an honest surface. This is what makes the difference between us. Like, it's like a polar opposite difference, totally different from us and the globe people, is that what we're touching on lies, there is truth. We are here in the realm of the truth. The globe is sent in a totally opposite place that is far removed from what the truth is. Whether they want to believe it or not, they're being pushed away from where they can receive the stuff, right? The stuff is never pretty. The stuff is not glamorous or anything else like that. This is why it's important to make the globe look good. This is why it's important to make the movies so over the top, to make them stellar, to make you feel as if you're smart, you're going somewhere. Because the more you feel those endorphins and the more you feel good about yourself talking about the globe, the easier it is for somebody that's working on something real to keep you from putting your nose in their motherfucking business. Does that make any sense? Right? So, for instance, back as, if your dad didn't want you, coming in and, seeing what your dad's building you a tree house. And then what he does is he says, hey, you don't want to come in the backyard because they've got a lion in the backyard and I'm the only one that could stop it. And so your mom is playing along by saying, hey, daddy's the only one that could stop the lion, right? So I'm back there working on something, working on the lion, and you're like, oh my God, there's a lion back there. I don't want to go back there. Now, you could do one of two things. You can either be curious and be like, I wonder what the lion looks like. Or you could be scared and you could be like, oh, I don't want to mess with the lion. The more you don't mess with the lion, the more your mom coddles you, the more she gives you, extra French fries on your plate or extra of your favorite food. Let's say meatloaf, right? Extra meatloaf on your plate because you didn't go outside to bother that lion and he didn't eat you. You made it again. So every time you get another piece of meatloaf, oh, that's because I stayed away from the lion outside. I avoided going to the lion, so mommy's rewarding me inside, right? Meanwhile, I'm out there building you a treehouse. Meanwhile, you think the whole time I'm out there fucking with a lion. You understand? But you have more of an incentive to stay inside and not bother me while I'm outside working on your treehouse. I hope this is making a little bit of sense. Sometimes I have to make an analogy out of it, but I think it kind of massages your brain a little bit more and it kind of makes it a little bit better. You know what I'm saying? And so and so the more you listen to mommy, the more you stay inside and you don't go bugging me while I'm outside fixing your damn treehouse, right? The easier it is for me to do what I need to do. And if I fuck up on the treehouse a little bit, I can run, which I love going to Home Depot. Whether doesn't matter how much I fuck up on a project. If I have to go back to Home Depot to get some shit, I act like I'm a little annoyed. And sometimes I might be, but every time I go into Home Depot, I've like found my center again. I feel at home again. It's an amazing feeling. Anyway, so So you go to Home Depot back and forth because you drill the hole too big, so you need another piece of plywood and stuff like that, so on and so forth. Instead of using some kind of freaking caulking, a wood caulk or something like that, you just get another piece of freaking plywood. And so you got to go to Home Depot back and forth. It allows you that time to do that because my child is inside, preoccupied with mommy being fed, being taken care of, given the thumbs up, like good child, good boy, good girl, because you're not outside bothering dad, or you're not outside getting eaten by the lion. So we're that child. A lot of us are that kid. We have the world, right? We have the mommy and we have the daddy. The mommy's going to go ahead and give you the globe. The mommy's going to go ahead and sell you the globe, make the movies, make the books, make the coloring books, make the toys, make everything, the TV shows, you name it, in favor, and the news at large, in favor of what the globe has to offer. Meanwhile, and listen, they will make lines of work that go with a globe model. A globe model. They will put they will make lines of work to support the globe model. And it makes it so much easier for you to believe that that is what reality is. Meanwhile, ain't no lion outside. There's a treehouse that's being built. You have no fucking clue because you think it's the damn savannah in your backyard in fucking Brooklyn. You think it's the savannah in your backyard in the Bronx. You know what I'm saying? Ain't too many people with backyards here in the Bronx or in Brooklyn, but I used to have one when I was a kid in Brooklyn. So that's what it is. Meanwhile, you think there's a whole lion out there. You don't know what's going on out there, but there is a treehouse being built, right? Your whole reality is all fucked up, but you're being rewarded at the same time. This is the I guess you could call it a dichotomy that the globe people have to deal with. Hopefully I'm using the word correctly. Check me out on that. Now, this is what the globe folks have to deal with. This is also what we had to deal with as well. So we're not too far removed from this phenomena. I hope that makes sense. So here we are. We said, well, if there's a lion, this is where it gets crazy. We used our common sense. Wait a minute. But aren't lions supposed to be? You're living in the Bronx. Wait, did a lion break out of the Bronx Zoo? So if we have a lion in the backyard, that must means it broke out of the Bronx Zoo. Let me check the web. So we use the resource that's readily available at our fingertips, the World Wide Web, right? We look, did a lion break out of the zoo? Yeah, back in 1931. And you're like, wow, that might not be the same lion. Let me check again. Is there a lion on the street? No, there ain't no lion. There might be a Detroit lion. Maybe Barry Sanders might be in the area. That's it. Joe Gagliano, right? Rodney Pete might be in the area. Those are the only lions you're going to find, right? Right. And so you're out there. You're like, wow, I don't see a lion online. The Bronx Zoo said that there ain't no lions that broke out of no cages. The only lions that are wild in the street like that are in Africa, typically in the savannah. And that's thousands of miles away, right? Has nothing to do with where I live. So then why am I being told that there's a lion in the backyard? I've got to see for myself what this lion is all about. That is the mind of how your flat earther works. We don't just take the fucking lion story at face value, especially if somebody comes in and says lion. You ain't got no lion in your backyard. Are you fucking stupid? We're like, no, I'm not stupid. You're stupid. I know there's a lion because I got fed more. I got more meatloaf. I got candy. I got taken care of. I got to see the movies. I got told I was a good boy because I didn't go in the backyard and get eaten by the lion. I got all these accolades. I got hundreds on all of my tests about how there's a lion in the backyard. So what do you mean I'm stupid? You're the one that's stupid. You're not getting any meatloaf. You ain't getting no extra job. You didn't get no candy. People don't like you. So you're who's the fool here? You or me? Who's the fool? Now that person that came in here has to sit me down and tell me why there is no lion in the backyard. And just in case, for all intents and purposes, that person might look in the backyard for a while and be like, and see me working on a treehouse and be like, okay. And then he doesn't want to spill the beans, but he's like, listen, I'm not gonna say nothing, but ain't no lion in your backyard. Let's go through the steps as to why there is no lion in your backyard. Okay. Number one, if your dad's back there, your dad would have been ate up by that lion already. Number one, first and foremost. Number two, it would have been all over the news. Did you check the web already? Yeah. Did you see that there was any lions in the area? Yeah. Where? The zoo? Sure. Did any lions break out the zoo? No. Okay. Well, there you go. Ain't no lions broke out, man. So there goes a lot of it. There goes much of the story. Ain't no lions broke out, man. Somebody must be lying to you right now, or somebody's buttering up some story for you right now. Okay. I think I could see why somebody would say that there's a lion in the backyard. But you, as the kid, you don't know. You don't know because you're getting all these good things. Why would they lie to me about a lion and I'm getting fed well when I don't go in the backyard? And I'm getting all these accolades and I'm getting candy and I'm getting well taken care of. It just doesn't make any sense. Why would they give me these things if there wasn't a lion in the backyard? It doesn't make sense at all. But you're going to have to remove yourself. You're going to have to remove yourself from your childish mind just for a few moments. That's it, just for a few moments. And you have to be honest with what's in front of you. You have to be honest with the information around you. And you have to use the people that are adjacent to you. Talk with them, right? What is it that you see? Am I crazy? Are you seeing the same thing I'm seeing? Because this is what I'm seeing. If they can corroborate that that is exactly what you're seeing, and then more people could be like, yeah, I'm looking for this thing that they're talking about, but I don't see it. But it might be there. But I'm not saying it's not there. It might be there. Maybe I'm just seeing it wrong. So just different corroborations to let you know that yes, what you think you're experiencing is exactly what you're experiencing. You're not being fooled. Or your senses aren't fooling you. You don't smell a lion, you don't hear a lion, you haven't heard your dad yell because he's getting towed up by one. So there must not be a lion. Something must be amiss. Somebody might not be telling me the truth. Somebody might not be telling me the truth. Well, it doesn't make no, and that's where it gets you. So now you have a point to make a decision for yourself. Are you going to then drop everything you're doing and just go back there and see what the hell is going on for yourself? And then start putting pieces together and start figuring out why you're not seeing a lion, but instead you're seeing your dad out there working on a treehouse? Or are you just going to remain ignorant and you're just going to keep getting the accolades, keep getting the pats on the back, the extra meatloaf, the candy, right? Hundreds on your test, the nice job, all that stuff, just so you could remain ignorant? Is that what we're going to do? Just so we can remain ignorant? Just so we can remain ignorant. And so at the end of it all, you have a choice. You can either look at what's in front of you and then put it together, or you could just totally ignore it and you could keep getting fat off the system. Keep getting fat, not learn anything, be led astray the whole fucking time. Only when it's time for you to be surprised, you will be surprised. You're going to get a treehouse, and it's not coming with a lion. That was used to dupe you. That was used to fool you. The whole fucking time you'd been fooled. People were trying to tell you ain't no lion back there, man. You're being fucked with. But because you're comfortable, because it matches your worldview, because you're getting taken care of and everybody's agreeing with you that there is a lion back there, just so you could remain ignorant, just so you could stay in the position that you're at, just so you could keep going in the wrong direction. That's exactly why they do it a lot of times. A lot of times people do it unbeknownst to them. They think they're going in the right direction. They're going in a totally wrong direction. And what sucks is that the stuff that's good for you, the stuff that's true, listen, it doesn't feel good, it doesn't look good, it doesn't look glamorous, it doesn't give you food, it doesn't pay, right? It hurts. Flat Earth is like lifting weights. Flat Earth is just like lifting weights. Who here likes to lift weights? I like lifting weights, right? I love lifting weights. I like to feel good. I like to get my body strong. But all talk, lifting weights isn't as fun as playing video games, right? Or eating candy. Both of which you do it to excess, it'll make you fat, it'll make you lazy, right? The flat earth makes you think. The flat earth makes you step outside the box and makes you function in a place of freedom on your own. You must think. You have to use your brain. There's so much fake it till you make it in the flat earth. There's so much that you could do. Because if you truly don't understand flat earth, you can't be a flat earther. It just doesn't work like that. You can flip flop if you're not truly a flat earther, it's because you're following somebody or you're following people. That's all. If you're not truly a flat earther, you will go back to the globe because that's what you understand. Because that's what's burnt inside your brain and that's what feels comfortable. And then you can hide in that that mama's womb. And you won't have to worry about people jumping all over you and making you feel like shit. These guys on Redacted right now, even though I have my issues with Redacted, I do. Now, listening to him talk in that vein, that guy, Professor Gouge, whatever his name is, listening to him talk in that vein, what the sun is and what the moon is and what the sun does and what the moon does. Now, it totally, all bets are off. We're not talking about a solid sun anymore that we're so used to, 93 million miles away. We're not talking about a solid moon that doesn't fucking rotate as they say it should, right? That's 240,000 miles away. We're not looking at these objects the same anymore. Now that he puts it in a totally different frame, and this kind of goes back to how I was talking to my oldest brother about the flat earth, and I was talking to him. I wasn't giving him shit. I was just talking to him. It was just talking, right? And I understood it's his frame of reference and his framing of what the flat earth is. This is why he didn't get it. This is why it was foreign to him. This is why he was the kid eating meatloaf and didn't have any clue that there's no lion in the backyard, that there's a treehouse being built for him. That's my brother. And that's many other Globers out there. That frame of reference, they don't know that the sun, they don't know they think they know what the fucking sun is. They think that there's a lion in the backyard. They're sure of it. No matter how much evidence you give them that there is no lion in the backyard. The closest lion is at the Bronx Zoo. That's 5 miles from here. Now, listen, 5 miles may not sound like much, but if you're in the Bronx, 5 miles is actually a lot. That is a New York City mile. A New York City 5 miles could take you, if in a car, can take you probably an hour on a good day. You know what I'm talking about. 5 miles in the city? Shit. 5 miles in the city ain't no joke. Of New York, D.C., Honolulu. Oh, yeah, we could go on and on about how shitty the city driving is, man. Y'all know what it is. Anyway. So that frame of reference is such a big deal on Redacted today. Just that part alone, as soon as I heard him say the sun and the moon, I said, oh my God. Do you know how many people you're going to wake up just by saying those two objects alone? Because now you're taking them out of solid sun, solid moon. That's what you've effectively done. Not all of them. By all means, not all people. But enough people to think, wow, what does he mean by sun and moon? And then let's go ahead. Let's let these guys finish, man. I talked enough. Let's let these guys do what they do. They're doing a good job, though. Let's rewind it a little bit just to kind of give us some referencing as to what we're listening to.
And the gentleman continues to defend what the purpose of CERN is all about, to find out how the universe began. This goes back and forth and back and forth, and she's agitating him to no end. And finally, he just blurts out, well, what price would you put on time travel? And she said, did you just say time travel?
What?
And so thus, that whole interview has been scrubbed. It's gone. And you have to wonder, was Nuno really about to come forward with something to do with free energy, or was it even more abstract than that?
Yeah. No, that's a great point. Maybe you could educate our audience a little bit if you can. I don't know if, from a scientific perspective, what would maybe some of like this plasma study and why this is so maybe important?
Well, plasma.
Shout out to our man Harmon. Harmon, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We are over $300 with the continuation of the OWRS app and the OWRS process. Thank you, sir. OWRS Phase 2. If you don't know, get in on the OWRS. Thank you, Harmon, for putting us over. Thank you, sir. Much love, much love.
And fusion has so many different ramifications. Nuclear energy. It has to do with, I mean, there are those who believe strongly that the moon is plasma, right? You know, the moon, you've never seen the dark side of the moon because it doesn't rotate. There are those who believe that the moon is plasma and shows a snapshot of the known and unknown continents on Earth. And it's not 248,000 miles away. The sun, which Nuno was studying, is not 93 million miles away. What if he was about to reveal that the sun and the moon are within the snow globe of our Earth that we know as the firmament?
Y'all know when y'all listening to them reggae songs? Or when y'all listening to the reggaeton? When y'all listen to reggaeton, they be like, me gusta me gasolina, dale más gasolina. You know what I'm saying? I wish we had a horn or something crazy like that to listen to. You know what I'm saying? Because these dudes, my man just said, hey, listen, you got flat earthers without saying flat earthers. He said everything but flat earth. Notice that. Anytime you listen to Redacted and you listen to one of his last guests, the guy that I had mentioned earlier that was out there in Florida with Witsit, that dude, I forget his name. Harvey, I think it is. Harvey. Nah, not Hanby. But Harvey, blonde-headed dude. The dude said everything, but the earth is flat. Or I'm a flat earther. Or we're on a level plane. Said everything but that. This dude, the same thing. Redacted is starting to get it. Redacted is going somewhere with this. Redacted is letting their audience know, hey, dog, this is a big flat earth channel, y'all. This is how Redacted does it. This is how channels do it without having to risk losing monetization. This is how they entertain it without getting thrown to the fire to where now they get kicked out of YouTube and they're solely on Rumble. They're solely on Rumble. You know what I'm saying? So now you got freaking Clayton sitting over there listening, but I think that Clayton is on the fence. I don't think he is sold totally, but he knows there's something amiss to the whole globe thing. He knows, right? I feel a lot of these guys that are in media, the way they are, they see a lot of the bullshit. They see it before anyone else does, right? They're the first ones to see it, and a lot of them are probably like, look, man, I'm making good money, right? They're just ignoring the problem in the backyard. They're like, look, I'm making good money and I'm just going to keep making good money and I'm going to believe the bullshit I'm putting out there. But I don't believe it. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. So he's got his own show. He's got Redacted, but there's certain things, trigger words that he knows not to use. However, at the same time, you'll hear here in a little bit why I don't believe that he's totally sold. Or maybe it's just his own belief and opinion, but listen.
There's no telling what it was that he had discovered or was about to reveal. And if it was going to be a discovery about free energy, well, that's not new news. Um, those who have investigated what Tesla was really up to have known about harnessing of the ether to create free energy. And there's whole schools of thought today about how in recent times, architecture of a world that remains in front of us, we see every day as we walk and drive to work, harness this free energy, but that has been deconstructed so that things like electricity providers and energy providers can profit.
Right. Absolutely. I mean, it's all about profit. And again, I don't know if you heard the top of this segment that I've heard from sources today who told me that he was getting too close to a couple of energy, should I say, he was agitating some energy companies with his work. So I'm not surprised. And when you talk about Tesla and you think about the etheric energy, here's a guy who literally found out how to harness just the energy in the atmosphere. And we spoke yesterday to Dr. Wai-Ping Yu. I did a deep dive interview with him yesterday about electricity as an effect. He's like, people don't understand that electricity is not like a thing that you pull from the atmosphere. It is literally an effect. When you rub magnets together, it creates electricity. Yeah. When you're creating this friction, it can create electricity. So he's like, it's so archaic if you think about it. But imagine like the power of magnetism, the power of plasma, the power of electromagnetism for, gravitic.
Now, if you heard what he just said right there, that I don't know if he was putting it based off of the context of what he was discussing with that other scientist that he was talking about, or if that was his own opinion, right? How you need A and B in order to have C, right? Magnet rubbing up on a conductor, up and down motion, the conductor producing some type of flux, right? And then therefore you have electricity, right? Is that the way to have electricity? Sure. Now, is that the only way to have electricity? I'm listening to Clayton and I'm wondering, you think that's the only way to have electricity? But then again, I don't know. Because he's saying, because he goes on into the rest by saying, well, we have the plasma and we have magnetism, right? As far as we know, the things that we know, or the things that we think we understand, right? You see where you at? Where you at, Holmes? Where you at? What am I looking at here? There we go. There we go. There we go. Ah, there's a cigar for you, sir. There you go. All right. Yeah. So it's like as if he's at first I was thinking, I was like, what you think this is just fucking everything has to be a physical object in order for you to harness electricity? It just has to be like that. You got to be mad. You know what I'm saying? And so it sounded as if he started to soften his tone right there towards the end. And then he was saying, well, there are possibilities, other possibilities, the plasmas, the magnetisms. It to me, it's an amazing thing. I think it's more amazing that we have somebody with a bigger audience allowing or getting people like this gentleman, Mr. Cow, whoever that cow guy is, getting him in front of a larger audience to speak on these topics. All right. You don't want to put listen, if you put a person like me out there, I don't have enough time in a seat, I don't think. All I could give you is my testimony. All I could give you is my experiences. And I could give you the basic principles of it all. There are other people out there like that old guy that we just saw, right? That's got his own little radio show. He's a little bit more believable, stuff like that. So you can listen to him. You hear me, I'm going to sit there and I'm going to cuss at you. I'm going to tell you everything. I'm going to make jokes and stuff like that. However, my heart is in the right place. My heart is in the right place, and I am going to do my best to break down the basics to you. But reality is what it is. That's it. That's it. Reality is not going to change. Doesn't matter what model you have. It doesn't matter whether you got Christy Brinkley, an X-Wing, freaking Janet Jackson. It doesn't matter what model you have. It doesn't matter. The reality is king. The experiments are king. That's it. That's it, and that's that. That's all. If you can't replicate your curve, it ain't happening. If there's a reason as to why we can't see far out in the distance, it's probably the weather. Sure. Once that weather calms down and it subsides, guess what we're getting? We're getting horizon, nice, flat, even. Even on some bad. And so here's the thing. What I want you guys to get through your head is this, right? With our eyes, in case maybe you didn't know, but with our eyes, we could see up to 3 miles, right? Far, and then that's it. You lose everything because of the horizon. Okay. Now, you'll lose boats, you'll lose everything, right? If we're standing on at sea level. If you change that and you get like a set of like big eyes, binoculars, back in New York City, for all you guys that live in Chicago, Chi-Town and stuff, or you lived in New York City, New York, Manhattan, if you wanted to see the New York skyline at greater detail, just like they have on surface ships or American attack combatant vessels, they have something called big eyes. A lot of these times, they have these huge binoculars big than a motherfucker, big as hell, right? Those are the same ones that Mikey Smith wanted to buy so he can observe the stars, right? I think Sam got them. I think Harmon got those. There's some German binoculars. These things are huge, and they need a special platform like tripod in order to make them stable so you can make them function, but they're huge. The freaking each individual lens is like this, boom, boom, and this is a binocular, right? And so you have these things in the city. If you want to see this New York City skyline at greater detail from, say, South Street Seaport out in Brooklyn or something like that, right? You could use these binoculars to see out in the distance. You can. Or if you're at the pier out in Brooklyn and you want to go look over to Manhattan, you could do that with those binoculars. You could do that. And then you could see everything. And depending on what the weather's like, you could see things in much finer detail. Now, if I was to drop a big old pall of fog, say radioactive fog, kind of like in California, big old thing of smoke and fog, how far do you think you're going to see? Well, I could tell you this much. If there's enough fog, you're not going to see the buildings, right? You're not. It's not because the buildings aren't there. It's not because the earth is curving. No, that is a form of attenuation. Okay, so basically your eyes, your vision is getting attenuated by the clutter in the atmosphere. And for this example, we're using fog, right? So moisture, it's the crazy amount of moisture that has left the sky and is on the ground. So basically you got a cloud on the floor and you can't see through that shit. You know what else happens? A lot of your radio transmissions kind of get fucked up. So depending on what frequency you're using, if you're trying to transmit and you're trying to speak with somebody, say on let's say you're trying to listen to a signal, right? That is well above your VHF, well above your VHF, right? Let's say it's in the range of like, a 5 gig signal. Or even better, let's say it's an 8 gig signal, 9 gig. A lot of times you have ship radar that run 8 gigs. Some airplane radar, depending on what it is, it runs 8 gigahertz, right? 9 gig signals, right? And anything once your frequency starts to increase, the attenuation or the rate of attenuation becomes phenomenally great. You understand? So it's as if your frequency was you turning the water faucet on full blast and trying to make a sponge absorb all that water super fast. No, what you want to do is slow the rate of water coming out the faucet. Your sponge gets absorbed a little bit faster. Basically, what I'm saying is that how you project or how you transmit in your environment will basically dictate the amount of power that you have, right? And your frequency will dictate whether or not your signal can be heard or could be properly heard based off of what your atmosphere is like. Attenuation does that. Things like fog, smoke, sleet, hail, snow, sludge, stuff like that are called atmospherics. They cause attenuation. So it's not just for your eyes. And the only reason I'm using your eyes as an example is because your eyes are receivers, right? And the stuff that you see are transmitting. Once the light hits it, it reflects off that, it bounces, goes inside your eyes. If the light is hitting something, but it's getting stuck inside of a cloud, you're not going to see it at all. You're not going to see it at all because it's not reaching your receivers. The same thing goes for a regular receiver. And that's what I was talking about. Once something is transmitting at a particular frequency, it won't be able to reach you if the sky is too thick. If what's out there, if your environment is too moist, if it's too thick, you will miss that signal. Or if you did get that signal, you might not be able to triangulate where it is properly. You might not be able to hear or know exactly where it's coming from. I'd say one of the best examples, if we have our divers or swimmers in here, right? If you come up on the surface and I was to yell at you, hey, sugary nose, sugary nose, sugary nose, you're standing like 10 feet from me. I'm like, sugary nose. You would look directly at me because your ears are shaped in such a way that you can know exactly, even if you didn't know what your name was, even if your name wasn't sugary nose. As soon as you hear that noise, you know exactly which direction it's coming from. The atmosphere in the water is so condensed that you may hear the noise. You just won't know what direction it's coming from because everything is connected to your head at that point. You'll hear a noise, brr, brr, or sugary nose if I was able to do that in the water, but you won't know where the noise is coming from. Your ears are built to get directed noise from wherever you hear it. But if it's coming from everywhere, it's coming from everywhere. You don't know where the source of that noise is. You don't know where the direction of that noise is. On the air, we have that advantage. When it comes to transmitting, right, we're not thinking about it. But when it comes to receiving, we're definitely thinking about it. So if the sky is too much, if there's too much going on, you ain't going to see shit at a distance. If it's too foggy, sleety, haily, snowy, smoggy, all that stuff, moist, right? You're not going to see it properly. You won't. You might get and if it's too moist, right, and the humidity is too high, you might get a lensing effect. You might get some kind of miraging going on. That's just how it is. Doesn't matter. The earth is still flat, but it's the atmosphere that's warping on you. That's the only difference. That's it. But if anything changes, it will be the atmosphere. And you could see that. And depending on what you're doing, you can also hear, or rather not hear that, depending on what it is you're doing. Now, here's the thing. I know a lot of you guys are in here and call me stupid and everything else. That's cool and all, but everything I'm giving you is and can be scientifically proven. I am not giving you any theories. I'm not giving you any, well, it could do this. No, this is what happens. This is what life gives you, right? And I mean, it definitely helped when I did what it was that I did while I was in the Navy too. That definitely helps. So these principles are like second nature to me now because they kind of got beat in my head. I had to kind of live through them as well, you know? So it's there. It's out there. You could definitely see it. You could definitely experience it. You don't need anybody to tell you otherwise that the earth is doing something, because if it was, it would have done it already. It would have been happening. Only thing is, it's not. That's it. So these guys are getting to it. These guys are starting to understand that the earth is something totally different from what we were told. So originally these guys were talking about the scientist that got killed, the guy at Brown University, the shit that's going on there. But then they kind of go off into their own little thing, which I think is amazing, but let's let them cook.
Propulsion technology and all of these things that we know we have, we know these guys have this technology, but they're not letting us see it. So we have to still pay gas bills. We still have to fill up a gas tank, stop at Costco and get gas for cheaper because it's a little bit cheaper there. We pay electricity bills. It's so infuriating.
Well, again, anyone who's made a discovery like this, and many have made a discovery about free energy, he's not the first, he won't be the last, but they all sort of end up in the same dire circumstances. But those who have cures for cancer and other illnesses, nobody wants a cure. What the world of big business wants, apparently, is us to continue to be unwell, because unwell equates to profitable.
Right.
We need pharmaceuticals. And this is just another example of that, and seems to be flying under the radar. It's not getting a lot of attention. Sure, it's on the news wires, but why he may have been murdered is not something you see in the mainstream media.
Well, and they still don't know who his killer is. The manhunt continues to try to find this individual. The same manhunt continues to try to find the killer in the Brown University shootings as well. So I guess we'll have to wait and see who they find. I'm sure some sort of patsy will be put forth if they ever do find anybody for Nunu's murder. It's really tragic and sad. One other story I wanted to get your take on, though, is about this story out of Greece. I found this fascinating as we've been looking, of course, at the history of the pyramids and all the recent discoveries over the past year beneath the pyramids, these large chambers and so forth. Well, comes this story out of Greece, this unbelievable find, an intact construction of a wall that is now 17,000 years older than the pyramids. Like, if you wrap your head around how long how long it takes to just pass a year, to think 17,000 years older than the pyramids, with in many ways like advanced technology, that this wall could actually heat to provide heat, which is crazy to me. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about this. I just found this discovery to be fascinating.
Well, it is fascinating, and it's a part of Greece, central Greece, just a little bit to the north central. And it's famous, this cave is, the Theopetra Cave, for all sorts of discoveries, ancient Stone Age tools, things that nobody really wants to talk about, such as footprints of a child that conventional archaeology is dated to 135,000 years old. But that's too old for people to want to talk about or consider, because it just wreaks havoc on what conventional archaeology has created. And here we have this limestone wall created to keep the inhabitants warm from the wintry conditions. And it dates to 17,000 years older than the Great Pyramid or Stonehenge. And what I find really interesting about that is a discovery like this will make the news because it's close to the date of something that, by consensus, everyone agrees on. One example of a really old archaeological site that everyone agrees is the true age is Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, dating to about 9, 10, 11,000 years old. It's very unusual that conventional archaeologists agree on that. The site in Greece kind of sets the bar back further with the technology that this limestone wall could provide those who made it, thus showing, some really advanced technique. But I get kind of upset when people talk about the pyramids being 5,000 years old or Stonehenge being 5,000 years old. We really don't know. What we do know is that there's conventional archaeologists, really well-schooled individuals who have found archaeological sites, either based upon the dating or the level on the ground, that go back 30,000, 70,000, 150, 500,000 years old. And these people lose their jobs.
Before we continue, shout out to the guys coming in. Valley Parks, good to see you, fam. Good to see you. True Earth Whisperer, good to see you, sir. Man, it's been a while. True Word Whisperer in the Foundry. Welcome, welcome. Actually, it hasn't been a while. Why do I keep saying that? Probably I miss you so much. But True Word Whisperer, man, congratulations on you and your book, sir. Congratulations on you and your book. Hell yeah. Pete W. Peter W. Welcome, sir. Good to see you. Good to see you, sir. Good to see you. Mr. Super Sidewinder. Sugary Nose. Carrie Skates. What's happening, sir? Good to see ya. Try my new crunch berries. Oh, it's the captain. You know? Hey, man, it's good to see you, man. Good to see you. Oh, damn whippersnappers. Those guys aren't cheering for Rutgers. I don't know if you guys knew that, but Mr. Magoo, the voice that I was kind of mimicking there, I think it was voiced by a guy named Jim Backus. If you guys remember him as Mr. Howell from that show, not Fantasy Island, Gilligan's Island. There we go. Yeah, man. Yeah, Mr. Magoo was a big fan of Rutgers University, a big Rutgers University fan. So if any of you guys live out there in New Jersey and you know what it is I'm talking about, he's a big Rutgers fan. Yeah. So yeah, man. Oh my goodness, and it's good to see y'all. Carrie Skates, Mr. Soups, JJ Motorboater 69. Good to see you. Been a while. Good to see you. Good to see you. And let's get back to it.
You're not allowed to talk about anything that's so substantially different than the conventional narrative. And that's one of the reasons why
Graham Hancock got so slammed for it. He's gotten ridiculed for, because I guess archaeologists are like, well, now you're basically upending all of my schooling and all of my work by telling me that there's something tens of thousands of years older than what I say.
Well, not just that. Imagine all your astrophysicists. Imagine all your physics professors, your galactic astronomer professors, your astronomy professors, right? Imagine all these clowns out there. You tell them that the earth is flat. Well, there goes their line of work. Why the fuck do they need to be hired for that topic in school when it's null at that point? It's null and void, useless. Because now we know what this place is not. We know it's not doing all that bullshit that they claim. So now they're out of a job. Shit, I would go as far as to say that not only are they out of a job, but now these guys have become an enemy. They've become a pariah. They've become a pariah. And whose fault is that? They know that this place is full of lies, full of deceit, and people are tired of it. And then if you align yourself with lies and deceit, people will get tired of you too. So when you go around making a lot of money, pushing that bullshit, and then the veil comes off, and then now everybody that's seen to be a ghost monster because everybody's eating their power pellets, a la Pac-Man, right? Instead of you being on a hunt after them, they're going to be on a hunt after you because people are tired of bullshit. People are tired of lies. It's not a meism. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying this to scare anybody. I'm not saying this to make anybody feel bad. This is just a state of where we live now, right? People are just so uncomfortable that they're looking for something different. They're looking for the truth. They want the truth. They want the truth. You know what I'm saying? The truth is like water. It is just like water. Not it's water's condition, but what it can do for you. Have you ever fucking been so thirsty and you just want water to drink? Like somebody comes with you with a can of Coca-Cola and you really don't want Coke. You're like, I don't want Coke. I don't want juice. I want water. I want water. Now, there was a time where we wanted soda. Like they would show you damn, Coca-Cola commercials. They see that motherfucker get out, run 52 yards for the first down, get knocked out of bounds, and then he takes his helmet off. And then what's the first thing he does? He picks up that can of fucking Shasta or some shit, and then he holds that motherfucker up to the sky like it's goddamn Excalibur. Sometimes he'll run that cold ass fucking soda across his forehead. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Back in the 80s, people used to worship soda. Like soda was the best thing you could drink if you thirsty as hell. But people want water. Water is the truth. The truth is like water. They know because lies are like that globe. The globe is like soda. They don't want soda to quench their thirst. They want water. They want that truth. And it's not coming in the form of a globe, unfortunately. It isn't. It's not a threat. Again, it's not a threat. It's just the state of where we are these days. You understand? And it's not me making fun. It's not me picking at you or anything like that. It's just the state of where we are these days. You know, I'm gonna drop in the foundry, y'all. This is an opportunity for you to go ahead, jump on the OWRS phase 2. We are in phase 2. There it is, right there. OWRS for the PayPal, right there, and then OWRS for Cash App, right over there. So please contribute to the app, contribute to the birth of the OWRS, Old World Ruins and Structures. Please contribute, please contribute, please contribute. Anything works, please contribute, okay? The OWRS, we're in phase 2. We are in phase 2. And again, if you'd like to know more, email me. I will hook you up. That is a fact, Jack. All right, let's get back to it. Let's get back to these dudes at Redacted and let's let them finish up.
Yeah, and poor Graham is not really going to great lengths with his theory. All he's saying is that human civilization existed for the end of the last ice age, 10,500 BC. You know, the age of the Sphinx has been dated to be twice as old as the conventional dating of the pyramids. So imagine what happens when you go much further than what Graham Hancock has done. You're absolutely targeted. I mean, there is famously a doctor in Peru who discovered a farmer who had found precious stones, slabs of stone with really valuable precious stones embedded in them that had pictures of humans and dinosaurs. And they're called the Inca stones. And everyone's like, well, that's ridiculous. But these stones are really, really valuable. So how could the farmer have, faked this? Now, the problem with discoveries like that, which if true, would just completely reset human perspective as to how old civilization is. In this particular case, the poor farmer saw the wealthy doctor paying good money for these stones, so he forged some other ones. And then the whole thing was thrown out with the bathwater, as it were. But I think in time, we'll find that things just keep getting older and older. And I'd like to think that there will be a discovery that kind of propels conventional archaeology to admit that civilization is much older than they've given it credit for.
Well, I think if we keep finding high-tech walls that are 17,000 years older than the pyramids, that could keep people warm by heating them. I mean, it's crazy to think about. I mean, think about people right now. We don't even have heated walls. For the most part, we've got insulation, right? But it's just kind of crazy. Andrew, I could talk about this all night, as I'm sure my audience knows, but I want to be respectful of your time there in the UK right now because it's late. So thank you for staying up with us and talking about it. We're going to keep an eye, though, on this story about Nunu, the MIT professor who was assassinated, and following this story. So thank you so much for your time today. We really appreciate it, Andrew. Where can people watch your show and learn more?
Well, the pleasure's mine. I have a show called The Conspiracy Hour on Unified TV. They have a special offer now for $1 a month. You can watch my show and many others. So I hope you can check it out.
Awesome. Thank you, Andrew. Great to see you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right. Now, that was a good one on Redacted.
It makes
Shout
sense
out to them dudes on Redacted, man. Shout out to them dudes on Redacted. That was a really good episode. I think that's a solid follow-up with the other flat earther that was there. Now, again, it's almost like tell me you're a flat earther without telling me you're a flat earther, and that's exactly what that dude did. You understand? It's the way in which he presented things, the way in which he saw things. I was like, okay, this dude he's a true earther. Okay, I could rock with that. All right. And even if he wasn't, just the sheer topics on which he was discussing, right? That's like, okay, all right. When people tend to open up their minds that way, it's like, okay, maybe I'd like to poke and prod and see where their mind is with the whole condition of this world. Because I feel when you get into the flat earth, it gives everything else to you. It puts it at your doorstep to where now these other things are not only attainable, they're a lot easier to understand. If you thought you understood them before, the flat earth will make them a lot easier to understand. A lot easier. They'll start to incorporate things like the sun, why it's doing what it's doing, the moon, why it's doing what it's doing, right? The days of the week, why they're named the way they're named, the months of the year, why those are named the way those are named. The days of the week, based off of the romantic languages, how they're similar, why they're named after gods, why every day of the week has a name except for Earth. Every planet, well, within the immediate solar system that those that came well before us knew, up to Saturn, is in the day of the week. No, almost. The sun, the moon, dimanche. In French, it's dimanche, or domenica, or domenico, Spanish or Italiano. Lunedì, lundi, Monday, martedì, Monday, lunedì is Monday, or lundi is Monday, and that is moon day. Dimanche, domenico, is the dominating thing in the sky. Domenico, dimanche, right? Domingo, sábado gigante, only domingo, right? And so domingo is Sunday, right? I guess you could say, some would say, the beginning of the week, right? The sun day. Martedì. Yeah. So martedì is Mars Day. Martedì. I think it's Mars Day. Mardi, Tuesday. Martedì, Tuesday is, or Mardi Gras, like you would hear of Mardi Gras. It's Tuesday, Fat Tuesday, right? Tuesday. And what do they do on Mardi Gras? They have a carnival. They will eat meat, right? Like a god of war would eat meat, and he would see red. Carnival, right? Miércoles is Wednesday, the middle day. Miércoles. Mercredi is how you say it in French. Mercredi, miércoles, Wednesday, right? And so that is, I guess you could say, the middle of the week, right? Middle of the week. And hump day, some people would call it. And that is Mercury's day. Mercury, miércoles, mercredi, right? And then you have jeudi. For all you guys that are fans of the Cleveland Browns, there is a Jerry Thursday, a wide receiver for the Cleveland Browns. I knew he was Haitian. As soon as I heard his name, I was like, that motherfucker Haitian, son. Straight up, I knew he was Haitian. Jerry Judy, they call him. Jerry Judy. Jeudi, the jovial planet. That is Jupiter. Jeudi, right? And so your jovial planet is Jupiter, the big jolly guy. Jupiter, jeudi. Jovedi is Thursday. And all these is named after the stuff in the sky, right? Why it's named that way, man, I have no idea. But there's a similarity. Thursday, okay, in English, or in how we say it in English, but we must have adopted that from the people up north, right? Thursday, Friday, Freya's Day. Venerdi, vendredi is how you say it in French. Venerdi is how you say it in Italian. Friday, Venus's Day. Friday, or Freya's Day. Venerdi, vendredi, right? And then Saturday, right? Saturn's day. That is the last day. Samedi, sábado, the Sabbath, right? The last day, the last day, sabbatical, right? Going away, sabbatical, Sabbath, um, Sabbath, Saturday, right? Saturn's day, um, Sábado Gigante. For all you guys that listen to Univision, right? Sábado Gigante. Remember them? They had them girls going out there, look like they're doing Showtime at the Apollo. They had those game shows on Univision and Telemundo where those ladies on Saturday night, remember? Y'all remember that? Yeah. We didn't have cable. So when I was coming up, we didn't have cable, but what we did have was we had like the UHF channels. So you had to get the needle nose pliers just to turn the freaking channel. It was like it was like channel 84 or something like that on the and it had like 84 individual channels, like 100 individual channels that you could change, and then we could see Sábado Gigante on Univision or Telemundo. Y'all remember that? Yeah, I'm bringing it back for some of y'all, huh? Yeah, man. So yeah, so those are the days of the week. They're very similar, but they talk about the stuff in the sky. Why they do that? I'm it's obviously it's a timing thing. Okay? It is a timing thing. But its close relationship is wild. It's crazy. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, all these things these things kind of begin to make sense. They kind of make some semblance of sense. Why they do, they just do. But it makes a lot more sense being in the flat earth as opposed to you being in the globe earth. Like they just take a whole bunch of stuff, throw it against the wall, and just pray that it sticks in the globe earth community. Which, I mean, it's easy to say now because we're on this side looking at how those guys operate, but we got to call it like we see it, man, because we were there. We were there at one point. It would be the same as if you were trying to swim with hammers and then you drop the hammers and then you swam normal with your hands like this, right? Cutting through the water the way you're supposed to. And you're like, wow, it's a lot easier to swim with my hands cuffed as opposed to using hammers. Sure, hammers are good for hammering nails, but they're not the best things to swim with. I think that a lot of time that's the same approach that Globers take, right? Understanding this world is not good when you have to curve it. It doesn't work. You think it works, but it's sad how funny it is because we're now on this side and we get to experience it because we're telling the truth based off of what's in front of us, what's true, and not what's told to us anymore. That's not how it's working. Oh, look at that. Valley Park is like we used to watch bullfighting in California from Mexico in the 1960s on Univision or Telemundo. So y'all know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about Univision and Telemundo. Y'all know what I'm talking about, but it's all good though. Christopher Allen, how you doing, sir? It's been a while, man. Good to see our brother Christopher Allen. Heron Song. I thought I saw Heron Song in here. Did I see Heron Song in here? I thought I did. No. That was Chris Allen. You got that daytime in the background. Anytime I see that daytime, I think Heron Song. I always talk about Heron Song. Yeah, swimming sounds like the name of a bald tard band. Swimming with hammers. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, who else is in here that Joe K4444. Good to see you, man. I haven't greeted you yet, but welcome. Joe K. I thought I saw Mike Van Dyke. Thought I saw you in here too. What I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to drop this in the Foundry. Boom. There it is. You guys come on in and we could talk. We could talk for a limited time only. Please join us. And we shall parlay. Hey, parlay. Let's see. Let me see. Yeah. Oh, so yeah, man. Come on in, join us. If you don't want to join us, that's fine. I won't stay on here just to burn time with y'all. I won't, because I know you guys got things to do and I got things to do as well. Yeah. So again, shout out to you guys, man, for contributing to the hours. Phase 2, it's real. Phase 2, we're there, we're working, it's real. So here you go. One more time. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to drop it in the Foundry. You guys get a bit of that right there. Immortal Souls. What's happening, family? I've heard of Immortal Souls. I don't think I've ever been to your channel. I don't think I've ever like everybody talks about Immortal Souls. I've never been to your channel. I've never seen your stuff. Immortal Souls. What's happening? Welcome to the Foundry. Good to see you. I have never been to a show of yours. Not saying that I don't want to go. I'd love to go see what it is you do. I've never seen your channel, but you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna stop talking shit. I'm gonna go ahead and am going to I'm going to subscribe to Immortal Souls. That's what I'm gonna do. Yep. Subscribe. Look at that. I'm not even subscribed. Well, we just fixed that. I just subscribed to Immortal Souls. So there you go, Immortal Souls. It's good to see you. Welcome. Immortal Souls is here, y'all. So I went ahead and I subbed. I didn't know I wasn't subbed, but I've heard of you a long time from quite a few people. So yeah, there we go. So guys, yes. Okay. Thank you, Justin. Thank you, JJ. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. So guys, JJ went ahead and dropped that in the Foundry for us. Thank you, Jay. Much appreciated. And that's Immortal Souls' channel. Please subscribe. Join him over there. And I'll join. I've already subbed. So now that anytime you drop something, man, I'm gonna be there. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's how we do, man. That's how we do. You know somebody's got a channel and you haven't subbed, we sub. Felix Baumgartner in 2013. Oh, wow. Oh, I did not know that. Okay. Immortal Souls. That's probably a claim to fame then. Okay. I dig that, man. That's probably a claim to fame, Immortal Souls. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Sea Lightning 3. What's happening, sir? Good to see you. Sea Lightning 300s in the Foundry, y'all. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, man. Oh, so kind of to touch on what we discussed yesterday. We spoke about because I was driving today working and I'm thinking, right? Like, damn, I keep saying that it's 33 feet to divide a ball from its original volume on surface to half the size. So you have to bust 33 feet in depth. That's an atmosphere. That's what I should have just said. I kept thinking about it. I was like, well, what? It's got a name. I was like, yeah, it's called a fucking atmosphere. So the way it works is this way, y'all, is you've got your atmosphere, and this is what we're taught, right? You could take it or leave it, but you've got your atmosphere that we're at. This is one atmosphere that we breathe, right? It's like at sea level, it's 14.7 psi. As soon as you start dropping in the water column, that pressure increases. It increases. As soon as you break 33 feet of seawater, not fresh water, seawater specifically. Seawater is a little bit heavier. Seawater is what they want to deal with, right? 33 feet of seawater, you are at, they'll call it an atmosphere, but you're at 2 atmospheres. As soon as you go another 33 feet to 66 feet, 3 atmospheres. Yeah. As soon as you go to 99 feet, 4 atmospheres, so on, so forth. I hope you guys are following. So yes, every 33 feet in the water column is an atmosphere. It is an atmosphere. Now, here's what's crazy. I bet y'all didn't notice, but here's what's pretty interesting. We used to, depending on how deep we would go, which JJ, good to see you, sir. I apologize for that.
Oh, you're good, brother. Much love.
Much
Appreciate you
love,
bringing me on, man.
Yeah, not a problem, man. Not a problem. Anytime, bro. It's good to see you. So anytime we would dive, and we broke 100 feet. Say we were like on a damn 140-foot table, and we weren't down there for long. We were diving. We were diving one of our rigs, right? What you would have to be cautious of is busting 100 feet and getting knocked out. What they call it is nitrogen narcosis. Now, I'm just saying this because maybe it could spawn somebody's mind into something else. But the deeper you go in water, the more it has an effect on your nervous system, and you could get knocked out. Nitrogen narcosis, right? And so this isn't based off of the amount of nitrogen gas that you're taking on, but rather the effect that it has on your the effect that nitrogen gas has on your nervous system. And so what it does is it gives you an intoxicating feeling. And with that intoxicating feeling, depending on how deep you are, some people could get knocked out at like 50 feet, but they say the onset typically takes place at 100 feet of seawater. So after you pass 99 feet. But if you can't control it, you're narked. You're like absolutely knocked out. And really all you have to do is depress, come up in the water column, and wait for the effects to kind of go away. I don't know if anybody in here dives. I don't know if anybody that has dove is familiar with either that term or has experienced it themselves. Icy Spin, what's going on? How can I help you, sir?
What's up, Vlad?
What's up?
I'm
What's
good, man. How you doing?
I'm fine, man. What's up?
Not much. Just wanted to say, hey, it's been a while. I thought
Yeah.
I'd pop in. Saw JJ was on. It's like, what the hell? Might as well.
Yeah,
What's up, JJ?
Yeah, what's up, brother?
How you doing?
Yeah.
Oh, doing well. I decided this busted back, laid up in bed, but that's just another
Ooh.
day in the office.
God
Yeah.
damn. Is
All
it your
right.
back again?
Yeah, it goes in and out, man. It's just part of the trade, I guess. You know, you've been doing construction the whole life. You only get one back, you know. So, but
Oh,
fortunately, it gets better. You know, it doesn't like always stay this way to where I got to go get some crazy surgeries or something.
yeah. Do you go to a chiropractor?
Nah, I'm all natural, man. I don't trust nobody or anything. I'll just
Yeah.
take nature's course, you know.
Okay.
Your back is speaking volume, and listen to it, you know.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
that's what I
Yeah.
follow.
Okay.
You wear a
All right.
back brace, like when you're doing work around the house?
Nah. Every once in a while, if I'm gonna get crazy, I will. But I try not to wear it too often because it feels like your muscles get used to it, and then you take it off, and you're all vulnerable, you know.
Yeah, I got you.
Damn, dude.
Just try to take it one day at a time, man.
Yeah. At least the good thing too is, JJ, that you run your own ship. You know what I'm saying? So that's what's up. That right there is to be commended, I think.
Hell yeah, man. Well,
Yeah.
your body is divine, man. I recommend listening to it instead of drugging it up and ignoring the symptoms and the screams from it. You know,
Mhm. Totally.
it's very intelligent to say the least.
Totally. I agree. Yeah, man. So Icy Spin, what's up? You sounded like you was about to say something. You also sound like you eating some shit. You good?
No, I'm actually driving. No, I'm not eating. I was
Oh,
driving.
I was gonna say somebody fucking up some Twizzlers or something like that. I hear somebody mouth smacking.
not at
or
all.
some shit. No.
No. It's probably so. Like, I had a problem with my car door. It's got a little like whistle in it sometimes, but I've got the voice isolation on, so hopefully it's not too bad.
Oh no,
I'm just fighting this holiday traffic. You know how it goes this time of year.
You sound really clear. You sound
okay,
clear.
good.
Yeah.
All right, cool. I might have gotten to a better zone, but yeah.
Yeah, man.
But just wanted to pop on and say hey. And is there anything that's on y'all's mind? Like, I know there's like this tension and stuff between the globe and the flat Earth, but we're all just humans.
Yeah, man.
Just
Look,
at the end of the day.
I'll be real with you, man. Like, I'm over the tension already. I'm through with it. What I do notice is that you guys are trying to catch me in some lies. Like, I find that not even troubling. My thing is like, why me?
It's just
I'm
vindictive is all it is, and I'm glad he brought it up because, we are all just humans and we're all on the same team, We need to recognize and come together even if we disagree. Let's just agree to disagree and not be so vindictive and hateful and just, it's evil, man, the way you guys treat us and come in here and we don't do that to y'all, man, and we're just trying to find the truth, man. We're not trying to be assholes or any of the things that y'all have proven over and over that you're willing to what level you're willing to stoop to. It's very ridiculous in my opinion, but that's just me, man.
here, here. I've never
Here,
said
Well,
that
here.
before. I figured now is the time to say here, here. I agree, JJ. Go ahead, IC Spin.
yeah, I don't know if I necessarily agree with that because I mean, when we come in here, well, I come in here and I'll watch sometimes, but besides that, I mean, we don't really have a voice in here, and it all
Right.
stemmed from questions that we had, and there was a time where, as a matter of fact, it might be a year ago today, the tinfoil sombrero stream that you were on, Vlad, and I don't know if you recall it, but you did say that Globers were welcome,
Yeah,
and
you were. You
that,
were.
hey,
Well,
Yeah.
they'll battle it out, in the foundry, and may the best ideas
Yeah.
prevail,
you right.
and so I
Oh, I'm
think about
sorry.
that from time to time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
go
no,
ahead.
no, totally. Like I left it open because I wanted it to be a place where people could come and talk, right?
Right.
Not come and fuck with me, not come and fuck with
The
us,
times have
talk bad
changed,
about
a lot has
right.
happened, and it's like it's just scripting. I don't know the way it needs to be because it's not like the way it used to be. We have spent the time to do the debates and be friendly, and we've done everything for what 5-10 years for a lot of us, and the vindictiveness and the sheer stooping to an extremity of piss poor decisions and how you treat others has been it's just been doubled or tripled, and that's all. Times are changing, man, and we got to protect ourselves. We've had a lot of infiltration and our own problems within, and I'm sure you guys see it. Don't you can't act like you don't see what we're going through or understand. Try to understand our perspective or where we're coming from before you try to attack us. I just feel that that's it's more for clicks and clout for you guys because a lot of you are monetized and it's all fun and games. We're in it for totally different reasons, brother. That's all.
Well,
Very
I
well
think,
said, JJ.
yeah, I think that, and I've said it to you before, JJ, and I think that you lent an ear to me when I said it, but I do think that the echo chamber approach is not, it's not effective. It
Mm,
shuts you off to correction, on simple things, and they tend to get out of control, right? And
Yeah.
that happens. And so I think
sure.
that it's always good to have checks and balances.
Sure. There's a time and a place for everything as well. And like I said, we've been through so much lately that times have changed dramatically in the recent past to where we can't have the tolerations that we accepted before. And we're not playing games. This ain't a game to us. It's not about clicks and clout. And that's the difference, in my opinion.
Very well said.
Yeah, and
And now I hear
I'll
what
agree
you
with you
saying,
that.
IC.
Excuse me.
I
Go
hear
ahead.
what you
I'm
saying,
sorry.
IC Spin. That's all right. I agree with you. Like, of course, like my thing is, I don't want to take bad information and just take bad information, especially when I have a show, right? And then I get viewers because when I'm wrong, like I hate to have to fucking come back and say, guys, by the way, I was wrong. But you want to know something? That's part of the business. You have to fucking be a man about it, and you have to admit when you're wrong. And I have no problem doing that. It's not like I take pleasure in being wrong, right? But when I am wrong, like I come out and I admit that I'm wrong.
And
Like I
I
have
see,
no problem doing that.
and you
And
got
I
to
think I
remember,
think us in
my bad.
general as that's all right, JJ.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna go ahead
Yeah,
and let
go
you.
ahead. My bad.
But
Go for it.
I think us in general as flat earthers, we're so looking for the truth that even that when we're wrong, we make it our business to come out and say, hey, we were wrong about this because we don't want it slowing up our progress in search of the truth. That's how
Hmm.
important it is to us. But
Hmm.
JJ said it best, like to you guys, it looks as if it's a game. And
Hmm.
it could be a game to you, that's cool, but please don't bring that mentality here. We don't want it. And our thing is we don't go to your channel and we don't play that game with you. We don't. Sure, we'll talk shit about you from time to time, sure. But
Yeah.
we don't go to your channels. We don't disturb what it is you guys have going on, whatever that is, right? And whatever it is you guys have going on, more power to you. Continue doing what you're doing. We're going to do what we're doing. and we're satisfied with where we are doing it the way we're doing it. We don't need you guys coming in because we feel, even if you guys came, say you turned around, Icy Spin, say people from you and your community turned around and decided to freaking be good and talk to us and listen to us. We don't trust you because of what it is you guys have already done in the past. We would be foolish to trust you.
The
And
whole
this is where we are now.
right.
You
And the
understand
whole
what I'm saying?
echo chamber thing is kind of ridiculous because, like I said, we've spent a lot of time, doing the debates and everything. And you got to remember, I see that, we've already we know we know your model better than most of you. Maybe not all of you, but a lot of us are just realists here, and we understand. And we had intentionally threw out 99.9% of the garbage that you're trying to preach to us. Okay, you're talking about an echo chamber. It's not an echo chamber. We already have ascertained, and I know you love that word, and I'll use it more because you guys love making fun of it so much. But you're raised in this bullshit, dude. So you gotta. I don't think you're looking at the full picture, either by design, intentionally, or you're not being true. You know what I'm saying? Then that's what we're not going to tolerate. We'll listen to anybody, bro. But we're not going to be here lectured about the same shit that we're here for in a totality, because we're unlearning the bullshit that we're trying to get indoctrinated with once again. We've been down that road, bro. So whether we're right or wrong, that is the case.
Yeah.
I mean,
That-
I'll agree that what I was going to say a minute ago was that I think there's toxic individuals on both sides. I'm willing to agree with that. But I do think that there are also genuine people that come in, right? That will ask
Sure.
questions, and they if they even mention like, hey, I'm not sure I agree with, I think you had
Right.
like Zep Tepe in your chat like
Yeah.
a few weeks ago, Vlad, and
Yeah,
you made
I
a
think
comment.
last episode or something like that. Something like that. Yeah. He comes in from
Yeah,
time to time with a different name. Yeah.
I feel like it's more of a timing thing, like we were way more tolerant 5 years ago. And now we've been through so much, man, between our own turning on us and these continuous to, do what they do on the other side. It's like we have tactics here, and we're not playing games, dude. That's all. Just understand it from our perspective, and it makes a lot more sense. It's not, we're not coming out of the left field, bro. We're not hard to read. We're easy, man.
Yeah.
We're just human beings, man. We're not trying to be better than anybody or make any claims. We're just trying to figure out, and we know we've been lied to an extremity, bro. On all kind, regardless of what the shape of the damn earth is. Just look around, dude. You're surrounded by liars, and these are the people that you're defending, and it's problematic, to
Yeah.
say the least, for us. That's all.
Yep. Yep.
yeah. I was gonna say Zep came in here, and I remember watching. I was like, oh, cool. They're letting him chat, and then I don't know, 10 minutes went by, and he got nuked, and like
Yeah.
so long,
We
sayonara.
just have no
And he
tolerance
wasn't
for
being
it.
it. That's what
That's
I
all.
mean. That's what I mean, JJ.
It's
That's
just
what, like,
timing. There's a place and a time, and these are not good times to come in as some random glober trying to start over with us, because this ain't our first rodeo, and it's not your guys' either. And we're not playing games here, man. And you guys love to play games, and I'm sure most of you will admit it.
I
So
mean,
that's
I'll say that, yeah, like on
problematic.
our channels, right? We tease, right? We tease a
Yeah,
lot.
yeah,
We've made songs about everybody, and you guys do it too sometimes, but you're probably more serious than us. But at the same time, I mean, we feel like that we're justified in our beliefs. Y'all feel the same, and when we ask questions,
You guys
right?
have
Well,
scooped to some scumbag levels, bro. And it might not just be you, but there's a good portion of you that are straight scumbags, dude. And, it's not going to be tolerated. And, unfortunately, other people get the short end of the stick because of the situation and some of the bad apples that are, playing games. But, we don't ever do nowhere near the shit that you guys do. You just treat people like you want to be treated, and we won't have problems. And
Yeah.
we have to do what we have to do, and if that means division and being an asshole, then that's just a defense mechanism that we have to have in order to thrive or survive in this crazy world, man.
That's right. And this is all you got to think. This is all a result of how you guys treat us. You understand? We did try to make things, I guess you could say, nice and cozy for everyone, both globe and flat here on this channel. But then when you come with poor intentions, and you come not for anything serious, instead to try and reteach us the globe, I feel that's all in bad faith. And
Right.
so when you then you add insult to injury by doing what it is you've done that JJ's mentioned, and everybody else within the foundry, you can see right there, they're also mentioning it, right? And this was one of those channels where I was tolerating it, but then I put a stop to it because it's like it's so dishonest that I wanted to hold the mirror up to your face also at the same time. Get you out of here, but also hold the mirror up to your face. Wes, I think this is Wes, right?
Yeah.
What's
up,
going
Wes?
on, man?
How's it going?
Oh, it's going. Where you from, man? Like which side do you represent? Man, I make it seem like it's the Bloods and the Crips or some shit.
I'm a little bit on the fence, but I tend toward Globe.
Okay.
But I like hearing open conversations, and I saw you guys having an open conversation, so wanted to jump in and just chill for a minute.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think. Have you been here before?
No.
Okay. All right. I was like, I don't think you've been here before. Okay. Well, welcome up.
Thank
Welcome here. Yeah, not a problem, man. Not a problem.
you. I like your
it's okay.
sweatshirt. That's pretty cool.
Oh man, thank you, man.
Yeah, it is.
This is my old little enlisted sweatshirt, man. My little enlisted.
I was trying to see if there was like a snowflake or something. Like I was like, is that a holiday? Because you got the red there in the middle, and then like I was like,
oh, nah,
I didn't
it's
know
like
if there was a Christmas
Hawaiian.
tree around the
Oh,
side.
it's
Okay.
Hawaiian.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
Hawaiian.
Does it say Logic Technician? That's
No,
cool.
cryptological.
Oh,
hell
Cryptologic.
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So this is our military symbol. It's a feather and a lightning bolt. Yeah, it's
That's
a
not
feather
very
and a
nice,
lightning
Mr.
bolt.
Super Sidewinder.
Yeah,
I just came in to say hi.
Mr. Soup saying,
Wait, what do you mean you're military? What do you mean by that? That's interesting.
what do you mean?
The military. What did you say? Cryptologic was your military. What?
Oh, that was my, in the army, how they call it your MOS,
Yeah.
right? So this was my job when I was in
Cool.
when I was in the military. Yeah.
That's
So,
a
yeah.
cool shirt.
No-
Did you have it made, or did you? Is it just available?
Oh yeah, it's available.
Oh, okay.
It's
Cool.
available. JRI no. Yeah. So yeah. Nah. It's available. This was just my job in the military. But yeah, man. So what keeps you on the fence for being on the globe and flat earth? Like what's the most intriguing? What's gotten you to where you are right now, Wes?
I like hearing both sides because it kind of sharpens. Like, I like to debate like that, but I also like to hear both sides and keep an open mind. And yeah, I've never been to outer space, so who knows? But I tend to follow science, and I tend to think that there's more evidence, but I could be swayed.
Okay. What got you on the fence? What was it that got you to be like, well, what the fuck? What was it that got you there? Because something had to get you there.
Yeah, all the YouTubers going back and forth, and their memes and observations, and yeah, one thing I have definitely appreciated is I've learned a lot more about science before I did, because I never knew about the 1,000 miles per hour. There was a trivia question on a radio show today, and immediately one of the questions was, how fast does the equator spin? And I would have never known that 3 years ago, but now I do.
Them pesky flat earthers, man.
Yeah, right.
No, see, that's the problem is once you understand about fallacies, okay, like let's say you're about science, right? Well, do you not agree, or what do you think about, do you think science can be infiltrated and weaponized and used like everything else in this world from the powers that be to manipulate humanity? Or do you think I'm crazy on that?
I'm
do you
sure,
think-
because we're all humans. It's
right. Well, you know what scientism is, pseudoscience, science fiction, these things that have been, they're mixed in with science, air quotes, and they have weaponized it, right? Because when you learn what fallacies are and know what shifting the burden of proof is, they make all the positive claims, but they want flat earthers to disprove the negatives and blah, blah, so on and so forth. But the problem is, the reason that flat earthers still exist and we're here today in a strong fashion is because the burden of proof cannot be met with all the nonsensical claims of heliocentrism, curvature, motion, and we're done with it. If you can't prove it, and here we are, it's 2026 almost, man. You don't see that problematic? Just evidence.
And
We all
I
were
agree.
after.
I'm on I'm on Flatzoids a lot because he's on during a time that I can get on, and he likes going back and forth. So we talk, and I learn from him. And
Right.
Well, Wes, have you read the
Just
Bible? Have you read the scriptures?
oh shit. Well, just so you
Have you
know,
seen
man,
Genesis chapter 4?
none of us would
Heaven
give two
declare the
shits.
glory of God, but the firmament showeth his handiwork.
It's too good, Vlad. Too
Roger,
good.
let him do his bit.
No, I like it.
Roger,
Well, just so you know, Wesley and IC Spin, all you guys, man, none of us have a problem living on a spinning ball of water hurling through space. It's not even the shape that matters. It's the if they did lie, why did they lie? Who lied? And the implications behind the ramifications of the lies. Okay, and we know this is a bigger totality of the illusion of reality that we're being painted. And you can call it conspiracy theory or whatever you want to call it. I call it just reality, man. You know, and we've seen too much, you know, to know better, man. And we're going to question everything, including our own beliefs, man. We have no problem believing. We're not trying to, you know, be an echo chamber or pick sides, but that's just a defense mechanism that has to be implemented due to the scenario that's been thrown at us, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep.
yeah. And really, that's
We have no hard feelings, man. You know, ultimately, the only hard feelings we have are the levels that you stoop to, the doxing, the hate, the getting people fired, the
No,
you know.
Oh
And
my
I
God.
think your videos are kind of funny, making fun of us, dude. I don't, you know, we're good people too, man. We like to laugh, and there's a time and a
Yeah.
place for everything, dude. But you know, when it comes to the end of the day, this is about our children, dude. This ain't about us. This is about the future of humanity as a whole, and that's what I'm talking about when I say implications in a bigger perspective.
So I can be sometimes accused, and I can accuse others of getting too passionate, right? And it comes out as anger or yelling, and I don't think that's a fair thing for either side to
Can you
leverage.
tell
So
me when I've lied? You said I've lied. When have I lied? Can you
Is that
show
your
us,
McKeegan?
Roger? Roger?
Oh, okay. Wait.
No.
That's okay.
oh, he's doing Flatzoid still.
Yeah.
Max,
Roger.
oh, that was flat side.
I did get a kick out of your
DJing.
McKeegan though a few weeks ago.
Yeah,
I sent it to him.
your
He thought it was
McKeegan
funny.
one was good.
Vlad,
Yeah.
don't go anywhere. No, because all you flat earthers, all of you, no, don't go anywhere.
What's your most favorite impression, Vlad?
I don't, you know.
I like your banjos.
Oh,
Oh, come on. We got to hear it.
when they talk about the flat earthers, it's
Yeah.
the Bible. It's Jesus Christ, no one else. And there is the like David Weiss. He's a mouse, and there is no other places. He talks about all these things, infinity. There is no place. There's the dome firmament. That's it. This is what he means by the flat earth.
That's so
One of my
good.
favorites is your Vika. I can't quite place his accent, but when you say
Gin.
you're very comfortable, he has like the way he says certain words that are absolutely hysterical.
This
I
is
think you nailed
this
one of
is
them.
bullshit, man. Yes, man, bullshit, because it's not understandable.
Yes.
Has
It runs impressive.
who has he ever, not Vika, the last one you did, has he ever gotten angry or upset or yelled? Because he's always so soft. Banjo.
Banjo, I've never seen him get angry.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, dude.
These
I couldn't
guys-
imagine him raising
These
his
guys,
voice.
they don't talk, they don't listen. Sam, they don't listen. Hey, Banjo,
He's
hey,
got
look,
like the most
check it out.
even temperament. I don't know how he does that. That's crazy.
Yeah, he's so soft spoken, but Sam comes in. Sam's like, "Hey, Banjo, listen, dude, bro, check it out." So I was looking at the Weiss files, and what this shows me is that David Weiss is not a flat earther. If he was a flat earther, these things you wouldn't see them happening. But you know, he says these things. He's joking. He's not serious.
Oh
So that's-
man, that's a good Sam.
Yeah, it is. But no, just to be up front and honest with you guys, I think you guys are a bit two-faced, man. You know, you come over here and you can be like this and be our, you know, good people, and you know, we have no problem with this side of y'all, man. It's the other side that, you know, it's the bad apples, and we see. A lot of us will watch you guys, you know, and see what you do when you're not here. So, you know, the internet's forever, and it's
Trust me, I
reachable.
remember you did that a while back. on your one of your I don't know 42-hour streams that you do, JJ. I mean, let's be real. Come on.
Only 42.
One of your long streams, I think you peeled apart like
When I first started there, about 7, 8. But
the
we're
drunk.
just hanging out, brother. That's not a
The-
reason to shit on somebody, right? Like,
I'm not hating
you
on you, but
streamed too
you
long.
peeled apart like every single like the drunk debunk show chat from like here to Nantucket, right? And you were like, oh look, that guy's a bad apple. Oh, they come over here and they're but it's like I get it, like you're doing it for your own reasons, but at the same time, I mean, I'll be upfront with you. Yeah, of course we joke about you guys and we have our opinions and stuff. But it's mostly because of the fact that we sort of go to it's almost like you go to the theater to watch the show because we don't have a voice. So of course we're just going to be ourselves and goof off. Like we don't have a relationship with you guys.
I mean, you guys are with
because
the
you guys
masses,
have shut us
right?
off, right?
We're the ones that go against the masses. So to think that you
I-
don't
I
have
would
a
say-
voice for,
Well,
I
the
don't know.
masses, I think when you're saying that's like the majority of the people that just don't give a shit, right? Either way. And then of course we're like we lend an ear because it's interesting to us. For everyone comes to this for a different reason, but and then it's like we want to voice our opinion. And it used to be where we could come in, and I think I went on one stream of yours. This might be the second one, Vlad, but the first one was what's the guy's name? Retton. That comes in here every now and then.
He comes in from
Yeah.
time to time. Yeah.
I had a little conversation with him, and he was asking about the ISS, and I was trying to explain it. And then, like, I think I actually remember saying the universal law of gravitation. I don't know
Yes.
that you didn't know about it before then, but I remember you looked it up on stream, and you were like, "No, he's right, guys." And so I appreciated that, but then I had to hit the curb, and it was kind of it was ever since then. I think I got kicked out of the chat, and it's just like, all right, well, I mean, we'll just go over here and make fun. Like we didn't really, I mean, we don't do it to like show you guys, right? Like we
That
assume
sounds
that you
pretty
guys might look at it
vindictive.
at some point.
Yeah,
That's
and
right.
that's my thing is it's empty. And the reason it's empty is because here you are coming on to our channels, right? This is my channel, JJ's channel, Roger's channel. We don't ask you guys to come here. Or we don't
Yeah.
ask you guys to come to our channel. And we don't go to your channel. You understand what I'm saying? So we don't bug
Eh,
you where
I don't
you're
know if I
at.
believe
And
that, Vlad.
and well, okay, all right. How about I change it a little bit? I don't go to your channel.
You're
I
definitely
never-
not tampering with your channels.
And
like
I
you all
don't
do here.
mess with you guys, and I don't say
Tampering?
I'm gonna.
Yeah,
and
like
here's another thing.
read a
I
room,
don't.
dude. Like if you're in a backstage
Yeah,
of
no.
somebody's panel and they don't want you on, but you'll switch your name 30 times. You'll do any.
Yeah,
You don't like
Oh,
you don't
like
ridiculous.
try to lie to get on. Is that what you mean? Like you
Yeah.
pretend to be
lie,
someone.
lie to
Okay.
kick it, man, or just the vindictiveness.
Well, I've never done
you're-
that.
The,
I don't
the
think
levels
Wes
that
has.
y'all stoop to is insanity, man, and it's very showing of your character. And we're not here to deal with that shit. We have enough problems, man. Look at the totality of the problems that we're suggesting we have. Do you think we need to deal with all this shit on top of that, or not?
Right.
Like just
And
try
you
to
guys-
understand where we're coming from.
Right, and you guys are lateral to us. You know what I'm saying? It's not like you guys work for this group or you're in a government agency or not. You guys are here with us. So when I say your kids get sick, your wife gets pissed, your job is a shit show, right? The people at work kind of suck, stuff like that. This is daily life problems that you guys have to deal with, the same stuff we have to deal with. You know what I'm saying?
To be
You guys
honest,
fucking-
if
you
it
guys have
didn't-
bills like we do. You guys have fucked up shit that happens in your life just like we do. The difference is we recognize it. We're looking for a solution. A lot of the solution we recognize come from the lies. And then when we see that you guys are fighting us on a very fundamental level, it really pisses us off to where we don't want nothing to do with y'all. Like right now, I'm just being easy because it's like it's easy to talk right now. It's just easy to be easy, and it's
So-
best to talk and discuss these things. But normally, I'd be like, I'm not having it. I don't want to fucking hear it. But I think this is good
Yeah.
now, so we can.
Well, you've actually got a good
ultimately
example
hear-
on screen right now, Vlad. Sorry to interrupt, but Tarrant 3006. I don't associate with him. I don't talk to him. I had a
They
conversation with him a
like
while back.
on a daily basis.
But what he
Shane-
had on the screen that he just that you just changed is just a complete and total fabrication, and he's just doing it to try to get a rise out of me. He wants me to speak up. He wants me to be irritated, right? And it's shameless. It's shameless garbage that I mean, if it was up to me and he was on any of my channels and I was a flat Earth channel, I would say show evidence of that accusation that he had on the screen a second ago,
Oh,
or get
where
the
he
fuck out, right?
okay.
And it's just a total complete fabrication. He's trying to besmirch my character because I had words with him. It's as simple as that.
Wait, you talking about Mikey Smith?
He said something about porn bombing, like, which is
Porn
a
bombing
total
Top's channel. Yes.
anybody's channel. I've never ever even considered that.
You may
and it's
you
just a
may
total
not
That may
have,
not have
but
been you. That
it's
might not
all
have been
about
no,
yeah.
what my point is that Tarrant is making a direct accusation that's
Tarrant.
fucked, right?
Yeah.
And you guys just let him hang around and chat like it's nothing.
I did
and
not
like,
even-
It's like it's funny. And I'm not saying you, Vlad, but he's on all the Flat Earth channels. But he does this on other channels. He does it about Roger That. He does it. I'm sure he said something about Wes. He's done it about CK. He's done it about Dan. I mean, I can name total, like I can show you all the receipts.
I see spin. Let me tell you something, bro. You've emailed me before. I think you've emailed me before, something like that. You know, them motherfuckers, them Roger That's, them motherfuckers like that. They keep emailing me saying that I'm lying to people, saying that I do this, I do that. They talk about my ex-wife and they talk about this and they talk about that. They talk about my kid. And I'm like, what the fuck does that got to do with anything? Like, I don't go on other people's channel. I don't talk about people's ex-wife. I don't talk about, like, I don't mess with y'all like that. Like, I don't bother y'all. Now you
I
guys,
understand what you're saying.
Where do you
No,
draw
no,
the
no, no, no,
line?
no, no,
Is
no,
the
no, no,
question,
no.
right?
Now here I am. I'm bringing an app for everybody. App is for everybody. It's not just for flat earthers. Now I'm being told that I'm grifting, I'm lying, I'm like, when the fuck have I lied to anybody about anything? Especially when these people are, and I talk about people's hard-earned money and their work ethic. Why would I want to take somebody else's money into something that they're potentially contributing to? So
I can
we
tell you what
have
that's
for
about, Vlad.
everybody.
I can tell you what that's about.
Where have I lied from day one? Where have I no, hold on.
It's not
Where
about the
have
lie.
I lied? No, it is about a lie because I've been told already that I'm being
It's all
dishonest.
predictable.
And I'm
to
like,
be
what the
honest.
fuck are you talking about? Where does that come
It
from?
was
And why do you guys email me? I'm not
Look, the
emailing
reason-
nobody. I'm
Every
not
bit of
fucking
it,
with
every
nobody.
bit of it's predictable. I mean,
You have
every bit of
somebody
it.
in there that claims to work for the DOD and said, I'm going to release your DD 214 to everybody. I was like, with my social security number on it. That's what so you think that shit is cool. You think that shit is funny. You think that shit, we're just joking. Well, let me tell you something, Icy Spin. This is why we don't fuck with y'all. This is why we don't have y'all on our channel. This is why we don't want nothing to do with y'all, man. And like I know it seems funny because it's not you, but when it is you, it's
The
something totally
association.
different. Right.
Even if it
And
isn't
so-
you, you'll go over there and laugh and joke like that. It is funny. Like if something bad happens, somebody stoops to a level, somebody doxes somebody, then y'all
Right.
jump on that bandwagon like it's a cool thing to do or something. And that's why we are where we are. And the fact that we have to explain it seems kind of nonsensical to me because I know you guys aren't stupid. None of us here are
No,
stupid.
the reason
man.
that people ask Vlad is because he's asking for the tickets, right? You asked for the Globe tickets, so
You're
they're
right.
asking you for your tickets.
What did
That's
I do?
all it is.
But Icy Spin, as soon as you asked me for it, what did I do? Did I hide?
What
Did I
I'm
present?
talking about the hours. I'm talking about the hours
I'm
stuff.
talking about. So as soon as you
okay.
guys asked about a receipt yesterday, what did I do? Did I hide about it? No, I gave you guys a receipt because at the same
Oh,
time,
okay. I
I
didn't see it.
feel,
I'm sorry.
especially to the people that contributed, I was like, you know what? That's a good point. Let me show you the fucking receipt. Why would I have to hide that? Why would I have to lie
Listen,
about that?
Yeah, right. No, and I'm glad you did that. I didn't know. And I wasn't accusing you, but I'm just simply telling you that that's why they're asking because you made a big deal about the tickets. So they're
Yes,
making
I
a big
made
deal
the
about
deal,
you.
but I'm consistent. I am consistent.
Let me ask you,
Notice how I'm consistent. If I say, hey, this is what I'm going to do, or this is what my plan is, if I haven't completed it all the way, guess what I'm going to do? Is I'm going to show you what steps I'm at. I'm going to be like, well, take a look. This is what I'm doing right here. Because I don't conceal my hand, because to me, honesty is very big deal. Especially this is what the driving force of the flat earth is. It's being real and it's being honest. In all facets of the things that you do.
Will you show the actual invoice or just the pay?
I showed you guys the receipt.
No, the invoice. There's if you click on the link, there's an actual invoice. You just show the PayPal exchange.
Hold on.
I mean, it seems like you're just searching for ammo. You're not even
No,
here.
he was mentioning it. I was just
You
curious.
guys are a bunch of
That
backstabbers,
was some of
dude.
the that was some
Okay,
of the
you're a bunch of
questions.
backstabbers. You go over here and talk all this
No,
shit, and then come over here and pretend like it's not what it is. Okay, we see you,
Exactly.
dude. We see you, bro, and
We're
we see
just
now
what.
we're
you're
just
defining my
upholding the
thoughts. I
standard,
was
JJ.
just finding common ground.
Yeah, right. Well, guess what? The reason we're our own community is because we don't trust lying deceivers. Okay, that's why we're here in the first place.
Yeah, I
Okay,
don't. I wouldn't
and your
either.
entire side, like your scientists, your gatekeepers. Okay, we have problems with our own people, include like your Judas and Witsit. Okay, so we have our own shit going on. Okay, and talk about
Yeah.
these tickets. Jaron went to the extent of showing football scores before he even got on the plane, and he went to a great extent to show that he was actually going, but it's going to take him a year to show his tickets. That's our problem, not a
whole
you
year.
problem. We don't care to explain all our problems to you. We don't trust you guys. You guys are nothing but deceivers, and you got to understand where we're coming from, man. We're not coming out of left field. This is years and years, a decade of in the making. This ain't overnight shit here, right?
I just came on because I thought it sounded like you guys were having a pleasant conversation, and what I like to do is I like to find common ground, because then if I know the person, then I can't get angry at them, because I am empathetic toward them, right? So that's why I like going on Flat Sides. He likes to talk to other people, and JJ Vlad's doing the same tonight, which I thought was pretty cool.
Yeah, there's a time and a place, and it is healthy when
Yeah.
the time is right. But we're gonna, when we're over here being serious, and we have we got a lot of problems, man. Y'all see that just as much as we do, and we're not gonna tolerate the level that you guys stoop to, and it might not be you specifically, but the crowd that you associate with is very guilty of being. The words can't even express how low life it is, dude. It is extremely disgusting. And then we're getting over here and like we're treated like shit. We're the bad guy. We're the crazy ones. Get out of here. You know what I mean? That's all. Big deal. Just get out of here.
Speaking of common ground, I know that we all have we all have a certain way we feel about deep inside the rabbit hole, Dave Weiss. And you guys might be surprised to learn that one of the we may or may not have common ground on this, but it's been shown time and again. Astronomy Live has done a long form segment about the Challenger disaster, and I won't get into it because I don't know if it's YouTube friendly, but they defaced the memorial, the online memorial of a guy that passed away from that, and he had nothing to do with it, but he's being said that he was one of the original people that had gone on the mission, and he's faced nothing but harassment for his whole life. He passes away, and what do? Flat Earth Dave and all of his cronies went to this memorial site and were pasting all of the propaganda nonsense garbage about how he was involved in this, and it was just despicable behavior. And I don't know that you guys feel the same way, but yeah, for example, like that's things that happen to innocent people, and that spurn from misunderstandings
wrongs
of
definitely
science.
don't make a right. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
And we're not opposed to
And-
jumping our own people either. Obviously, I have big problems with Weiss and Witsit and Mark Sargent and Karen B and all these fathers. We're here on a solo journey, and we're meeting like-minded people. Okay, that's the thing. We're not some echo chamber here, and what you guys accuse us of. At the end of the day.
Even if we were an echo chamber, so what?
So what?
It's what you want to do.
Yeah.
Right. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
you can run your
Like,
channel the way you want to.
we're not going. Look, you know what, man? We're honest people, man. We don't fuck with nobody.
I can only speak for myself. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
Right. And me speaking for us, and we support each other. We do this, and then these people have their channels. Ain't nobody making no money off of this, man. What fucking living do you get off of being a flat earther? Other than getting ridiculed, what do you get? You think we like it? It doesn't matter. You ever been right about some shit and like 1,000 fucking people in the other room are telling you you're a fucking idiot and you're wrong, but you're the only one with the fucking information? That's exactly how we feel. The whole fucking world out there, everybody else out there is telling us we're idiots and we're wrong. But you mean to tell me all this? So what we're putting in front of you, we're wrong about. And we come up with evidence all the time as to why we're not wrong. But instead, we're being called idiots. So
That's how
there's
we
no
know.
money
Yeah.
in this. I wonder
And
where the grift is in this whole thing.
That's how we know it's
what
a
it is.
game.
And what it is you're trying to poke, because we poked a zillion holes. It's like a fucking beehive when it comes to the globe Earth. But now it's turning around. Oh, I'm going to prove Vladimir's lying. Like, what the fuck am I lying about? Why the fuck do I gotta lie? I'm looking for shit.
Or go
The
make
fuck I got time
videos
to
about
lie about?
your daughter having, being, I don't know, gender problems, they're mentally ill, and you guys are stooped to the level of making fun of, just because somebody's a flat earther, you're going to stoop to the level of making videos about them losing the battle with their daughter, like how sick is it, dude? How sick? Where do you draw the damn line?
Yeah.
So how do you associate with people that are willing to do that and then come over here and act like we're the bad people? I don't get it, man.
And it's not to make y'all feel guilty or nothing like that. It just is what it is.
I just call it what it is, man.
Yeah, this is where we're at. This
You're
is
not
why
making
things
shit
are
up.
the way. No, and we're not trying to make nothing up. It's just how things are now. You know what I'm saying? Would it be nice to have a regular discourse to where we could see eye to eye with each other? Sure. But
would love it,
again,
man.
we were globe earthers. We were there. But we've seen the deceit. Like, we just got fucking lied to yesterday. Fucking 33% off turkeys, y'all. Really? We just got lied to. We get lied to so much
Every day.
we get numb
What
to
is
it.
what's the 33% off turkeys? What's that from?
Oh, well, that was from yesterday's presentation from the
Trump's
president.
Oh,
Yeah, Trump was like, 33% off turkeys. We dropped down the price, and I'm like, oh my lord, like,
Oh, it's a dog whistle. That's what you're saying.
yeah, it's like,
Okay,
oh
I
my
got
god, like the bullshit is it. You get numb to it after a while. I mean, we're numb to it, but at the same time, we talk about it. And here's the thing: is we're not the only ones that are being lied to. It's not as if you guys aren't being lied to, because we're all being lied to. The only difference is we're more vocal about it. We talk about it, and we're not afraid to talk about it. And we're not afraid to call people out that are involved with those lies. That's what's so different about it. And when you guys oppose us, it's as if we're like, what the fuck are you doing fighting against us for? We're not the ones that injected you full of fucking poison a couple of years back. We're not the ones that go out and try to fucking rape your kids and steal your organs and hide your ass in a fucking parking lot somewhere. We're not the ones that poison your water, poison your food, poison your cattle, tell you can't grow soybeans. We don't do that. That's not us. So when you fight us, yes, you get a fucking reaction from us because you've turned us effectively into your enemy. So as soon as you do, you know what? We put the fists up and you're our enemy now. We're not fucking taking that bullshit from nobody. But we're reminding you we didn't start out as your enemy. That's never happened. We're reminding you we're not taking your shit, but at the same time, we're also not your fucking problem.
Well, to be fair, we always keep it on topic. We talk about the Earth being a globe and how we can show and demonstrate it, and then all of the other topics, they somehow come to light and they get pinned on the globe, and that's not fair, Vlad. So
ultimately,
that's all.
The shape of the Earth doesn't even matter, dude, to be honest, and you haven't proved shit. That's why everyone's still a flat earther.
I didn't say
today.
proof. I said we've shown evidence.
Yeah, and you failed, dude, because you've made positive claims that cannot hold the burden of proof. So therefore, your argument's moot. But here you are, 10 years from now, you'll be regurgitating the same stuff that we're way past. If you can't, we don't mind living on a globe, dude. If they could just prove it, right, without lying. You don't need to get caught lying if something was a fact, like the Southern 24-hour sun or anything that they've been lied about. Your news, every time you watch the news, every shooting, the Boston bombing, bombing, the Vegas shooting, the Uvalde Elementary, the Pulse nightclub, the Sandy Hooks, all these are hoaxes, dude. This is all tied to the same powers that be that we have a problem with. Those are the true enemy, and those are the people that claim that they're here for you. Those are the people you think you elected. Elections are rigged, my friend. They're selected. All these people are in a club and you're not in it, and that at the end of the day is the biggest problem, not the shape of the damn Earth.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Shape of the damn Earth is like a cherry on top, basically.
It is. It's just a big portion because you know that they can lie to that extent, just like the moon landings. Once you understand that they lied to about the moon landings, it's bullshit, bro. And once again, failure to prove. They got caught lying multiple times. So we don't need to hear somebody come in here and try to lecture us that they landed on the goddamn moon. Okay, we don't need it. We're not going to tolerate it. It's just holding us back, dumbing us down.
I gotta go. Thanks for the time and just chatting reasonably. I appreciate that.
Yeah, we appreciate it as well, man.
And if you have the invoice, that'd be awesome if you could link it.
So here's the receipt, right? How do I get to the invoice? Like, I don't
Isn't
understand.
there on your on the screenshot I was shown? There's a thing that says invoice details on the bottom right, a link.
No, it says print details.
Oh,
You're just showing your true
You-
colors anyway, man. You know, at the end of the day, your final statement is show your
you
damn
see-
tickets. You're
and you see-
showing
wait, hold
your
on a
true
second.
colors.
Wait, JJ. You were saying where them tickets, right? You were saying
Of
where
course,
the
dude. But
tickets at?
guess what? We're not you,
Oh,
and
but
we've
Yeah, and
But-
here's the thing: is I'm more than
Double
happy to
standard.
show y'all.
Cool,
I'm
cool.
more than
That's all I
happy
was
to show
asking.
y'all.
Thank
Oh,
you. That's all I
absolutely.
was asking.
Like,
Thank
here's
you.
the thing. But at the same time, I'm not going to sit there and make up stories and say, well, they don't give me an
Hey,
invoice.
how
You
many
didn't hear me
times-
say that.
Yep.
You're not going to hear me say,
That's
oh,
fair.
I don't think we
Yeah.
get invoices from PayPal like that on this time of the year. No, you get tickets for an airplane. That's it.
No,
That's
you guys
it.
have already shown your colors.
In the
dude.
screenshot that you showed, it says view invoice details. That's
Hold on,
the only thing that would.
The gig is up. You know, your colors have been shown, dude. You guys are
Oh,
vindictive.
so that's not hypocritical.
No, it's
Here's
not.
it.
It's not
Yeah,
at
it
all
is.
because we don't. Let me tell you why it's not, because we don't do what you guys
It
have
was a
done.
different
Okay,
screen.
you're
Oh,
here
okay.
searching for
Thanks for showing that. I
ammo.
appreciate it.
It's all about ammo to you guys, you know, right?
No, nope.
to go-
It's evidence, right?
It's
evidence.
just holding
And that's why
everyone to
he's
the same
showing it.
standard.
So-
and that's
JJ.
why
It's
he's
simple as
showing
Yeah,
that.
it.
I appreciate what
Yeah.
Vlad said.
Okay.
And
Okay,
so that's
so-
good. Thank
So
you.
my question is this: I'm showing you this. You're gonna hold it up to inquiry because you think that I'm lying.
Nope.
You know what
So
credibility
we're just holding you
is?
to the
Hey,
same
I can't
standard.
wait.
I'll
I
be
can't
honest with
question.
you. I'll
Wait,
be
hold on a
real with
second.
you.
Hold
I'll
on a
be
second.
real with
I
you.
can't question. I
No,
can't question things, but you
totally-
can.
No, you totally can question it. I have no
Okay, good.
problem
Thank
with
you.
that.
That's all
You know
I
what
want.
credibility is, dude? If you have zero credibility, that means we're not going to tolerate your questions anymore. Okay.
Well,
if you're just an
listen,
honest person
the
here with
shareholders-
true, let me finish. If you're here with
You're
true
not
intentions,
shareholders. You haven't, and you
I
haven't.
said the
ain't got shit.
shareholders
I
like
wasn't
Carmen
shareholder.
Walker, Tarita, Sir,
Well,
and
let
all
them
these
worry
people, they
about
should
it.
be asking.
Yeah,
JJ,
well,
you're a
thank you guys.
shareholder.
I gotta
You should be
remove
Hold
asking.
on, hold on. Here's
You're
the thing.
that guy,
You could
bro.
ask anybody in the foundry that's already committed money. As soon as I get any information, I send it to them. As
Yeah.
soon as that fucking money came out, went to the fucking company, I sent them fucking receipts. JJ, did I not?
Of course.
We're
And
just
if we're
asking for
skeptical,
transparency,
hey,
that's
all.
and
That's
we
exactly
always
what I
have
did.
the option, if we're skeptical, not to give you anything, dude.
Give me
You're,
Wait,
nothing.
you're showing us
okay, hold on a second.
this
Hold on a
ain't
second.
after the fact.
Where
like you
where
already
is
got
it?
the money.
Where is it? Where's the one where it transfers to the company that you were using? This is from.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. I know what you're
And
talking
this-
about. Let
What
me,
up now?
Let me get to that. That's fine.
No, that's all I was asking for.
They are fair questions. I'm not going to say they're
Okay,
not.
thank
But
you.
the,
That's
but
all-
the
that's
problem
all.
is the
Don't
the
fucking tell me I'm sitting here
credibility.
lying.
It's about credibility, dude. You guys don't come from a very good place of standing, dude.
I know
okay?
you
come
think
from
that. That's fine.
it's
And
not
you
about
don't
what I
think
think.
Jared
It's
does
about what
either.
I know. Your actions show us that. I'm not making shit up.
And you said the
you
same
guys
thing
are
about Jared.
two-faced, backstabbing pieces of shit,
Okay.
dude.
I
Okay.
know
When have either Wes or I
hey,
lied?
we can get through this. Let's just be honest about it, you know?
Yeah.
Because that's why we are where we are, dude.
JJ, I
And we
think
don't
that you
do
would
this
say
shit to you guys.
the only times that I've ever confronted you, JJ, ever, I had a good point. And you can tell me that I'm wrong right here and live in front of
Sure.
the foundry.
Okay.
Okay. The point is if I see something and I want to be honest about it, I'm gonna say something about it. I don't spread misinformation like Tarot 3006. I don't come in here and run people's name through the mud. I'll make fun
Yes.
of them and I'll say my piece on what I think about them, sure. But it's never
Your
dishonest.
entire standing is a misinformation. Your entire globe model is misinformation. You're grooming our freaking children, dude. Okay, that's a
I'm
problem.
not
to
grooming
us.
anyone's children.
Okay, so
Dude,
go down.
you
Yeah,
might
now
not
show
realize it.
invoice details. Hit the show invoice details. Oh, yep,
Right
there.
here.
Yep.
I say
There it
fuck
is.
these guys, Vlad. They don't
Cool.
deserve this.
Well,
shit.
you know-
Hey, listen, wait,
Thank
wait,
you.
wait,
Thank
wait.
you so
Wait,
much.
I
Wait,
appreciate that.
Appreciate it.
No,
wait,
go
wait,
ahead.
wait.
Go ahead. Go ahead, JJ.
If
Go
this was somebody who contributed or somebody who actually had a ground to stand on, who's not some piece of crap that's already shown their true colors, then I could see you doing this for them. Okay, but somebody who's in this for vindictiveness and they're pure evil,
I'm not.
Vlad.
I'm not. But
Dude,
thank you.
we see it, bro. We see it.
I'm
man.
not. I'm not. I'm not being vindictive. Somebody
Oh,
had a question
you're
about it, I
going to
thought it
tell
was
me
good.
you're not trying to get this information to go take it to drunk debunk and go talk your shit.
Nope.
That's all you guys do.
Yeah,
dude. You guys
and let me
live
tell
it.
you something.
He's
You have
being
all,
very
you already
honest, so
hold
thank
on.
you,
Let me
God, very much.
let
Thank
me
you.
okay, but you see how I play it, right? I give you guys ask and you get it. I've
That's
never
honest.
I've never been dishonest with anybody. I've never lied to nobody, especially when it comes to fucking people's money. I've never taken anybody's money for anything. If anything, I do my best to give as much as I can to as many people as I can within the foundry. I haven't hid my hand. I haven't lied on nobody. I've given people a chance to fucking voice their opinions. You have a motherfucker in here that goes to my email to tell me that I'm lying to people about building an app. That's an open, it's a crowdsourced thing. It's a crowdsourced thing. And you wonder why we don't want you motherfuckers in here. And again, JJ said it right. You guys don't deserve it, but for the people that have contributed, they get to see it because I don't have everybody's email on hand like that. But for those that have contributed, I want to show that this is where the money's gone. And I don't conceal my hand. I throw rocks, you know where the fuck they're coming from. Matter of fact, I'll let you know I'm going to hit you with the rock before I fucking throw it. So now what? What now, bro? So what now? What now, Icy Spin? I'm full of shit. Because I can tell you right now, I bet you the drunk debunk, I bet you the drunk debunk got some bullshit going on. Oh, he's lying, he's this. Because again, you just had the other day, I'm in league with the Mossad. I fucking took a picture of some shit and but you see, this is part of what you do. This is why, we're having a good conversation now. But you come a day later, 2 days later, a few weeks later, this isn't going to be the same. You're going to go back to being who the fuck y'all are. And this is why we don't trust you. This is exactly why. Like I give. And then what do you guys do? You guys don't fucking contribute. You're not even money-wise. You guys bring nothing to the table. And it's fucking frustrating. So why the fuck do I have to give you anything? If you ask for it, why should I have to give it to you? Tell me why I should have to give it to you. And it's not a rhetorical question. It's not a rhetorical question. Why should I then give it to you? Because I'm being as transparent and honest as I can. Why should you get it, Icy Spin? Tell me why. Since all you motherfuckers want to do is sabotage everything I fucking do, everything anybody in the fucking foundry does or outside the foundry as a flat earther, why? Tell me why.
It's just about not having a double standard, Vlad. It's as simple as that.
A double standard. So you get
tickets, we ask for tickets.
No. It's a difference when you come from a place of righteousness. When you don't see, because this is what I don't do, Icy Spin. I don't go to your channel or I don't go to my channel and say, guess what I'm going to do the Icy Spin's channel? I'm going to hack the shit out of him. Guess what I'm going to do to the Drunk Debunk show? I'm going to hack this guy. I don't do that.
We don't give a shit about McToon and McKeegan's tickets either. We didn't ask them for their
I didn't ask you if it was impossible or not. I don't utter those words. I don't even.
But you could say that, right? You could even plan to do that. But you're not going to be able to do it.
No. Icy Spin, listen. You can't say that. That's a federal crime. You can't say that. You can't say I am going to hack someone and continue to say I am going to hack the shit out of someone. That is a federal crime. You just can't say that, Icy Spin. So you're wrong. And it's
so if someone said they're going to beat someone up, that's a crime.
Icy Spin. I'm giving you the facts. If you don't believe me, please look it up.
Hey, just like if we don't believe them, we don't associate with them. Okay, we never asked for McToon's or McKeegan's tickets. We asked for the people that represented our side's tickets, and that's where the problem is. We're not over here infiltrating your side, pretending like that it's all just one, group of people, when obviously we don't trust the powers that be, and you guys seem to defend it. So that's why we are where we are. We're not asking anybody that we don't trust for anything. We're asking the people that we were supposed to be able to trust, and here we are. So get it right, and Vlad don't owe you showing you his tickets, and it's not a double standard if he doesn't show you. We don't trust you people, and there's good reason for it. We're not here just because of our egos, dude.
No.
Well, I mean, Justin, coming from someone like yourself who doesn't trust anyone, right?
I don't trust yourself. Anybody. I can trust somebody to watch my dog, but I don't trust.
You would want full transparency from anything that you.
There's so many levels of the word trust, right? Because you could trust somebody with your dog, you could trust somebody with your money, your wife, your life, right? So trust is a very vulnerable place to be. If you're going to trust somebody, by the time you die, you might only be able to count one or two people that you actually trust. So not trusting people is a defensive mechanism to make sure people like yourselves don't take advantage and infiltrate what you are trying to do or achieve, right? It's just logic, bro. It's just logic, man.
You see
and
that?
Vlad, I appreciate that. Look, I want to just end on a good note because I appreciate you showing it. You didn't have to. And it might bode well people want to see transparency, and it might allow for others to contribute. And I think that that's fantastic.
But
And that was
I
all
see
I was
spin.
asking for.
I see spin. I've never given you guys a reason to doubt me. I've
No,
never
but
given you
neither
guys.
has neither,
And ultimately,
has
he's not here to impress you people.
I'm
You know,
not.
anybody here in the foundry that asked for that, they would get it in a nanosecond. We don't trust
Yeah.
you people for good reason. Okay, we don't want to associate with you.
What good
and
reason
we'd
have I
rather-
given you to distrust me,
It's
JJ?
about the people that you associate with, and we see you. You can't sit there and pretend and convince me that
Thank
you guys aren't two-faced, backstabbing shit talkers, dude. That's all you guys do when we're not looking. That's what you are here for, is to get ammo to go do just that. Okay, I'm not
No.
stupid, and neither is the foundry, and that's where you guys are failing, because you're treating us like ignorant, trash, and we're not.
Yeah.
And
we
and I-
disagree on the shape of the earth. It's as simple as
that's
that.
it, man. And we're all in the same
yeah.
damn boat here, brother. We all are,
Yeah.
dude. We all have,
Yeah.
stake in this game, man. We all have to worry about our children's future in the sake of humanity as in a totality.
That's
You
right.
know?
But at the same time, we're not going to let you fuck it up for us. If that means fucking totally excommunicate every single one of y'all, that's what we're going to do. Because
So
here's
be
the
it.
thing,
Yep,
man.
so be
All
it.
to us, all of you guys are snakes. Maybe all of you guys aren't poisonous snakes, but you're snakes nonetheless, and we don't fucking want you guys in here. I'm just keeping it real with you. That's it.
Well, I have a video on my site that shows the sun size not changing throughout the day to the pixel, and that
Brother.
would be great evidence if a flat earther could show me how that's possible.
I
See,
see
things
spin.
like
I
this,
see
they don't make
spin.
sense to me,
I
right?
see spin. All you have to do is give us this curvature, please. That's all
Yeah.
we need.
And
You
you know
give us
we're all
curvature, we'll
flat
consider it.
earthers, man.
That's
Even yourself.
We don't care about what
Yeah.
happens in the sky. We're talking about the surface we're on, right?
We just
Then why
the
do you
ground.
guys try to debunk the TFE for a year?
The
You don't care
well,
about it.
no, it's not necessarily that. It's their claims of what they said they did, but then they couldn't do things like present
Well,
tickets. Then they couldn't show
right.
up with that burn mark. That especially they ain't have no brothers out there. They ain't have no black people out there.
And-
If I went out there and I had my face all goggled up, I'm not going to have that sunburn. You know
I'll
what
tell
I'm
you-
saying?
I'll
White
tell you
people
what,
get
It's funny.
sunburn
You
when they
should
eat that
reference back
smoke.
to something that was absolutely baked full of deceit.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? At the end of the day,
Yeah, man.
Well,
listen
provide
to
the
this.
evidence.
The final
I-
experiment,
There's
all
plenty.
the flat earth,
There's
all
plenty
flat
I
earthers
see,
know.
man. But it's like you guys don't want to look at any evidence. You really
Was,
don't. I
was
mean,
Dave-
you
was
want
Dave
to
McKeegan's
take
ticket
whatever somebody else
legit?
wrote
Vlad-
down or told you or whatever. You don't think for
Vlad
yourselves
said
at all.
himself that Dave McKeegan's ticket looked legit. Am I wrong?
Well, where's the gate? Like, there's no
Dave
gate on
McKeegan?
there. Well, I noticed
Yeah.
every ticket that
He
you guys
sent you
presented.
his physical
had no
copy, his
gate.
digital copy. You had no problems
You know
with it.
what? You know what Dave McKeegan sent me? And you know what the thing was? Did I ask for Dave McKeegan's or did I ask
No,
for
of
McToon,
course
who's
not.
a flat earther? And did I ask for
It's
Jeremy?
called damage control. Damage
Yeah.
Well,
control, baby.
have they
So-
gotten the flat Earth debunkers that were gonna like get the manifest and stuff like
But-
that? Have they
but-
found the
all right,
discrepancies
but-
yet?
But here's
Right?
the
So,
thing.
like,
here's the thing.
what side do you fall on?
I've
I see,
noticed
Spin.
a
Do you
little
think
bit.
they saw a 24-hour sun and they just faked it? Like they didn't show us what they really did see? I mean, where do you stand? Because like when they said the sun was circling the bottom of your stinking ball, it was still up
Yeah.
here sitting in the northwest here in Michigan. So it's
Just
wrong.
like it says it would do on our model. So
It can't
But
be
here-
in two
okay,
places.
Oh, come on, dude.
All right.
Look at a
Mr.
globe and try to
But
tell
hey,
me
it's
that
good.
with a
It's
straight
Hey,
good.
face.
when the
Superside
sun
wanted
is
to
over,
see
Tension's
you, by the
high.
way. Mr.
What's that,
Superside
Vlad?
wanted
What's that,
to
Vlad?
see you, by the way. I said
Yeah, good
it's
to see you, bro.
because I hadn't even greeted you yet, but good to see you.
Oh, that's okay.
Um,
I wanted to talk to Wes and he ran off. So,
And here's
It is what it is,
here's
but,
what
like,
it is, man.
there
Here's
you
what it
go.
boils down
Let me talk to IC Spin for just a second. Like,
Go ahead.
what
Go
you
ahead.
just did right there was just an evidence of why, like, we tried to help you when we came to the truth and we realized that we were being lied to about everything and the globe was only a part of that. We wanted to save everybody. We wanted to tell everybody. We wanted to save everybody. You don't want to be saved. You don't want to think for
I do.
yourself. And you want to rely on and fall back on the same lies over and over. You've made zero progress in 10 years, which is what JJ just said. In another 10 years, you'll be spouting the same frickin' lies. You're making no progress.
And yet you
Every
can't
flat
explain the
earther
sunset.
starts off the same way.
Hey, look,
Angry
here's-
that they might have been lied to and they want to prove the globe is real so that they don't have to relearn everything. And then we can't prove that it's a globe. So we realize that it's flat and that our observation of this being a flat and stationary realm has always been correct and that everything else was a lie. And all you
I
have to
wanna-
do is reflect back on how you felt the last time you were lied to by somebody that really mattered to you, like the Santa Claus lie or the Easter Bunny lie. Or do you still promote those too?
To children, of course. Yeah, it's fun. It's a game, right?
Well, that's
I
wrong.
mean, we all grow up.
See,
Yeah, I don't
that's
do that.
wrong. Because here's the
That's the
difference.
difference of opinion.
Here's the difference. It's one thing to be deceived because that's only you. That's your soul, your choice. But when you turn around and you deceive others, you risk their souls, and that's unacceptable. That makes you my enemy.
To tell people that Santa Claus is real that are under the
It's
age of
teaching your children.
Absolutely
lie.
right.
You're
That makes
lying.
you my
That's a
absolute
lie.
enemy. I would, dude,
Oh,
like
boy.
we would
Okay.
not.
We've-
You'd not want to be in the
It's
same room
teaching
with me.
your
and
children that
think
it's okay
too.
to lie.
Yeah,
Right.
you see, it's gotten. This is how bad it's. This is
Interesting.
how fucked up we are as people, man. It's gotten to that point. It's gotten to that point to where it's okay to just tell your children, yeah, this stuff is real. Santa Claus is real. The Easter Bunny's real. But the world, no, it's not. What you're seeing out there is not what you're seeing. It's actually curving. Yeah, that is fuck. You don't think that's fucked up? That's totally fucked up. Especially when you know. See, when you know better, you got to do better. If you know that what you're saying is bullshit and you know that motherfucker don't exist, why are you going to keep spreading that nonsense?
I
Why?
wanted,
Can you,
Right.
Vlad? Can you do a
Yeah.
poll in the Foundry to see if people tell their kids that Santa Claus is real? I would be
You
interested
bet.
because I think that you'd be
I
outweighed.
think that's fair. I think
Well, of
that's
course
fair.
we would. Of course we would.
I'm
Because
not worried, but that's
just like the globe, we're taught that
yeah,
Santa is normal to be. They've normalized lying to your children, and that's our point.
yeah.
Okay, is that it's not okay to lie to your children and teach them it's okay to lie to their children. Okay,
Yeah.
so there's always an alternative motive at work here that you're never seeing the other side of a bigger perspective. Just like the final experiment, you said, well, if you guys don't think that the sky proves the ground, why do you guys talk about TFCE so much? Well, let me explain that to you. Well, first of all, it's about integrity and trust, right? We've sent people to represent us over there. And here's the deal. If they're willing to fake something, if we can show that they faked the final experiment, then it's not proving the shape of the ground, obviously, but it's proving what extent the liars are willing to go to discredit that the earth is flat. So there's always more to it than your guys' one, singular look into the situation. There's always bigger pictures to look at, and that's why the final experiment is important regardless, because we all know it doesn't prove the shape of the ground, period. But it is extremely important because it's going to show their true colors, how they're liars. Okay, and
Yes.
you don't trust liars. What a concept.
Yes.
Right? So people need to understand who they're defending in the first place. These people have
Mhm.
zero credibility. They've lied to you since you've been walking and talking.
And it's
That's the
easy.
problem.
And see, just to kind of piggyback, which I hate piggybacking off of motherfuckers, but just to piggyback off of what JJ said, that's why it's things like Santa Claus. It's easy to just shoehorn shit like that. The tooth fairy, shoehorn that nonsense in there. The Easter Bunny. So things like the globe is easy to digest because you've got a whole mountain of other lies that these kids got to deal with. And then
That's right.
once they start peeling back the onion layer, they're like, all right, Santa Claus not real. The tooth fairy, I don't know. The Easter Bunny, that's strange. See, they're already dealing with all that bullshit right there. Where the world being a curved ball, it's so beat into their mind that they're not even thinking about that. They're like, all right, well, Santa Claus, they're still trying to juggle the other lies. So what else is lies to them? So, and see, this is the thing. We've gotten so used to lying to kids. We've just gotten used to it. And I'm saying we because I am a human being. I do my best to not do that bullshit with my children. You know what I'm saying?
Normalized. Yeah.
But thank you. Normalized is the right word. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So it's normalized to lie to your kids so much that you turn around and say, well, yeah, I tell them about Santa. Because you already know you're not going to get a repercussion because, again, it's normal, especially in this American society, to turn around and just lie
And
to
at
your
the
fucking
same
kids
time,
about
you're
Santa
going to try
Claus
to
and all
tell
that other
those
bullshit.
children not to lie, and you're going to punish them if you catch them lying.
Thank you. See, you
That's
see,
a mess, man.
when you tell the truth, other shit just comes out, and it's just easy to make these connections when the truth is being told. There is no difference when you recognize the earth is being flat. But Icy Spin, I'm not here to convince you that the earth is flat. Please
No,
don't
that's fine.
think that I'm trying to convince you that the earth is flat. That's a research you got to do on your own. That's something I had to pull myself away from to force into people's mind, because that's a trip that you need to experience on. It's like riding a bike. Can't write it for you.
That's
You got to
right.
do it on your own.
You got to want
That's
to.
why we ask questions, though. We have questions right on our trip to the flat Earth, and because we can't get past certain things, and then we get ousted, right? Like that's how we feel.
No, the
We get
problem
ousted from
is
the
that
community.
you guys walk away with your hand raised regardless of what is said in a debate, right? Like no matter what, it's almost like a humiliation ritual for some of these people like Craig, who can lose to a serious degree and walk around arrogant and act like they won. There's no debate anymore. They're not intellectually honest to begin with, and that's very problematic with trying to be open with opposing decision or opinions. We've been there. We've been doing it for years.
Even when we break down and we show you guys that all the military flight training manuals tell
Yeah.
the pilots to treat this as a flat, non-rotating Earth. We show you. We don't just tell you. We bring the receipts. We show you that. You just write it off. You want to change the subject and obfuscate because you can't deal with that, dude. When
how
we
many
tell
times-
you that no long
Right.
distance construction projects take curvature into account, long bridges, long trains, long roads, none of it, dude.
And
None
how
of
many
it
times have we been
takes
caught
curvature
lying?
into account.
How many
Do you
times
know
have
that
we been
trains-
caught lying about our evidence, right? Like unlike
Train
they have.
tracks are
They've been
limited
caught
to a
lying.
5-degree grade on train tracks, and we have them all the
But
way
do you
across
remember
this
when
country.
you went on? Hold on, excuse me. Do you remember when you went on a stream and you attacked Roger that before he ever said a word about you? Do you
No,
remember
Roger,
that, Vlad?
that was I remember attacking Roger because he was already talking shit to me. Absolutely, I remember talking
Have
shit
you
to
seen
Roger.
how Roger
was-
that
ha-
acts?
Do you
have
see
you seen
this
that,
motherfucker
guys?
email me before I even said
Yeah.
anything?
And
Hell
then you're
yeah, I
gonna defend
attacked
a
him.
guy like that. You're gonna defend a guy like that. Like
Man, fuck that
insanity.
Yes, he's a
motherfucker.
good friend of mine. No, he's
I
a
don't
good
just
friend of
hey,
mine.
stand on your
I'ma
own,
tell you-
man.
Look, listen, I'm gonna tell you
And that
straight
was
up.
fucked up.
That was
You wanna know
vile, dude.
something?
You were
You wanna
talking
know
about
something?
putting holes in his
I
life.
don't.
That is
Listen.
so
You want to know
bad.
something? Hey, listen. Let me ask you something.
That's
Do
so
I-
evil.
Hold
so
on.
evil.
Hold on. Let me
Yeah.
ask you something. Do I do that to anybody else?
Doesn't matter.
I've never
No,
seen
no,
you
no,
do
no,
that
no.
to
Doesn't
anybody.
Yes,
matter.
it does.
Stop
do I?
shifting the goalposts.
Do I? No. I'm asking a question. Do I do that to anybody else?
Does it matter?
What, say
Have
say
other
that they're
people
your
have-
kids
no,
and say that you
listen,
filled his wife up
listen.
with gasoline? No,
You
I've
wanna-
never heard
you
that.
wanna-
That's
you wanna know
gross,
something?
dude.
This motherfucker came onto my channel talking shit to me. So you think
About
I'm
your
just gonna let him?
about your wife and how he filled her with gasoline,
Hey,
93?
wait. I didn't say I said
You said you
gasoline-
drilled holes
no,
into her.
no. I didn't say I drilled holes into her.
What?
Oh,
You said she
Right.
was leaking.
Probably the act of
Yeah, that's
of
cool.
having sex.
That's not evil.
Yeah.
No, wait. I wasn't
That
gonna.
is so evil.
Wait.
That's
Hold on.
That's fucked up, bro.
Hold on. I wasn't gonna. Wes, listen. I'm gonna kick you off right now if you don't let me talk. Okay,
Wow.
Wes,
I did.
you
Just
wanna
listen.
Wes? Hold on.
Just listen,
So
man.
when I was talking about drilling her, I meant drilling her. I didn't mean take an actual.
I
drill
understand.
and-
I know what you meant. Go ahead.
okay, so there's that. There's one. Two. This
That's okay
motherfucker-
though. Wait, hold on.
Wes,
Is
It's not
that
okay.
okay?
It's
Wes,
not. Let him finish.
Wes,
Let
do you
Vlad
want me to
finish.
kick you off? You're gonna let me talk, or you're getting kicked off.
Yes,
Just let him
nice.
finish.
So he could come onto my shit and start fucking with me. Meanwhile, I didn't say a fucking thing to him. He could start just fucking with me. That's it. That's okay. And this
You-
is my
you said
show.
it first.
Hold on.
Okay.
This is my show, mind you. This is not fucking Flat Soy. This isn't Roger Ledwell or anybody else's show I'm disrespecting. I'm on my show. You're on my time. And then just like I just told you, pipe down so I could talk, I'm giving you an opportunity. I'm not just jumping on your case, am I?
I'm
No.
giving you an
Listen, if you
opportunity.
come
Hold on,
come at my
but-
family, Vlad, I'm gonna do everything to destroy you. Okay,
Hey,
that's the bottom line.
Hey, you want to
And-
know something? Don't fucking come to my motherfucking show fucking with me. You won't get those fucking you won't get that kind of work because you want to know something? Nobody gets that kind of work from me. Nobody gets treated like that from me because you know why? They come to my channel with respect. You want to know why? Because I treat people with respect. But as soon as you start disrespecting me, I'm going to start disrespecting you. Don't start shit, there won't be shit. That fucking simple. At the same time, just because I come at you like that doesn't mean I'm going to sit there and I'm going to lie on you because that's not what I do. I don't sit there and I don't go look up Roger's shit and I don't lie on him. I don't go on Drunk Debunk
Oh, so
shows
Roger's
and
kids are actually your kids.
Wait.
Oh, okay. I didn't know
You know
that.
what I'm going to do? Hold on. I'm gonna mute you for a little bit and I'm gonna keep talking. Matter of fact, that's not muting you. This is muting you. Excuse me. So I don't go on these people's show fucking with them. All right. So as soon as you start coming to my basketball court and start fucking with me, that's the kind of work you're going to get, because I don't do that to you. It's that fucking simple. You show people respect, you'll get respect.
So
If you don't
retaliation
show
is
people
cool.
respect, you won't get respect.
So
But at the
retaliation
same
is
time,
cool in your word.
Of course, it's
no,
not. It's not what he's saying.
no, that's not what I'm saying.
Wait,
Don't come
just
here
what he's
fucking.
saying.
Question.
Don't come here fucking
When
with
he's
me.
done.
You come here fucking with me, you're going to get fucked with, and then I'm going to kick you out. And I don't want you back here. Here, that's the thing. I don't want you back here. But you know what you do? You come back. When you fuck with me, you come back. I see Spin. Listen, man, I spoke with you. I told you I don't buy your shit. And then I was like, Vamoose, don't come back here. What did you do? You came back, right? Hold on. I'm gonna unmute you so you can say your piece. But I kicked you off of here. I said, do not come back here. I'm being awfully generous today. I'm being very fucking nice today. Okay, so I could let y'all motherfuckers come in here and talk the shit that y'all talking right now. I'm mad hot right now, and I know my voice cracked. Whatever. Yeah, I know y'all gonna talk shit. Whatever. I'm mad hot right now because you want to know something. Despite what the fuck I said, I don't go to your shit fucking with you. I don't go to your shit sending y'all email. I just don't, because that's weak. And then y'all want to talk about, oh, he said this about my, well, oh fucking well, motherfucker. Don't come to my shit fucking with me and start lying on me and telling me I'm with the fucking Mossad and telling me I'm robbing people, because I haven't done that. I don't do that. I won't do that. So please go ahead.
My question is this: who brought up whose family first? Who brought whose family into it first?
Does it fucking matter?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why?
Yes, it
You
does.
are-
Oh, it does. It does.
Yes.
Because you want to know. You want to know something? I did.
Yep.
I did.
There
I
it
sure
is.
did.
Thank you
So
for being
what?
honest.
Yeah, I'm being. What else do I got to do? You think I'm going to
And so
lie to
you
you
should
about
be-
what I said?
So
I
you
told
just
live with the
I
said,
said it-
repercussions.
hold on.
So, oh no, you know what?
Can I
I'm
say
gonna give
something?
you. You know what I'm? No, I ain't. Y'all ain't got shit to say. Cause you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna kick y'all motherfuckers out.
Oh,
You know why?
bye, Vlad.
Oh, okay. You know what?
Big crying
Hey,
boy.
Wes, do you want to see your way out? I won't kick you out. How about you see your way out? Are you gonna
Okay.
do that, Wes?
Thank you for
Wes,
being honest.
no, Wes,
Thank
are you gonna? Yeah.
Thank you.
No.
That's all we asked for.
No. What the fuck you gonna
Yeah.
get from me? You think you're gonna get some lies from me?
No. So
You're
hold
not
on.
gonna get lies from me. You
Thank
never
you.
get lies from me.
I know,
You get
but
nothing but the truth.
You went
So
at him
if you
first.
so no, you know what? You
You went
If
at him
intend-
first, so he
listen,
comes back.
Wes, listen. Have fun. Go to Flatzoid's channel. Enjoy Flatzoid's channel.
So you did it first, but retaliation isn't okay.
Good
job, Vlad.
No,
you evil piece of crap.
Oh,
you
I'm an
evil piece of crap.
Yeah. So,
Piece of
Wes,
crap.
Wes, are you going to see your way out? Thank you. I'm an evil piece of crap. So you get to. I see Spin. You might as well do the same for yourself, bro. Because y'all
Well,
ain't
the
gonna
last thing I was gonna say.
I see
is that
Spin. I see
JJ
Spin.
earlier
I see
said
Spin.
2 wrongs don't make a right, and so you
I
ought to
see
think
Spin.
about that, Vlad.
Can I?
You came to my channel fucking with me. Do not do that if you don't want that work. If you don't want that work, don't come to my channel. And when you get that work, don't expect to be a guest here at my fucking house. That's not how it works. I see Spin. If you can't understand that, we can't be friends. We can't talk. We can't converse about anything, because obviously we don't see eye to eye. And I don't want you back here. Do I make myself clear? I'm not cussing
Crystal
you out.
clear, Vlad.
I'm not. Thank you. Now,
Yeah,
if you don't want to be here, if you're not going to respect these rules, if you're not going to respect my guests, if you're not going to respect me, please leave. Do not come back. Tell your friends, your cronies, the same thing. Leave and don't come back. If you can't respect it here, I don't want you here. We don't want you here. It's that fucking simple. I'm being as nice as I can. I'm not just fucking kicking you out. Okay? If you can't,
And at the same time, if
you can't agree to those
if you
terms,
ever come
do not come back.
if you ever come into truth and you really want the truth, like you figure this out for yourself, not as part of a group, you really decide that you wanted to hang out with truthers, we'll welcome you back. I
Open
promise
arms,
you that.
man. Open arms, man.
But don't
You know-
but don't bring your deceit here, and don't keep trying to sell us the same old lies. We're over all of that. So thanks for
Here's
popping
the
in.
difference. Here's the difference.
I'll give you
as
the
well.
last word, JJ, and then I'm gonna hit. Do you have anything you'd like to say?
Yeah,
to
I
me?
do. I appreciate that, man.
Okay.
Just the difference, like you're absolutely right. 2 wrongs don't make a right, dude. And here's the difference between what happened with Vlad and what happens most of the time with y'all. You know, you guys come here and you're here to intentionally push buttons and see what kind of fire you could start here. And you try to get this guy on edge, okay? And it was successful. So you're gonna hold him accountable to the one time that he got outraged. He's not proud of what he said, I can guarantee you. And I'm sure he's He's not going to try to defend what he said either.
I'm
But
not taking it. I'm not fucking
the
taking
truth,
it back either. He started.
you're not gonna,
And he
and I
started,
don't
and
expect you to.
I fucking said
But
what the fuck I said.
But the truth of the matter is, you wouldn't go there, dude. You would never even in a million years ever would even have said that if they weren't escalating you to that degree. And they're over here trying to get reactions out of you. You're not doing that to them, and they'll stoop to the same level that you did when you're at your worst on their best. Realistically, they do it on a daily because it's about click and clout and entertainment to them. And they think I got you moment because Vlad got out of hand once, and I don't think that's intellectually honest either. I don't think you're
See, all
proud of
this
the way
deceit brings out the worst in everybody, both sides, man. It's not good. It's
it
bad,
does.
dude. It's driven by evil.
And again, we're not lying on you. We're not lying on you. We have no reasons to lie on you. Lie on you. That's the thing.
But
Whether
if
we
somebody
make fun,
comes,
we're not lying on you.
if somebody comes to
Okay?
your channel and has a pissing contest with you and tries to poke you with a stick, you're going to poke back, and you're not going to be at your best mindset and your best, calmness when somebody escalated it to that level. They'll poke at your kids, they'll poke at your wife, they'll poke at anything and everything to see what gets an arousement out of you. And then
Yeah.
they finally one time get you to go on tilt, and then they're going to hold you accountable to that one specific moment in time for the rest of your life. Is intellectually dishonest, man. That's not Vlad. That's not how Vlad is.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's how you people act on a regular basis. And I'm
And
not
so
trying to defend the way he acted because I don't agree with that either. Okay,
That's right. But
I don't.
character is like stability over time, right? How are you generally? That's your
Yeah,
character.
consistently, and the credibility is important. We need to get back to credibility because that's what's
Right.
lacking is credibility, and it's becoming normalized to not depend on somebody's credibility. Right? It's important. That's a very important thing. You lie and you're nothing but a liar. And
we have
if
too many
you are
lies out
wrong,
there.
that's different. But if it's sophistry and you're intentionally lying, which they've been caught doing over and over and over and over, they'll get caught doing it again tomorrow. That's the difference, man. And that's all. That's my piece. But go ahead.
All right.
That's it. I'm
Well,
done.
I appreciate the conversation. And hope you guys have a good night. I'll see myself out.
Good night.
Well, I do appreciate it, man.
Very
Bye.
well.
No, it was
Wow.
good, man. It was much needed, really.
That was fun.
Fake or not, I think that these things need to be seen, and we need to get it off our chest and express how we feel as well, because they act like they don't understand where we're
Yeah.
coming from, and they're going to poke holes and punch it, everything that
said
they
this
don't even
about his-
understand.
You
Right.
said
They
this
don't even
about his wife.
understand.
It's like, oh my God. Like,
Right.
listen, if you guys didn't come here with that bullshit,
I
none of
was
that would have
there.
been said.
Yeah. They
None of
did
that would have
everything
been
they
said.
could to try to get you on tilt, and it worked
Oh.
that time,
Yep.
and that's it.
And
Now
no,
they're
I
going to
don't
hold
take,
you
I don't
to
take
it.
any of that back. I don't fucking take any of that back. And so fucking what?
And it would
Now
have
this
never happened
now
if they weren't there
now
doing what they
oh
were doing.
right. So it's okay. So at that point, it's okay to just start lying on people. At that point, because no matter how I feel, no matter how much I dislike some motherfuckers, I just won't. I'm not going to sit there and I'm not going to lie on them. Do people? I wonder if people realize what happens when you lie on somebody. Like, do people really get like what goes on when you just make false accusations on people? When you say like, oh, this guy's with the Mossad, or that guy rapes people, or when you just lie on people, do you know what the fuck you doing? Do you know what you risk, and do you know what you're putting at jeopardy? Do people even fucking
Well, if you
realize
look at
that?
it, if you look at it from a biblical perspective, it says, "Do not bear false witness,"
Bearing
which
false witness.
means
That's right.
exactly that. Do not lie against your brother. Do not cause him harm for that is not justified.
I don't know. Yeah, that's what the Bible says, and a lot of these dudes claim Christian, and they just out there just putting lies on motherfuckers, man. But we do what we can, man. We do what we can. We flex where we can, and we give as much evidence as possible when we can. Motherfuckers want to talk about, you were asking about tickets. Well, you should have been asking about tickets too. It shouldn't be left to just Vlad to ask for tickets. Why aren't Globers asking for tickets? Don't you think the Globers would be like, well, that's a good question. Where are your tickets? Can you give us the tickets? You want to know something? You have people that ask about, oh, Vlad, you know what? That's a good question. Could I see the receipt of the shit that you spent? Absolutely. I had no fucking problem. No fucking problem. Even though it was a Glober asking me, let's see the receipt. Well, you know what? I give you the receipt. It's that fucking simple.
Their intentions just aren't the same. You know, when we're asking for receipts, we're asking our own people on our own side. We're not asking McKeegan and Mattoon. And, you know, they're here just to
No.
get ammo against you is what it is. I can see it a mile away, and
Oh,
so
yeah.
can everybody else. You know, your intentions speak volume, and the cat's out of the bag, man. The gig is up, and you're not going to come over here and reconcile any differently when we've been dealing with this shit for as long as we have. We see it, you know, we have eyes to see, and we're very intelligent beings here,
Yep.
and they
And it's
undermine
Dude,
it.
and they want to start over at zero every time, man. Like you bring them up and it's like going back to kindergarten with these guys
Yeah.
every time, dude. It's not like
That's
they
why,
took and researched the
yeah,
last 20 things you gave them.
right.
Yeah.
And
You
that's
know,
why
the
this
ones I gave them
conversation,
tonight, if they went and just looked at what I just said tonight, and they went and they
Mhm.
looked at those flight manuals and they said, damn, he's right. Every one of them says treat it like it's flat and non-moving, stationary
no.
plane.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. And
Every
you want to know
engineering
something?
project, every railroad, every road, every long bridge, Pontchartrain, all of that stuff. No, there's
Man,
no curvature
look,
calculated into that shit.
that's
Go
how you know
look,
they're
then
not,
come back.
that's how you know they're disingenuous, because we can never come to common ground on anything. It's always the
That's what I'm
the
saying. Yeah,
inverted
you don't make any
duality, you know,
progress.
it's the yin and the yang. They can't ever
right,
even agree. That the book even said that, you know, it's just like we can't
right.
have a honest conversation if we can't agree on anything, period, ever.
Nothing. You know what's crazy is they expected me to lie. That's
Mhm.
what's crazy. They expect me to. They're like, "Did you say that first?" I'm like, "Well, I said that because he said this, so you
They're
said that."
trying to catch it. Yeah, they're
I'm
trying to
like,
I got
I'm
you
like,
moment.
what? My thing is what do we gain for lying? That's the thing is
Yeah.
there's no
Nothing.
profit. You don't get
And you
anything
lose
from it.
all credibility.
You lose every fucking time. Even the
Oh,
smallest one, you
yeah.
lose.
I think this conversation was better than most, and it's actually needed, you know, unlike the others, because, you know, we're not here having a whole conversation about what the shape of the earth is. It's just
So,
more of a grounding and an understanding of a totality of what the heck's going on. And I think that's what they lack the most, because at the end of the day, it isn't about the shape of the damn earth, you know, it's about humanity and
No,
children, and where they're grooming and normalizing idiocracy and nonsensical bullshit. You know, it's not good, and it's not going to be tolerated by us. But that's all. That's where we're
yep,
at.
once
yep.
you once
And
you have the courage to recognize and walk away from all the lies, what do you have left? Nothing but truth and
yep,
friends that also have been through that same thing. So you've got truth and your truth of friends. That's really all you got. So if they're talking about an echo chamber, dude, that's all we got left in this world
Right.
yep.
is each other and
And
our families.
right. And if
That's
that's
it.
what it is, sign me up.
Hmm.
Sign
And
Because
you
me
know,
up.
I'm damn sure not sticking with the other side.
you
Because
could even hear,
Damn right.
these guys are flat earthers. They don't even fucking know it. You could hear it in how
Mhm.
they talk. They're like, "Well,
Yeah.
you see when the sun moves, but wait. What do you mean the sun's moving? I thought the earth was moving. Why is the sun moving?
Yeah.
Well, when the sun
Yeah.
goes here and the moon goes there, but wait a minute. Isn't it the earth that's supposed to be moving?
they're
Why don't
both
you say
moving,
when
Yeah,
the
because
dude.
the
right,
sun is going through the Milky Way at 500,000 miles an
They're
hour.
like,
So
you guys
technically,
are so
right,
cool, but
it's
I
all
can't hang
moving.
with you because all of my crowd thinks you're full of shit. So I wish
right?
I could hang with you guys in the echo chamber.
Yeah. So it doesn't make any sense. It's like, like why do you guys have such this disdain for us? You guys don't like what we say so much. Then stay where you at, man. Stay where you at and do what you do. We're gonna stay where we at and we're gonna do what we do. It's that
Yeah,
fucking simple.
dude,
Like we don't
I don't
we
know
don't fuck with nobody,
any
man.
truther that goes and hangs out with them guys, dude. Not
No,
a one of them.
man,
Uh,
you're not gonna get nothing out of that. You ain't
and
getting nothing out of
they
that.
think they're going to come here and be intellectually honest and be like, well, we're just trying to show you the proof. Well, where was that in the last 10 years?
You had 10
And when you
years.
fail, you just walk away with your hand raised no matter what. So what are we
Yes.
doing here? What are we doing?
Yes. And they know the thing is they know they know all the evidences we gave to them. They just choose to
Yep.
ignore it. They know everything we've given to them, so we have nothing else to say to them.
Right. And we
Now
never
it's
even
just
had the
this.
burden in the first place.
No.
That's
But
right.
here we are, their
Yeah.
failure,
And
and
we
we're picking up their
we
slack,
ended up
and
knowing
we're
more
the
about
idiots.
their system than they did
It
in order
turns
to
into
write it
my
off.
app. Right. It turns into my app. It turns into this. And I'm like, it really at the end of the day shouldn't be about all that. It should be about, okay, so you're going to show me where this curve is then, right? Because you had Icy
Right.
Spin talking about, well, you're going to have to explain to me why the sun is doing this. I ain't got to explain to you shit. I already
Yeah.
showed you that this bitch ain't turning and it ain't curving. You got to show to
Right.
me why it is curving or how it is curving. Because
You
if you
don't
can't,
yeah.
then it's not. That's it.
You're
It's
you're
that
never
fucking
gonna
simple.
admit to being a flat earther without understanding the globe model on a higher level, right? Because you're gonna want to understand it before you're gonna make the claim, obviously. And it's not a uh, an accepted place to be, apparently,
No.
being a flat earther. So you're gonna make sure you've gone beyond, to a
Yeah.
higher level to understand the model that you're supposed to believe in the first place. So none
Yeah.
of us are ignorant about what they're trying to teach us in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's my thing. It's like, what you don't think we don't know this shit that you're trying to regurgitate? This is the shit that we're working on unlearning
Exactly.
because they
Exactly.
failed, dude. They had the burden and they failed. So
Yeah.
move on. Move
It's
on.
it's
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 simple.
kind of like it's kind of like when that person that's speaking English to somebody in like Bangladesh, they're like, "Do you speak it?" They just speak louder
Yeah, they
to
don't help.
somebody that speaks like Hindi or something. He's like, he does not speak English. Why are you yelling that language to him that he does not speak? Like, why are you doing that? And they totally seem to forget that it's like, look, man, all right, maybe that's a bad example, but like we know your model. So yelling it back at us
Mhm.
isn't going to change anything. Telling it to us in a different way with the cartoon, like that doesn't, we did all that. We did all that. Some of us
Right.
scored super high grades in these things. And it turns out it's a lie. Well, we got
Right.
high grades based off of some bullshit.
And Skeptic makes a good
Unfortunately.
point, about all their sock accounts. If they were here for, true reasons, they wouldn't stoop to that level. They wouldn't, you know, bomb you and, all the things they do is just like a list
Like
of
this right
things,
here.
man.
No fluffer understands the helio model.
Yeah,
Okay.
right.
They either make factual mistakes like Mikey Smith or make arguments from incredulity, which is a fallacy. Okay, science works. Thank you.
The
Thank you.
entire heliocentric model is nonsensical to begin
Yeah.
with.
Yeah.
It's garbage.
You know, what's so stupid? Science works, whatever your name is. Yo, we're so stupid. Why are you even here? Do you think you're
He's
Jesus
gone.
preaching? You think you're Jesus preaching to the lost? Yo, we're lost. Then we're lost. Like, go to the people that are found since we're lost. Here, I'll kick you out.
He's gone.
Okay. Yo, go to those people that give a fuck what you got to say, bro. Unless you coming in here to patch something up or to make some kind of to discuss something that's gonna push this whole thing forward, we ain't got nothing for you, man, and you ain't got nothing for us. So stay your ass out of here. Go to them shows that promote your bullshit, bro. Don't come here. Don't come here fucking with us no more, man. And
I
that's why,
do.
and this is exactly why we don't. This is exactly why we don't want y'all here. And this
Mhm.
is exactly why we don't want y'all here. We give. Y'all don't bring nothing. Y'all are them motherfuckers that come to the party, don't bring no wine, don't bring no beer, don't bring no herb, nothing, no food, nothing, no sides, nothing. You just bring empty stomachs and a bunch of fucking complaints. Not even a fucking green bean casserole y'all bring to the fucking cookout. Stay the fuck back over there where the fuck y'all belong. Don't ever come back here. How about that? Y'all ain't got no unless you bring in some food or some money or some shit or something good for us. Do not come back here, dude.
Right.
I did
Yeah,
try.
bring
I
the
did my best
apologies.
with y'all.
Bring the apologies too. I want the apologies too, Blad. I
Unless
ain't taking it
unless it's
without
a
the
fucking
apologies.
apology, dude. Unless it's an apology, dude, like please just stay away. We don't want you here. But you know what's going to happen?
Yeah.
They're going to come here anyway.
And the
They're going to
last thing
come
we
here
wanted
anyway.
to do is divide, but when you're in a war, because this is a spiritual battle, man, it's a war for your children and
Amen.
the future, man. And there will be division. There's going to be casualties. And it's, unfortunately, we have to be divisive and protect ourselves. That's where we're at the end of the day with these people.
Yeah. And
You see
here's
it.
the
You
thing
see
is,
it in their character, man. He admitted to me right there online, dude. No, it's okay to lie,
yeah, yeah,
Sounds like a Duffy quote.
yeah. And
right?
and the thing is, they're waiting for us to lie. They're looking for us to lie, and I'm like, it's here's the thing. It's easy to not lie. It's just so much easier. And when you're
Yeah, you don't
giving
have
it
to
like it
remember what
is,
you said.
right? When
There's
you're
a big
giving it
difference between lying and being wrong as well.
right, because we can be wrong. I've been wrong a few
Yeah.
times. You know what I'm saying?
No
And
problem with being
I ain't
Yeah.
got
wrong. We're
no
all
problem
humans.
coming back. I ain't got no problem coming back and redacting my shit, being like, yeah, I fucked up, was wrong about this. I thought it was this, it was apparently that. So I'm wrong. I ain't got no problem, right?
Yep.
And I'm not gonna butt the hell out of it. But I ain't gonna do all that. However, at the same time, with us being wrong, we have that on our side to be wrong because we haven't been out there trying to deceive people. That's not at all what our goal is. That's not at all what our intent is. We're just trying to get the best out of
And
everybody out here.
learning you are wrong is the most growth that you could ever have. Failure is absolutely necessary in order to achieve truth, because
Yeah,
we're so manipulated and deceived that we're gonna make mistakes, and it's all designed that way. It's structured that way. So
yeah,
it's a part of the process, and we grow
yeah,
more from our mistakes than we do from being right.
yeah. Oh yeah.
But if you look at
Oh
our
yeah.
history, we've been right more than we've been wrong, and we've certainly been right more than they have been.
Yeah. Yeah. But they're gonna they're always gonna keep coming in here doing whatever the hell they do, saying whatever the hell they say, and it ain't never gonna change, man. It ain't gonna change. And then they're never gonna grow. Like
Yeah.
it
And it's
whatever.
Yeah, because
Whatever.
ultimately it's not about who's right or wrong. It's just the damn truth we're
Yep.
after.
That's it.
It's not about our egos and, who's right and wrong. And
Yep.
that's the difference. We're not here for the clicks and the clout and the ego stroke. We just
We're
want the
tired of the
damn truth
bullshit.
for
Yeah.
the sake of humanity. What a
Yep.
concept.
We're tired of the bullshit. We're tired of getting lied to. Like, if you're not tired of that, then you're our enemy.
These
Because that
lies
means
aren't
you're gonna
aren't just
promote it.
fibs. They're not just
Yeah.
fibs. They have
No.
dramatic implications and severe implications for the future of our children. It's
Mhm.
Yeah,
not something to take lightly.
that's right. There's consequences.
Yep.
Extreme consequences that
That's
are
a good one.
detrimental to the future.
Immortal Soul says can't have common ground with people who stand upside down. Not only does that rhyme, but
The poetry, that's a poet right there.
yeah, the people who stand upside down. That's a good one.
Put it on a
Yeah.
t-shirt.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, man. And that's the thing is these dudes they're gonna keep lying. And their kids are gonna fall victim to it. And their family's gonna fall victim to it. So this next thing, like the fucking pandemic, yeah, I said it, fucking pandemic, COVID-19, the shot, the jab, whatever, fucking myocarditis. I said all that shit, right? So that shit, that thing comes up again, they're gonna get fooled again. They're gonna get fucking tricked again. Like you can't save some people, man. You can't. You can't. And the
Yeah.
government is just going to keep fucking with us because you have a segment of the normal society within our ranks that just they're the ones. Well, you can't place all the blame on it, but fucking you wonder why fucking there's some people that are blind. Well, they're part of it. Fucking
Well, as,
whatever.
as men, it's our job to defend the defenseless and the children, and that's where it's very problematic because they're grooming our children before they're even talking and walking. It's
Yeah.
MK Ultra style and just an indoctrination, and it's hard to unwind once it's so
Yeah.
deep. And that's why we need to do what we do, and
So it sucks that
important.
we had to give it to Icy Spin like that about the whole it's okay to tell them about Santa Claus thing. It's like no, like that's part of the fundamental
It's a
lies,
gateway.
man.
It's a gateway.
That's the
That's
fundamental
what it's
lies
for.
we keep talking about. Like,
Hmm.
no, like this is why they become globers. This is why it's so easy to trick people into that bullshit. Like that's like like I don't know if I told you guys this, but if you guys were farmers, right? And you lived however old you are now, right? Farming your whole life and building stuff your whole life. And all you saw was the plane of the world, the earth just being plain. And somebody came up to you and said, this place that you live on is a big giant ball. What the fuck would you say?
I throw them off my land.
Yeah, you'd be like, how is this place a ball? As a grown man, seeing what you see now, knowing what you know now, doing what you've done your whole life, right? Plus your experiences, you just never were told that this place was a ball and what this place isn't doing. You weren't told that stuff. But then somebody comes up to you and tells you that. And then they expect you to buy it.
Yeah,
This
right.
is why it's burnt into your mind at such a young age
Hmm.
because they know that a grown person ain't gonna fall for that shit.
Right. Exactly.
Never.
Exactly.
They know some farming dude, like Lord knows there are people out there in China farming, in Africa farming that have never been told that this place is a globe. And they make it work. They make their land work. They make their animals work. They can heal themselves in ways that we couldn't even imagine. They know things about this world that wouldn't make sense to us because of how we live. And then you turn around and you tell them that this place is a ball. They would laugh in your damn face. And then
Yep, that way.
you want to know how they support their ball? Oh, well, we've got electricity, we've got cars, we've got computers, you've got a cell phone, don't you?
Yeah.
What does that have to do?
We got a million different fallacies to prove it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
That's all they
Like,
got is fallacies. That's it. That's all they have. It's quite damaging, and I don't know how you can continue to defend something once you realize that. Like once you understand the lie and the liars, then why, in whose right mind would you defend them? I'd rather be wrong than defend compulsive liars.
it's public ridicule, man. People are afraid to get made fun of, dude. Like I used to, when I realized that when I was learning how to juggle, I would be by myself in a room juggling, and then I'd juggle, and then I'd stop and I'd be like, man, that's embarrassing. And then I'd look around, I'm like, ain't nobody here to fucking be embarrassed about, because I dropped the ball a few times. So fucking what? Do it again. And
That's a
so it
weird.
wasn't, yeah, it's people are afraid of ridicule.
That's weird how that is the case when like they've normalized like getting made fun of is normal almost, because like you're blue haired, you're lefties, you're this, you're that, and like they're normalizing, yeah, I don't know, just insanity, dude. But you know, we're now all of a sudden we're the new mockery because we just want the truth. It's like
Right.
it's double edged, you know. It's like
It's
very
all
strange.
fucked up. Yeah. It's all fucked up, and we really want the truth. We really want the truth. And it's not just the flat earth, it's the other things that are bullshit, that are out there that we talk about. See, Trump, we knew that Trump wasn't going to talk about flat earth yesterday. We just wanted to hear what lies he was going to put out. I thought he was going to talk about something to do with the war, possibly with Venezuela, possibly this nonsense that's supposed to be 170 million miles away, 3-eye atlas tomorrow that they say. I thought he was going to start talking some nonsense about that. He gave us a 33% turkeys instead.
Yeah, all he did was
Right?
stroke his ego about what a great job he's done.
What
That's
an
all I
amazing
heard.
job. Yeah, the company,
That's all I
the
heard.
world, the company is in great shape, said the king. The company
Yeah.
is in tip-top shape, best it's ever run. This is the best place to be, the hottest country.
Meanwhile, nothing that he's promised has been, you know, really validated. Like, you know, there's no security of our borders. These people haven't been held accountable. The swamp still exists and thrives at its
Swamp has
highest.
become a
Yeah,
petri
it's only gotten
dish.
stronger. It's gotten
Yeah,
stronger. You know,
become a
lock
petri
her
dish.
up. Lock her up was never achieved.
No.
You know, it's just nothing that this guy has promised has come to fruition.
Yeah, and that's the thing, man, is you can't expect these things from, and this is a best example. You've got the liars right there. And when it comes to being held accountable, they can't even hold themselves accountable, but they expect you to hold yourself accountable. See, that's the difference. When you're telling the truth and you know you're wrong, you're ready to hold yourself accountable. But when you're lying and you know that you're wrong and you know that you're lying, you're never going to hold yourself accountable. It's never going to happen.
Yeah, it's
You can
easy
see
to
that.
fall for that.
You can
Trump,
see that.
yeah.
Yep. And you can see that with the president himself.
Mhm.
You can see that with the man all the way at the tip top. Never going to hold himself accountable. Doesn't matter what he does wrong. He'll lie about it and he won't hold himself accountable.
And it's easy to fall for a guy like that because he's the hero they created, right? They created a crisis, and now they create a hero to save us from the crisis, and it keeps us complacent and ignorant. But you know, like me especially, I was a big Trump fucking supporter just because, you know, it's like our last ditch effort to try to fix this damn place, you know. But you come to the realization that these aren't elected people. These people aren't their sworn oaths to a constitution is hogwash, because you can't have simultaneous sworn oaths, one to a secret society and one to protect and serve the Constitution and its people. It just tells you everything you need to know, right? These
Yep.
people are
But
half
look
of
at
them are
what look at what
related.
it took to sell that, JJ. All of the competition had to be made absolutely incompetent, evil. So you're dealing with like people like Obama, Hillary Clinton, fucking
Bush,
you know, the worst, man.
Yeah.
Biden's
Cheney,
and
all of them. I feel all
Kamala
of them.
and all of that.
I
Like
feel all of them.
here's your choices, or you can have Trump. Da da da. Like,
Yeah,
come on,
all of
dude.
them. All of them are
To me, it was a
like,
hard pill to swallow until I realized all the other shit that's going on, like the inversion of genders and all these first ladies actually being men. And I honestly, I believe
Right.
that shit, dude. I don't think that I think there's something there that way beyond what, just whether or not they're selected or elected, or this guy's a good guy, this guy's a bad guy. Because it's always good cop, bad cop with these people, man. They
yeah,
play both sides. They write the story because we've been reset. Humanity has been started over. So it's his story from that moment on. And whatever they
There
say
you go.
is the truth, air
that's it.
quotes.
That's
So
it.
we just
And
got to
I don't,
understand that.
yeah, I don't think if you would have, it's crazy where we are now. Now it's starting to show that they've been messing with kids, like kids sexually this whole time. And here's the
Right
thing is
from the
people
get.
think it started and it stops with Epstein. And I'm like, I don't think it started and it stopped with him.
Nah. He's just
I
a
think it,
scapegoat. He's just one of
yeah,
many, 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 many. They
yeah,
all are. They're all in the same club.
yep,
You're not unique.
yep. And it's like, man, these people have been dirty and rotten for a long, long time. They've been like this. I
Well,
think
yeah,
they've been like
even
this from the beginning.
George Bush said, man, if the American people knew what we were up to, we'd be hanging on the White House lawn. I mean, he knew what we
Yeah.
would do at that time. Like maybe
Yep.
not now, because
Not now
people
because
are so dumbed down. I don't
soft.
know, man. They might be able to come out and be honest and just
By
get away with
design.
it at this
By
point. But
design,
Yeah.
they've
but
taken a long,
in
long
in
time to
our
get us
not
here.
too distant past, if we had discovered all of this all at once and we went from innocence to that, dude, it would have
Oh,
got
yeah.
ugly.
Yeah.
Right.
You
Yeah.
know?
That's why they do it over generations. It's like taking
Yes.
a
To
link
soften
off
you
a
up.
30-foot chain. If you take a link off once every 4 or 5 months, you don't notice the chain getting shorter.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
That's
It's that
true.
kind of mentality where they'll spend 50 years to groom our children. They don't try to do it overnight, so that way you don't even realize what has happened.
Yep. I call that the
Then
I call
when the
something.
generation, I don't go by all these like Gen X and all these different titles and whatever, but the people that are over 40, when we're all gone, this place is going to be a freaking zoo if it doesn't end before then. Holy shit,
Yep.
dude!
Yep. Wow. Wow. How mighty, how much the mighty have fallen.
Yeah, and I
Whew.
think that's by design too. I don't think these
I
people are
believe it.
ignorant at all. It's like they must know something. Like maybe the end is coming. Maybe Satan's season is ending. I don't know, but I think that even the fact that we're flat earthers and understand it to the level we do, isn't by just. I think they've shown us it. I don't know what or why, but I really think it's about division, and we'll argue with each other, and it's all mainly at the end of the day, it's always about division, because that's how 1% controls 99%, and that's
Mhm.
we'll never unite because we're so busy fighting each other. But
Yep.
it's always multifaceted.
Yep. Totally agree, man. I totally agree.
But it
But
seems like
man,
they're the ones telling us all the truths. Like they always leave the truth in your face,
yeah.
always,
And while
even though
they're
they're
telling us the
lying.
truth, it's those that are down here with us that are telling us, no, no, that's bullshit. No, no, that's all
Right.
fiction.
That's where the
No.
division comes in, and it's where it's very, very
Yes.
powerful.
Yep. And those
Yeah.
same people that are telling you that's bullshit are the same ones that are telling you it's okay to tell your kids about Santa Claus. They're the same ones that are telling you it's okay to tell them about the Easter Bunny, the Tooth Fairy.
Yep. Yep.
Old Jack O'Lan, I don't know, Jack Frost nipping, I don't know,
Yeah.
all that stuff that you see, and not to talk bad about Icy Spin because he's not here to defend himself, but you see Icy Spin, what you think is okay. You see all the years of training. It took years of training to make you think that that's okay, to give your kids that bullshit. And what's going to reinforce it are those that are around you that are going to tell you it's okay. Yeah, you could lie
Yeah.
to your kids. Sure. I do it to mine all the time. Sure.
It's
Tell
like
them about
See,
having.
and
Santa
here's the
Claus.
thing, like I get personally offended when someone calls me a liar, Vlad, because I strive not to lie, dude. Even like I spent many years in sales, but I had the right products. I didn't have to lie to sell them. They sold themselves if I showed them right,
Mhm. They
So when
they
someone
didn't call
calls
me
me
a
a liar,
liar.
I get like fighting mad. But you can call these guys liars because they are liars and they
Ye-
can't defend that.
Yep.
Well,
Yep.
they get normalized, and they have their blinders on, because, like, okay, it's not that big of a deal to teach your kids about Santa, but once you realize all the extra lies about what Santa is and what these holidays
Yeah, it's a
really
mountain.
represent, then it's
Mm.
like mind blowing, then you would never touch that with a 10-foot pole of teaching your kids to celebrate that season, right? But
That's
we'll
right.
be here arguing about the simple things and not even looking at it in a bigger perspective, right?
Yeah.
Because these holidays are much more evil and cynical than meets the eye.
Yeah.
They
That's
really
true.
are. There's more to it than always what we're seeing. We're always got that tunnel vision by design, once again.
Yep. But again, like he's not here to defend himself, but you saw what he was defending and like that it was okay. And I'm like, well, you know what? With how he sees things, and hey, like I said, the flat earth is your own journey. All we could do is give you the information, but based off of how he sees things, it checks. You know what I'm saying? It makes sense. It's like, okay, like I see why the globe is so easy for you to digest. I see why it's so easy for you to tell your kids those things. Like what we're telling them is foreign. And this is something that I spoke about the other day, where speaking to my brother, he's so globe minded, speaking to him on how things function on the true earth. I don't know the true earth, what we know this earth to be, or what we know this earth not to be. Like it's foreign to him because he's like, but the sun is supposed to, isn't the earth supposed to turn? Like, no, no, but that's because you think it's a ball so much, like you don't like, you're like, but you don't have a model. It's not that what I think is, it's not that they don't think we have a model. It's because they don't understand how our model works, which honestly, we don't even need a fucking model. We just
Cognitive
explain the
dissonance
shit.
is a hell of a drug as well.
Right. We just explain it, and it's like, look, is the earth moving or is the sun moving? Now, that's an honest observation because every glober will tell you the sun is fucking moving. Every glober will
How
tell you
could
that.
anybody look at like a still pond in the morning? Like we had a cabin on a lake. The lake was
Mhm.
like a dammed up section of river. It was like 12 miles long, and I'd wake up early in the morning, dude. It was absolutely a mirror, dude. Wouldn't matter,
Real
spinning,
fast.
wobbling, any kind of motion at all. You would never have that calm day or that flat, calm water.
Mm-hmm.
Never.
Nope. Not on no thing moving at however many miles an hour you are in respect
Yeah.
to the equator.
It doesn't matter
No way.
how it moves.
And that doesn't
Doesn't
stop
matter
the
how it
ground
moves. You
either.
would
The
never
entire
have it.
atmosphere should be the same way. It's
Yeah.
not some magical Velcro that sticks to the globe. The
Yeah.
sky should
Do you know
represent
that
motion.
that turkey they call Neil deGrasse Tyson had the nerve to talk about a football game, somebody kicking a field
Yeah.
goal, and the
Coriolis.
reason, yes, the Coriolis effect is why the ball. I said, bro, like Neil, like
I
why
did
would
some
you lie
quick
to
math. Like he pulled out some lipstick on a napkin or something and figured that out. Right? What an
Yeah,
idiot, dude.
I said,
Right.
man, come on, bro,
And where's
come on.
the intellectually honesty coming from the Globers to admit, oh yeah, that shit was bullshit.
Yeah,
Like,
because they
Right.
forget. They seem to forget there's a place called Hawaii. And in Hawaii, you have a place called the Aloha Dome. And I think the Aloha Dome is oriented from south to north, north to south. So basically, it runs, and Hawaii is relatively super close to the equator. And so if you wanted to say 1,040 miles an hour, it's over there. So you're effectively kicking a field goal. You might as well kick that shit that way and this way in order for it to go through the damn uprights. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah,
that's where
dude.
it's moving the fastest. Are you kidding me?
yeah, it's
This
funny. I
dude,
got a nephew that was when I first started on him. His proofs of living on a globe started with, of course, boats going over the curve and toilets flushing backwards. Okay, it's like, and this was like 4 or 5 years ago. So now it's like, well, how many of your reasons why you believed in the globe are going to keep you believing in the globe once you find out they're bullshit, right? Because obviously toilets can flush 2 different directions in the same damn room. Boats don't go
in
over
the
the
same
curve.
room, right?
So
Yeah.
what up now? What up now?
what's up now, bro?
What's up now,
That's
bro?
funny. Then they get all sniffy with you, JJ, and they'll be like, "Well, so what? Are Australian plumbers liars too?"
Yeah, right.
No, dude.
Yeah.
It's bigger than that.
That means everybody who's upside down has to be lying.
Yeah, right. Exactly. And then you're gonna have to
Well, I can
explain
tell
the
you
whole
this for
upside down
sure. If
to 'em.
you ask the people in Australia, they would say they were right side up and we were upside down. It's
Yep.
perspective.
Yep,
Oh yeah.
exactly. Which there's if somebody that lived in Australia, if you told them December was wintertime, they're like, wintertime, where? Like, so somebody that might not,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? So we tend to forget that
Yeah.
there are people that live way, way down south. There are people that live down there where
Yeah.
it's on a flip, like they having the best time right now. They had Wild Water Kingdoms, and they're having a good time and everything because it's hot down there. But man, as
Isn't
soon
it
as it
isn't it
gets
funny?
hot
Look
here,
at what they've done even to our language, Vlad. We'll say, "Where are you going?" I'm going out west, or I'm going down south.
down
Well,
south.
no, I mean the words that we're using like
Yep.
make you think that way, right? So I'm going
Yeah.
out south, or I'm going over south. I'm not
South.
going down anywhere.
That's true. Yeah, no, yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, absolutely
We
right.
we use the opposite too. Up north, I'm going up north. No, I'm going over north, and I'm going over south, and I'm going over west. And they're all the same, dude.
Yep.
Well,
Hold on.
Steve claiming we don't know the heliocentric model.
Yeah,
Cool
you're
story,
Steve.
bro.
You know what? Yeah, you're right, Steve. All right.
Cool
Good night,
story.
Steve.
You caught
Thanks,
us,
Steve.
Steve.
You got us, Steve.
We're
Appreciate it, man.
busted, man. You
You can
got
go
us.
if you'd like, Steve. Matter of fact, I got you, bro.
Yeah, he's gone already. I'm quick on the draw.
So yeah,
Okay.
there we got immortal souls in the chat room saying I'm Australian, and I'd like to
He's
get
an
their
Aussie.
perspective on that. I bet they think they're right side up and we're upside down.
Yeah, I wonder because it's like that all the time. Like we think
Yeah, why would
everybody's
you be the one thinking, "Oh shit, I'm upside down"?
yeah,
No,
exactly.
you wouldn't.
Yeah.
You wouldn't.
You know, and I've seen it on like the Wile E. Coyote cartoons and stuff like that, where they'll like do something and wind up upside down in China and shit. And I'm like, man, you kidding me? So yeah, Immortal Souls, what's your take on all that?
In a
Being an
world.
Aussie and freaking experiencing or not experiencing how a lot of us Americans, because we're driven by media a lot of times, and all we talk about are the seasons for the most part, at their extremes. So here we are in winter during Christmas time, right? And so during Christmas time, it's winter, and so Christmas for a northerner is synonymous with snow, cold, Santa Claus, the reindeers, and all the shit that comes with winter. Leaves gone, cold as hell, dark early, you know. So what does that look like to you? You like December anytime? Because when I think of December, I think of all those things I just said. But to an Aussie, when they think of December, they must be like, man, it's hot than a motherfucker.
Hey, you forgot about flu season.
Oh yeah, see,
Yeah.
And all the
Yeah.
blood's rushing to my head because I was upside down and all that
yeah,
shit
man.
too.
See, Aussie come to the United States, their eyes be red than a motherfucker. Be like, man, I was upside down this whole time, man. Shit. I like this American water. It's right side up American water. I like it. It's better here in America.
No such thing as up or down in their world. No, heaven's in all directions away from Earth, apparently.
Oh, yeah, right. See? And so,
Yeah,
these
that's
guys
when
are,
that's when you see the desperation when they have to literally change definitions of level and what up and down is. It's like, but we're the idiots, right?
right. And you want to know something? Is we see when these changes take place. But you want to know something? We're not the ones making them. We see when they make them, when they take place. And we could go back to like a Webster's Dictionary 1986 or some shit. And then we could be like, all
Yep.
right, so level, ground, horizon, right? And it's all
Yeah,
normal.
it's all in the words, man. Horizon
Right.
means horizontal.
Right.
And it moves. We've already got them to admit that the horizon is optical, but yet they still want to make positive claims of shit going over a curve or a bulge. It's once again they'll walk away with their hand raised 10 years from now. It don't matter what's said or done or proven. It's all just a
Right.
game. It's just a game to these people. They're not in it for the right reasons, man.
And and I try to let them know, because I think Icy Spin gave me a diagram, or not a diagram, excuse me, but what was supposedly an actual snapshot of Earth at an angle, right? And I was like, you can measure that curvature. You can measure that. I was like, so if you can measure that from out here, you should be able to measure that in there. You should be able to measure it at anywhere. It's
That's why I
not just
wanted to
because,
ask him, what he thought about science being infiltrated in the first place, like it's immune to being weaponized or something.
yeah, yeah, man. Like once with that money, man, and opportunities, and they give you a lavish lifestyle and publications and all this pomp, and it's the pomp, man. It's the pomp and it's the notoriety. People, man, our egos get the best of us. And so these things, these peer review papers and everything else like that, and the Nobel Peace Prize, Nobel Prize, and all that, all these
That's all
awards,
a cult, man. It's a
yeah,
cult.
it sucks you in, and
You
your
know how you
pride
can
gets
prove it's a
tested.
cult?
Mm,
I'll make this really easy for you.
mm-hmm.
If you took somebody who hadn't heard anything from science in the last 20 years and you asked them, is Pluto a planet? What would they say? 20 years
It's a
ago.
planetoid. Oh, 20 years ago? Oh, they would have been like,
20
yes.
years ago.
20 years ago? Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a planet. Oh,
So somewhere along the line between 20 years ago and now, they changed their mind. And overnight, those that followed that bullshit had to
Yep.
change at the exact same time.
Yep.
Like,
Oh,
I'm
it's a
pissed off.
planetoid
Pluto's not
now.
a planet anymore. But if anybody ever asks, so if you ask them now, they would say what you said, planetoid, or
Yeah.
it's a fucking moon, or it's a speck, or it's whatever. It's not a planet anymore, right? So that's the definition of a cult. When the cult changes its mind about something, you got to go along. Here's
Yep.
the problem: is when they change their mind and you aren't privy to that information and you keep spouting the old way, that becomes a real problem for them. So that whole mass attracting mass, they redacted that. They brought that back. They said, no, that fucking shit doesn't work. We can't prove it. So we're not going to do that anymore. Right? But they're still relying on it.
Yeah,
And
somebody's
they
late
actually
to the
come
fucking
right out
party.
and they say, hey, look, gravity is not a reality. It's a theory. And these idiots still, they don't want to hear that sentence. They
Yeah.
want to
Oh,
bring it
yeah.
up as it's a reality. Dude, your people, your scientists, your peer-reviewed idiots agree with us that it's just a theory that can't be proven.
Yep.
Right.
We didn't say that.
Those are
That's them.
signs of a cult. When you got to go along with it. And here's the other one. They've changed the distance to the sun like 3 or 4 times. So if you miss the update, you're on the old system, you're fucking wrong again.
Yep. You get a C on your report card now instead of an A or
Yeah,
a B.
dude. No, it was 97 million. We changed it to 93 yesterday. What did it move? No, we got better numbers.
Yeah, right.
We got better numbers. We got better numbers next
bro.
week.
Bro, I've got a geology book. It's not geology, excuse me, a geography book over here from the 1820s. Do you know those numbers are still the same? I think it's the 1820s. The distances to the planets are the same roughly. The speeds of the earth are still the same, right? In miles an hour, right? The curvature, everything is still the same. But yet it's not doing any of that. This is like from the 1820s. I'm gonna go over it here in probably on Friday tomorrow. I'll go over it with y'all, what I got. But yeah, like it hadn't changed. It hadn't changed much. It's just and this is and these guys didn't have no satellites. These guys didn't have no fucking NASA, or no Roscosmos, or nothing like that. They didn't have anything of these.
No lasers, right?
No, they didn't have no lasers, none of that. None of that. But they knew all of that back then. They knew all of that. Here we are.
Fucking amazing.
2025. 2025, kind of
They're
breaking out the
fucking
spell right now.
amazing. Dude, when they speculate on shit and they're like spot on,
Yep.
and they have no problems like sending rocket ships to the moon, landing there, no experience, nothing proven.
Yeah, right.
That worked the first time.
Yep.
If they estimated that it was going to be 1/6 of Earth gravity, and who knew, man, they
There
were
it is.
exactly right. They estimated it
Damn
would
right.
be 250 degrees positive in the daytime and 250 below at night. And they were
Just like
right
we said it
on.
was going to be. Yep.
And they estimated it would be a ball, so they came up with that big blue marble. Man, I mean, they were fucking right about
They
everything,
were
dude.
right about the whole thing. And but you know, it's funny that you just said that. It's funny you just said that, man, because I did a video on that, and we had the blue marble on. Of course, you know the universal symbol is the blue marble.
Yeah.
Right? The rotating blue marble. You had that, but they had
They
that.
had it was all black and white in the beginning from the
Yo.
1920s.
Yo, but check this out. They had this in cartoons as well. The ball Earth. And the guy and
Yeah.
Bugs Bunny was on the moon with Marvin the Martian and his dog.
Yeah.
1948.
Yeah, one of the first
1928.
animated films was the same thing, dude. Yeah, shit landing
Yeah.
on the moon. They've been fascinated with that shit forever, dude.
I like how they gotta like go against what their own model says, right? Like obviously at the equator they're spinning 1,000 miles an hour, but how dare you say 1,000 miles an hour because it's only 15
It's
degrees an
15
hour.
degrees.
It's
Yeah.
like you guys ever
Yeah.
heard of like a least common denominator or like it means the same damn
Thank you.
thing?
Yes.
Jesus.
Yes.
Like I
Like,
argue with my nephew about that shit. It's like you got to be kidding me, man. It's the same thing. It's still this spot of Earth is moving 1,000 miles in 1 hour. Like what don't you get about that?
yeah.
It's
And it's
mind
They
also
blowing.
all
curvy.
love Google, man. If you ask Google, Google will tell you it's like 1,160 miles an hour or some fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But they
Some
can't
bullshit.
even like stand behind it, and they gotta obfuscate to 15 degrees for some reason because
Yeah.
Yeah,
apparently
yeah.
it's not
I've
miles per
actually had
hour.
them laugh at us for shit like that. Like, well, I don't know where you guys come up with 1,000 miles an hour, and we ask Google, and
From
they go,
their
"Oh, you got it
it's their
right from
model.
my
Yeah,
God, Google."
we didn't make
Yeah.
up any. We didn't make up any numbers or any
No.
assumptions, dude. We're just going off what they're telling our children.
Yeah. So I
You know?
like right. So I like when they laugh because I'm like, well, what are you laughing at? Oh, you think it's a 1,040 miles an hour? Yeah, because that's based off of your numbers. Those are your numbers. We didn't make it. That's not our shit. It's not our
Yeah,
shit.
just like their curvature calculator. Like it never works in their favor, but it's
Nope.
their numbers. But
But
they can't even blame us for it because it's their
it's
numbers.
it's also it's funny you mentioned Mr. Super Sidewinder too, the whole cult thing, right? Because
Right.
these dudes are sitting over there, they're like, oh yeah. So if you ask a motherfucker what shape is the earth, they'll be like, oh, it's a globe. Oh, yeah? Yeah, it's a perfect sphere. Then you ask somebody else, it's an oblate spheroid. And it's like,
Right.
okay. It's like, cool. So all these pictures, I don't know who's ever shot marbles before. I have. And every single
Mhm.
marble that I've gotten is a perfect ball. So all
Wow.
these pictures that we see, have
Mhm.
anybody see an oblate spheroid anywhere?
They have to come
Not
up with
yet.
excuses for their own facts, right? Air quotes. Like, oh, it's oblate spheroid, but it never looks like that. But you can't get far enough away to where it's all negligible, right? It never looks like it because it's negligible.
You are
It
so
doesn't.
small, JJ.
It curves, but it's level. It's always just like it's very counter. It counters. What's the word?
Counterintuitive?
Yeah, very counterintuitive. Exactly. It doesn't
So,
fit with what they
yeah,
tell us in the first place.
this is what I mentioned. Anytime I have my dress blue, my damn pea coat. Everybody knows what color a navy pea coat is, right? It's black. It's a black pea coat. But in the Navy, right, they call it a dress blue. They call it a dress blue pea coat. So anytime you seen us back in the Navy, when you seen us in our black uniform, they call them Cracker Jacks, right? Back in the day, they had a blue version that was blue, and they called it your dress blues, right? And so I'm
Yeah.
sure in the other services they call them dress blues. They have different uniforms, class B's and shit. We got in the Navy your dress blues. That's the black uniform with the crackerjack, the cape, the hat, the bell bottoms, and all that, right? So you had these dudes in my division that would say, "Oh, they're looking at the pea coat. That's obviously black." And they'd be like, I could tell if you hold it up to the sun the right way, you could actually see the blue in it. And I'm like,
Kind of like a raven, huh? They look
Yeah.
black, but
they would say this, but there was no blue anywhere, JJ.
No, it's
Like,
mental.
yeah, it's so mental. They're like, yeah, I could see the blue. If you look, if you like do this with your eyes and hold it like this, then you can see the
Yeah, they're
blue.
talking
And
themselves into it. Yeah.
Yo, I sat there looking at these dudes and I was like, I must be the dumbest man on earth right now because I don't see where this blue is. And then I was like, I'm probably going to get kicked out because I failed my color exam. I failed my color test. I was like, I don't see the blue. And then I'd be like, yo, you see this blue in here? They're like, hold on, hold it up to the light. Yeah, I can see the blue. It's right here. And then I'm like, no, they don't. They can't fucking see the blue. And then I realized because I realized I wasn't stupid. It was them. One of my RDCs, right, company commanders was like, yeah, man, that's a black fucking jacket. Don't be a fucking idiot. I was like, no. I was like, it ain't me. It ain't me. I didn't say it like that, but I was like, these motherfuckers said it was blue. And so I was like, okay. So that taught me a really important lesson. You know what I'm saying? Despite what all them motherfuckers are saying, if it's black, it's fucking black.
Right. Trust your instincts.
Yeah. It doesn't matter how many or how hard they're saying it. Black jacket all day. Dress blue jacket, it's called that, but it's a black jacket all day. A black peacoat. Jeez.
Why do they call it a dress? Is that because you're dressed, or is it like a dress?
So yeah, because you're dressed up. It's like your
Right.
formal wear. So you had what we call Johnny Cashes back then, and the Johnny Cashes was the all black. It was the long sleeve collared shirt, tie, and slacks. And then you could either wear your Dixie cup, your white hat, or your piss cutter. Some people call it a piss cutter, some people call it a Frankfurter hat. With it. And so yeah, but that was your not so formal uniform. But then you had your working uniform also, which were called your dungarees, which now they had dungarees, and that was the denim one. And then we got rid of that. Then we went into something called utilities. Looks like if you've seen that movie with Clint Eastwood where he was in jail and broke the Escape from Alcatraz. So utilities kind of look like that. And dungarees kind of look like that also. And then after that, we rolled into the blue camouflage shit. We call them blueberries, and then now we're in like a green camouflage something. It's a little funky, but it's.
Is it digital now?
Yeah, it's a digital cami.
Yeah,
I'm like, this is weird. We're in the Navy. Why are we wearing camis for this?
Yeah,
I never got it.
You got to go camouflage with the water, huh?
Yeah. I said, why are you giving us this stupid uniform for? It's silly. I said, just put us.
I always wonder why they put like green camouflage on like an airplane. It's like it's not going to hide up there very well.
Even our shit. Where's my damn even our flight suit, right? Like we had two flight suits. We had green flight suit and we had desert flight suit. All right. I'm like, if you were out in the desert, I could see us using the desert flight suit, right? Because we had missions over land, this country, that country, out in the desert. But it's like everywhere else, we're in green flight suits. And I'm like,
they might as well put you in Hunter Orange at that rate, huh?
Yeah, I was like, all right. Okay.
Hunter Orange for the camouflage.
I ain't have no problems. I was like, okay. But yeah, man, the Navy and their funky uniforms, man. We used to have some real funky. We had this one uniform where if you were stationed in a place called DGAR, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Diego Garcia. Diego Garcia is in the Indian Ocean. It is a tiny little island that's run, I think, by the British, right? And we have a lot of work going on out there as far as the Navy is concerned. And a lot of our different platforms go there. I'm really not going to talk about them. But then the uniform that some of them used to wear, I don't think they wear it anymore. It was an ice cream suit, dude. It was an ice cream suit. It was short pants. It was white short pants. I think they put you in white socks or black socks. No, yeah, white socks that came all the way up to like almost up to your knees, and dress shoes. And a white, you had the white milkman shirt. Yeah, the white short sleeve milkman shirt, and it was tucked in, obviously. And you wore your Dixie cup. You wore your white hat.
Huh.
And that
Why would
was
they dress like that? It's just
man, because it was so flipping hot over in DGAR.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it got 2 seasons, hot and wet.
Yeah.
But it's still hot.
Pretty humid, I'd imagine, too, huh?
Oh, yeah. Diego Garcia is hot than a motherfucker, man. And I mean, it's beautiful. So if you ever seen them Corona commercials where you just sitting out on the beach, ain't nobody out there, and the water's just coming up and it's quiet as shit, that's what Diego Garcia is like. And I was like, man, I could live here. I was just so happy. I was like, I could live here. Yes, sir.
Serenity.
Oh, yeah. Not too many people get to go out to Diego Garcia. But you have places in the Navy that's like that. Diego Garcia is one of them. Guam's one of them, right? Spots in Indonesia is one of them. Just like a lot of people, regular run-of-the-mill type people just have no desire to go to, probably never even heard of. But yeah, you got spots like that. Marshall Islands, like I've been to a million times, Azores and shit. you get to go to places like that often. Depends on what your work set is like.
Looks like your poll's at 50-50.
Oh, look at that.
Y'all think it's okay
Let's
to
take
tell
a
Santa?
look. Oh man, it's like I'm reeling in fish. It's like I'm reeling in fish, huh? Let me see. Where's them poll at? I don't see the poll, man.
I
Oh,
think you
there it is.
worded it just a little bit funny when you put the word false in there, right? Like y'all think it's
Oh,
okay to
Santa
tell your
false.
kids Santa false is real.
Oh, that
So
was
that
me
kind
playing
that
with
kind
his
of
name.
that might have skewed the poll a little, maybe.
Okay,
Maybe
that's my fault. I should have did it to where I said,
because I had to read it like 3 times. Like I don't think it's okay, but what's the right what answer do I
yeah,
want here?
think Santa
I didn't see it at all because I'm in StreamYard only, so I missed it completely.
teaching it to your
Gotcha.
kids is okay.
Yeah, read
I
it
think
out loud for me, Vlad.
Y'all
I
think
think
y'all think teaching Santa Claus to your kids is okay?
that's
Well,
better.
you know my answer.
Now, if you would have asked that question 10 years
Yeah.
ago, it would have been like I'd say 90% yeah, you know. But just what
Maybe.
we've learned over the last decade, it's like it's
To
an
your
eye opener.
to your kid. Santa Claus teaching Santa Claus being real. Hold on, teaching your kids that Santa Claus is real. I think is best.
Yeah, that's way
There you
better.
go. Well, I'd like to speculate on what I think the poll results will be.
I'd say 60% no, it's not okay, and 40% it is okay. That's my guess.
Ooh, I think it's
Yeah.
going to be much
So
higher.
we repolling y'all. My bad.
86% will say it's not okay.
Right.
Y'all
Well, it
think teaching your
depends.
kids Santa is okay? So we're at 67% no. Whoever said 60 no. So you're gonna have Globers coming in here just
I was just gonna say
doing
that
that.
they're probably in
You
there
already know
tainting.
what it is.
Yeah, they're tainting
Yeah.
the poll. I'm sure.
They're gonna fuck it up. So I'm used to that. They
Yeah.
I
they
don't think
already
there's that
know
many
where
of them.
yeah, they already know where the Rumble is at, so they know how that operates. So you know,
You could tell when you look at the poll early and how dominant it is, and then
yes.
later on it like equals out. That's because all those trolls are getting in
Mhm.
here. we see them. We can see them,
Yeah.
man. We
And
know their
shout out to the Foundry. I apologize if I didn't word it the best, y'all. I apologize for that. And you have to retake that poll. That's my fault.
I'd like to
Apologies to
welcome
me.
Joe King to the Foundry. Thank you, Vlad, for bringing him aboard. I know you tried to add him, I don't know, maybe a month ago or something, and he ducked out
Yeah.
just before you were like looking for his name or whatever. So he was already going to be
Oh,
one of us.
yeah. My bad. But yeah, welcome Joe K. Joe K
Joe King.
4.
He's
Yeah.
joking.
Joe King 4.
Joe King.
He's just joking.
He's my
D
brother.
Nelson, Derek Nelson, my man
We're,
Derek Nelson. Motherfucker like 50 years
we're
old.
tight.
He looks like he's fucking like 18.
Derek is 50.
No, he's not. He's like 40. He's
Oh, I
like
was gonna
40,
say.
41, 42, I think he said.
Yeah, I'd
But he
say
looks
low
like he's
40s,
like
high
he looks
30s.
like he's 18, 17 years old. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
So
Got
IC
the
Spin, I have no
secret
idea
serum.
how old he is, but he sounds like he's a pretty young man. If I had to guess, I'd say he's not responsible enough and probably doesn't have any children yet. But at some point, if he does go through and have children, they're going to be able to look him in the eye and call him a liar, and he can't do nothing about it, dude. He can't even punish him for that
Yep.
because they'll be right, and he'll
Be
know it.
right. Yep.
The kids will be right. Dad, you're a liar.
Yep.
Ooh, man,
Dad, you're
not my
alive.
children.
Ooh. No.
Ooh, not my children. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
No,
think
that ain't
they're
gonna work
playing.
out, dude.
I think they're playing with this too, like they're actors, because they come over here and that was an awesome conversation. Realistically, most of it, 90% of it was pretty, kosher. But when you strike a chord, you can see them instantly go to who they really are. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
it's like I don't know. I like to look in, the totality of things better, and they're just being two-faced, because they are here. They're here for ammo. I've seen them. I know what they do behind our backs. I watch their shit, even though I don't want to, and that's all they do is take our shit and
Twist it.
yeah, make it a mockery. It's all about
Yeah.
mockery.
Just
So
twist
Well, I
it.
don't know what level you want to take this to, like demonic possession or whatever, but I do believe that there's entities that can take some or all control over a human vessel that is serving evil. If you're willing to serve evil, you have to serve evil. That's why there is no
Mm,
rest for the wicked. So they're being manipulated like puppets. And if you noticed, even like when the conversation got a little bit gritty, it's like
mhm,
they were feeding on it, like loosh,
right,
man.
right.
mhm,
It's
mhm.
The
like
true
that's the
colors come
part that
through.
they enjoyed, is when they
Yeah.
caused enough chaos that we were getting angry and that sort of thing, dude.
Yeah, you
That's
could
what
see
they
the
were here for.
duper's delight, you could
Yep.
see it.
Which is
Yeah,
why,
they love that shit.
which is why I was like, I don't want to just kick them out. I'm like, you know
Yeah.
what? You see yourself out. I'm gonna give you the opportunity to you say what the fuck you need to say, see yourself out. Like, because I didn't want to, like, when I quieted him up, I wanted to like quiet him up so I could talk, but then give him an opportunity to show that, hey man, we trying to be as fair and as cordial as possible. But even though they don't deserve that grace, it's like
Yeah.
you know what, we're gonna give them the grace because like this is it. This and they're proving our point for us. They get to prove our point for us, and then I left it at, all right, well, you see yourself out. I'm not going to throw you out.
Yeah, it was a great conversation, to be honest, because like, instead of them talking shit about us talking shit about them, whatever. Like, but there's a time and a place, because it's all about authenticity, dude, and being intellectually honest at the end of the day. If you can't be that, then it's all fruitless, right? There's nothing to gain, and there's no productivity, right?
Nope.
And I felt like they at least pretended to listen to us. It looked like they listened, regardless. But
It did, and then they were like, so you started it. I was like, is this what we're here for? We're here for that. We're
because
here for
they
that.
always got their like one liners, like, I got you here, I got you there. But like, if you explain it to them, and like, there is really no rebuttal, because like, I put it in a way where it's not a debate, right? Or we can put it in a way where it's not a debate, because it just is what it is, right? This is
That's it.
why we're here, because
Right.
it's not because of what you're claiming it is. It just is, right?
Yeah.
Because of the situation that we're in, and
And
the
that's why it's like, look, that's why I end it with, all right, we're stupid. Just go outside and do it yourself. Like, I end it with that usually these days. I'm like, you're right, we're dumb.
right,
Go out and do those, go out and get us curvature real quick then.
right.
And like,
But
that's it, ends right there. It's like,
yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
just get
I
that
think it is
curvature.
interesting, at the very least, though, to get them off the topic of the shape of the earth, and like, see if we can find common ground, because that really shows just how they're not in it for good reason, right? Because if
Mhm.
anybody that's going to be intellectually honest cares about children, or cares about injecting yourself with foreign objects, or all these other things that are very problematic, it's like, we have to come to some common ground somewhere. This ain't a game, right? So we need to come together to some degree.
We
And
got
if
to.
that means stop talking about what the damn shape of the earth is, to as a totality, then so be it. But once again, this is our channel, this is what we like to do, and they're
Yeah,
just in the wrong saloon, that's all.
that's it. That's it. They don't like it. Stay your ass over there. Enjoy your
Right.
little party over there. Have your little finger sandwiches, all that shit. Don't come here. Don't come here. It's cold. It's
You don't
truth.
need none.
That's it. Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
But no,
Man,
it was, at the end of the day, it was a good combo, though. I think
it
certain
needed
things
to
were
be
talked
had.
about.
It
Yeah.
needed to be
It
had.
was worth doing.
Yeah.
Well,
It was worth
they
doing.
always run off and parrot that we're this, we're that. We don't allow this. We don't do this. Well, they don't stop to think about, why is that?
Right.
Why are we here? And
Right.
there's always a bigger reason, and like I said to him, it was about timing and what we were going through. We're having problems from the inside and the outside, so
Absolutely.
we're just not going to tolerate it. That's all. And I'm glad I got to say that, because maybe they don't get it. I don't know. Maybe
No,
they
I
don't.
don't. They treat it as if it's a joke, but they're going to treat it as if it's a joke because they're not, unless they see this earth as it is and they see the manipulation and why it's such a big deal. They won't understand where we're coming from.
Never mind.
They won't. like everything we say, they'll be like, but it's
Right.
not that serious. But it's like, no,
That's
it
why
is
it's
that
important
serious.
to understand it in a totality of
Yes,
who is the liar, why did they lie, not
right.
the physical shape of the earth,
Physical shape, we don't care.
but what it entails, what are the ramifications, and who know thy enemy. Like
Right.
you're over here defending somebody who, like that's like defending a pedophile, just for example, right?
Which
Like
they're doing.
they're doing,
They're
right?
doing that
They
They're
now.
are.
doing that, but it's just like not in a million years if they looked at it from an honest perspective that they would be defending that person. But here they are,
Right.
and they pretend like that's not even the case. They're delusional, right?
Yep.
And
Yep.
so I just wish that these people would look at it from a bigger perspective. And I don't know if that's possible. I might just be wishful thinking, But we're just trying to show that we will be open arms if they're willing to be intellectually honest, because we are.
Yeah.
We're all in the same boat, and we're all just human beings, dude.
Yep. And then, a lot of these people are probably our neighbors. We don't even know it.
Right. We're just trying to cut to
Probably
the
our
chase,
neighbors.
man, and
Yeah.
minimize the damage done by the lying, the
Yes.
cult,
And
the real
it
enemy.
sucks. It sucks, but the only way you could protect yourself against the cold is to know that cold exists. If you don't know that fucking cold exists, you can't protect yourself against it. If you don't know that your enemy has fucking bullets, how you gonna why and how could you defend against?
And that's how
what
you
don't
lose
know that they
wars.
have?
That's how you lose the
Right.
war. And if we're in a war, man. I keep saying it, and we are. It might not be physical, but this is a war, man. And
Yep.
you have to be prepared, and you have to have tactics. You can't just be always counter moving everything that they do. The best offense is a good or the best defense is a good offense,
Good
right?
offense. Yep.
And we understand now, like all this time that goes by, we're learning every day, including about the whole word trust, right? Because there's so many people that I thought that were trustworthy in this community, that I find to be the opposite now. But
Yeah.
it's just at the end of the day, it really strengthens you because, it is about your journey and trusting your divinity and your instincts, your intuitions, just your God-given abilities that you have that you've been dismissing your entire life. Right.
Yep.
There's an old saying that a wise man can learn more from a fool than a fool could ever learn from a wise man. So
Oh,
I
yeah.
haven't wasted my time by listening to those people. I've milked them for everything that they're worth and left them behind.
Absolutely.
And here's some food for thought. You think about it in any top-down system, like we know they set up every system top-down pyramid, right?
Yeah.
To control the people at the bottom, you need a bunch of people on every level influencing those below. And that's why this whole thing runs on influencers. And so if you take any group of these that I identified earlier as behaving like, and very likely just openly a cult, right? Cult, C-U-L-T, cult, right? Probably in every one of those groups, there's at least one or two of them that are agents for the system, paid to be influencers.
Yeah, the best saying is, how do you control the opposition? And that's to lead it. And that's what we've witnessed. We've experienced that firsthand with your sergeants and your Weiss and your Witsit and your Jarens and your Karens and your, all these people. They're controlled opposition, in my opinion. I speak for myself here, but I think that's what
No, you're
we've
speaking for
learned.
me too. I agree with you 100%.
And that's why the
think your
final
discernment
experiment
time
was way more
11.
important than they're claiming. They are, oh, well, why do you care so much if the sky doesn't prove the ground? Well, it shows us a lot of other things about credibility and we've learned a lot over that stupid non-experiment. And it had nothing to do with what it was designed to do. It's just showing us the true colors of who we're dealing with and what degree they're willing to take it to.
And IC Spin popped off to me and said that when I said that they said they were claiming that the sun was circling a little circle in the opposite direction at the very bottom of the ball, but here in Michigan, it was still set in the northwest.
Right.
He said, well, yeah, that's what our model shows. No, it doesn't.
Yeah. It's
He
so
has
weak
no idea.
because
No, it doesn't.
even when the sun, like, let's say it's daytime in Australia, right? Well, that's our nighttime. So if the sun goes behind Union Glacier and it's dark in Australia, then how the hell do we ever get daylight in North America? It doesn't add up. That's why they have to have Hanley come in here and tell us there's two suns, because it's nonsense.
They got to fill in the blank.
It's nonsense, bro. They just want us divided. Now we have flat earthers and flat earthers fighting each other now
Yep.
because, oh, screw the AE map. It don't make sense. Who cares? You know, we're
Oh.
not here to fight each other, man. But that's what it's designed to do.
Yep.
It's
And
all
then
about
and
When I
then
think about
and then if you notice, they always run back to the final experiment. It's like, no. Let's talk about this Earth. Let's talk about this Earth beneath our feet. The final experiment that is a bonus round. We don't even need that. Let's talk about this Earth. And so the Earth isn't doing what everybody claims, and like that's it. But they always run. You know, that's when you know they've lost. They're like, well, what about the final experiment? And then what they don't want to hear you say is, I don't care. I don't care about that final
It doesn't
experiment.
matter.
Whether they do or they don't. You got to get me this curve. Like you really need, you wasting your time here, not doing anything. You got to get us this curve.
Right. But just like them, it's always multifaceted. The final experiment to me wasn't about what was going to happen in the sky. It was about showing the true nature of how even our own people can be infiltrated. And it's just more about everything else to me. It's so much more importance behind all the other logistics than the actual experiment itself, because there was no experiment, let's face it.
No. And there's always people at Union Glacier. Why does it take a couple of swinging dicks to go down there and do something for a weekend when there's always people there, dude? It's bullshit on every level.
What was weird was it almost looked like a ghost town when they went down there. And I was like, I thought it was more people than that, but okay, maybe not.
And there you
know,
go with this.
like-
Go, my bad. Go ahead.
No, that's all right. Like I sincerely thought they went there, and I thought they did what they said they were going to do until the whole ticket gate, whatever gate, you throw all these gates. They had so many gates in that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? I was like, I can't. Like at that point, I was like, all right, where are the tickets? You can't give me the tickets. Well, you didn't fucking go. That's it. Like I was like, I don't care what you did, what you didn't do. You can't do small things. So it doesn't matter if you think you did the big things. You can't even do the small things. So like, I don't want to see it. And it just takes me by surprise that even the Globers that were fighting us didn't bug them about the same things. They didn't get mad at them. Because I got annoyed with our flat earthers. I said, you didn't do anything. I was like, you had these motherfuckers out here. If they went where y'all said they went, doing all the work, and you just went for what? To do nothing? Get the fuck out of here. And they're supposed to be on our team. Right. And they're supposed to be on our team. And I'm being critical of them. So the Globers can't hold their own people responsible. They can't hold their feet to the fire. You know what I'm saying? So that says a lot all in itself, in my opinion.
Yeah, even like Jaren with his the sun's going the opposite way thing. It reminds me of like the curve level being curved, or no, level being curved. Is how they manipulate, you know, your perception, dude. That's how they work, you know. But the sun can never go the opposite way. It's just like the whole looking at a car coming up the street ideology. Like it's going to come from right to left when you're standing on one street. Go to the other side, look back, and it's going the other way. Now he won't say that it's going west to east, but he'll always say the sun's going backwards. Well, it's not going
right to left. Yeah, instead of
exactly.
exactly.
You're just manipulating your perceptive by being shady. Is all it is, man. I see through that shit.
Yeah, man.
That's all they got, dude, is deception. They don't have no physical, scientific, air quote, evidence to support anything when it comes to motion or curvature. It does not exist.
And basically, and basically we hold it down for them. We're like, all right, this is your model, but this is what's in front of us. Please make this work. Like, make it work. That's all. That's all we ask. But then as soon as, and you mentioned it earlier, JJ, like we don't have to fake anything. We didn't have to fake anything. We just give them what they've done, really.
Exactly. You're never going to catch us faking anything because we're in it for the right reasons. We're in it for truth, man.
Yeah, right. And not just
trying
that,
to make sense.
We're figuring out what the fuck they did. That's when we stumble upon the faking, faking the this and the ISS, the green screens, and we're like, why do you make a green screen? You know how many times I'd seen those things and I just thought it was funny. Like it made me laugh. Before I was a flat earther, I would look at it and it would make me laugh. But now it gives you a different set of eyes, and that there's a reason why those things were fake. There's a
Right.
reason why their head went through the roof or went through the
Yeah.
ceiling in the ISS, because none of that shit was there.
Right. And it reminds me of like
Mhm.
criminals, because once what they can commit a crime and then there's so much evidence left behind, but
Yeah,
then they'll actually get more reckless by trying to cover up the crimes, and
yeah,
it's more telling usually with what their, their
yes.
reactions and their, it just reminds me of that, because they're constantly covering up the shit that they didn't, catch soon enough,
Well,
or
how
whatever.
Yeah.
much more blatant? Just take a recent one, man. Charlie Kirk. They went in and
Right.
dug up the ground and put pavers in, poured concrete, did everything they could to
Yeah.
completely shred the scene after the fact. That's exactly what you're
Right.
talking about,
It
man. They
reminds
go in
me
and
of
just
how
destroy
they
the
got
evidence.
called out. There was no camp in the footage, That was like one of the first things when they got back from the final experiment. They're saying the camp disappeared when you couldn't
Oh,
see it from the other location, and then they had to come in with the cleanup, and they had to show the drone finally, which nobody flies a drone like that, just straight up, straight down. You're in Antarctica and you're just gonna fly a drone up, down, and that's it. That's it.
yeah, no,
And the only
no.
time that came out was to prove that the camp was actually there. Then he had McKeegan came in with the cleanup of, oh, you can see the airplane land and it totally disappears behind the hill that's in between them and the runway. Well, if you look at any other footage, look at they claim they're on a plane, by the way, over there. It's a ice plane. Like it's all just perfectly flat, allegedly, according to anybody that has nothing to do with the final experiment has already said that in other videos. So there is no big hill in between, halfway point and the runway. Even when they drive the snowmobile over there, to any time that you can get any footage of it, you'll never see that. But yet it looks like a horizon from halfway point in front of the where you can't see the camp. The
Oh my
drone goes a
God.
couple feet in the air,
Wow,
and then all of a
dude.
sudden, yeah. I've looked through all this shit, man, and like I said, they get more reckless covering up the actual crimes. It's just
Hmm.
telling. It's just evidence, man.
Yeah.
Not one single one is a absolute proof, like whether or not they had tickets or not, but it's all conclusive at the
Right.
end of the day. It's all
Right.
just evidence to support what happened and what didn't. You know,
Right. And
so
I mean, my thing is, it's there were so many ways in which this could have been handled. Now, I understand it's easy to be in the peanut gallery and start telling these guys what they could have done. But my thing is, you got to recognize who your audience is. Your audience is a bunch of people that don't believe a fucking word nobody say. We've got and this is where they brought us. You've gotten us to a place where we don't fucking believe nobody for shit. And then you're going to go out there and do shoddy work, and then you got it and nobody's buying it. The scientific community
yeah.
they don't want it.
What
They
are
don't
the
want it
odds?
either.
What are the odds of Starlink being the first time Starlink's ever been in Antarctica was the day they got there?
They got there, right?
The
Mhm.
day they got there. What are the odds? That's like the odds of the moon and the
Wow.
sun being the same size, but being
See?
400 times farther.
And
Mathematically impossible, man.
right, and they're getting mad at us because we're like, we're not buying it. And it's like, look, man, like you've deceived us before. Like, what are you like? You can't be serious. Now, my thing is, man, whether they went or they didn't went, it's not going to change the condition. But they still didn't fucking. Even if they went, they had to do a level test. They didn't do that. So
Of course.
as flat earthers, we still win. We still batting 1,000. These
Yeah.
motherfuckers still ain't got no globe.
And we knew that before they went because
Oh, hell
they've already
yeah.
been caught faking it before, first
Oh,
of all,
yeah.
and you would never get caught faking something that was real. So we already knew that before it was all. We already knew that the entire structure of it was just another attempt, is all it is. It's
Yeah.
about more division, really.
And
And
McToon like, oh, of course, we can prove, and we have proven that we can go there and we can get curvature. And you know what? I've got globe proofs, and I could give you $10,000 in escrow. I don't know what the fuck that is. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about when he say that shit. And he's like, I've got $10,000 in escrow I can give you if you can give me one flat Earth proof. It's like
he's trying to pull a
it
Dave
ain't.
Weiss.
He is, and it's like it ain't up to us, man. Like you got to prove this globe to us.
And
We
we're
can
not
give
in
you
it for the
flat all
money.
day.
It's
No, we
not
don't
about
need.
money.
Mm-mm. We don't need
So
the money.
keep your escrow and your Bitcoin to yourself, and let's just find
Yeah.
the truth. It's
The truth is
objective.
It's
Subjective.
way more valuable.
Yeah, it's priceless.
Yeah, it is priceless. That's where the people get
Yeah,
lost,
yeah.
man. That money's gonna fuck you every single time, man. No matter how much money you
Yeah,
got,
buddy.
that money, like it equates to what those people that are the Zionists and the lies that they push. They're trying all this money to buy people. All that money's not going to buy people's sentiment. All that money's not going to change what the fuck the crimes that they've committed
Right.
against humanity. All that money's not going to change the laws that they're trying to pass
Nope.
on the American people. The fact that the synagogue of Satan comes to the United States and they train our police over here to use them same sick ass tactic against its own American fucking people. None of that money that they got is going to change that.
The only
But they
thing
think
that
just
would
because
change
they
it
got
is
that money, they
yeah.
think
The
just
only
because they got that money, it's going to fucking make all
right.
that flex. It ain't going to change a fucking thing. I'm sorry.
No, and it shows your true intentions at the end of the day, because we're not in it for
Yeah,
money or monetary value like they are. But, at the end of the day, the only thing that is going to change it is actual true scientific evidence to support that you live on a spinning ball or there is curvature or you're in motion. And
exactly.
it simply does not exist. Hence why flat earthers are a thing. It's pretty
That's it.
simple, like
That's
it's
it.
Occam's razor.
Mm-hmm. That's
That's that's
basically
all
it.
we ask for. Just quit getting caught lying about something because that's just more damaging. The more you get caught lying, the more likely you're full of shit. And you only got to lie to me once, man. You know.
And we ain't
But
fucking with you. Like
here
it's
they
really
go.
that's it.
Right. But you're gonna continue to trust somebody like a Neil deGrasse Tyson or these fools have been caught lying over and over and over.
Yeah. And they know
Their
better.
credibility.
They know better, man. They got money. They got staff. They know better. They know better. But they're gonna keep pushing that lie. And it's gonna be a terrible day when people start learning this truth and then they start asking and looking at these Neil deGrasse Tysons and like, what the fuck? You knew this whole fucking time. What the fuck? You know
Yeah,
this is
nothing's
bullshit. What the fuck?
authentic. They're just actors, man. They're all
Yeah,
just
man.
actors.
Hey, that's the risk they want to play that. They want to play that game. Go right ahead, man. Not me. I'm okay getting people talking shit to me. I'm okay being made fun of, called an idiot. Because that time their time is running out. And it's
Yeah.
not a threat. Their time is running out. People are catching on. And
Yeah.
once this generation gets it, what you gonna say? How you
Yeah.
gonna defend the lies that you gave to your kids? How do you defend that?
It's coming too, man. It is.
It's coming.
The days are numbered, man, because once you can't go back once you come here, man. Once you wake up and see the true nature of where we live, that you can't unless you're sold out or you're in on it. You're not going to authentically go back to a globe. It's impossible.
Yep.
It is impossible.
hmm And it's good that people do go back because that just shows you who's who.
Yep.
They're not true. They're not in
They're
it for
not
the
real.
truth.
No,
They're
they
not.
didn't get it. If
They have
if
alternative
really-
motives, dude.
Yes. They want that money. That money means a lot to them, man. And that's
Mhm.
hey, that's where they are in life. They need to grow. But if you can't grow past that money, you are of the world. You are of the world. There's some passage in the Bible that says be in the world, but don't be part of this thing. You don't want this thing bleeding into your flesh, man, and bleeding into your soul. Because once it's got you, man, like that's it. And you die at this vibration, you're not leaving.
Right. I like what Kerry says here. He says only a matter of time, only a reset could halt it. And he's kind of right. I kind of agree. I think
I
there's
agree.
probably headed towards a reset, whether
think-
that be whether that be the end of Satan's season or whatever it is you believe, or
I
just
think
another
so.
reset.
I think
It sure
so.
seems
Yeah,
like
it
it
can't
because
go.
they don't.
It can't.
I think they're telling us the truth. I don't think we're like finding this shit out on our own. I really I don't. I think it's so mind blowing. The truth is so strange. It'll blow your freaking mind. And
Yeah.
the more I think I know, just like you don't know shit, man. You start learning like 10 years from now, you're gonna realize like, damn, man, I thought
I was
this, I
wrong.
thought
Yeah.
that, and it's like here I am, man. It's what a growth, Like
Yep.
now I'm starting to think like I think all these like Hollywood or transgender, but now I'm starting to see pictures where I'm looking at old pictures of them, and I swear they were females before. Now they're being replaced with male trannies that look like them, so they weren't necessarily the same people. I don't know, man. I really don't.
Yeah,
But
there's a lot
I
of
have
that
I
going
have
on
eyes.
now. Yeah.
And I'm just
Yeah.
The
looking,
waters
man,
are so muddy now, man.
It is.
So muddy.
They're really messing things up. And part of what you just said, JJ, with that, this is why they said, when they said there's the third moon or another moon coming into the solar system. I'm like, what? I'm like, what are you talking about? They said, yeah, Earth is going to have another move up until 2083. And I said, the sun is supposed to be a male strength. The moon is supposed to be female strength. What are they telling us? You're going to get a third moon, right?
God
What
made
is
three lights.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what is this third moon going to be? Is this representing? And my thing is, it's spiritual. It's part of this spirit. So, what is this third moon? Like, it's almost like it's a rhetorical question. I think I know, but I'm like,
It's
so what you trying to say?
androgynous.
Yeah, the
It's
androgynous
a
moon,
mix, right?
the Baphomet moon.
Well,
Like, I'm like, what's this
fortunately
moon?
for us, we could see through it, really easily because, we've been through the process. We didn't learn this shit overnight. Most of us have been learning this shit for many, many years. And that's why we always got to go back to credibility, because look who's telling us about the third moon in the first place. I mean,
Yeah.
talk
Oh,
about a
yeah.
lack of credibility, right?
Oh, yeah.
So it's just like you can easily just dismiss it and roll your eyes versus some of these people that can't. They buy everything they're told. And that's where
And
it's damaging to our children, because they normalize trusting someone that has zero credibility. Like it's a dying thing. Credibility is like dead.
it
You
is
can just
very.
trust anybody, apparently.
Which today, hey, it's Friday in an hour and a half, so it's going to be Friday, and this comet is going to be here, man. It's going to be real close. So
Yeah,
I'm
when
real
you
interested.
take that to an extreme, like you've got people that you have never even met, you don't know, teaching your children. You go into Walgreens or Walmart or wherever to get an injection in your arm by somebody that may or may not be in any particular uniform, but you don't know them. If something goes wrong, you wouldn't even know their name.
Yeah,
They
not
made it
only do you,
illegal for you to stand up for your rights and say that you were
right?
damaged by that. So now you're taking as an authority figure some stranger
Yeah.
injecting
You can't
something they
even
didn't make and they
you
know
can't even
nothing about
pronounce.
that has a
Yeah, you
that
can't
has
even
a blank
pronounce one
data sheet.
ingredient. Like you don't even know what's
Or it
in
has a
that
blank
shit,
data
man.
sheet. This page intentionally left blank is what was on the last one.
Wow.
That's the only thing it said.
Wow. Oh God.
Yeah,
Yeah,
not
that's
only do you not know or trust the people that are putting that shit in you, but you can't even pronounce an ingredient in that shit. You have no idea what's in that shit. And you would protect and like you would die for your child, dude, right? A mom, like say a mom with their child, she would do anything to prevent harm of that child. But then she's going to go hold that child down, kicking and screaming with every bit of its soul and inject some foreign object. You're at it. It's mind blowing, man.
Yeah,
And you can't
no.
even name an
And
ingredient in
even
that
what
shit.
if you do recognize just one ingredient that you know better that should never be injected into somebody like
Yeah.
thimerosal as mercury,
Yep.
It's just
right? And you're
shows
going to
you
let
how
them inject
powerful.
it in your child because of what? Because they're wearing a uniform, or because your insurance plan says you have to? Or I mean,
You have
where's your
you
moral?
want them. If you want them to go to school, you have to. If you want them to enroll in school, you got to. It's like, man, fuck all that. But fam, shit, man, it's been real tonight. We 4 hours hard in the paint, and my black ass got to
4.5.
get up. Yeah, I know, right? My black ass got to get up. I gotta be up mad early, like probably in 5 hours. So I gotta
My
get to it.
black ass is tired too.
Well, make sure that 3-eye atlas don't get you first, man.
Yeah, right. It's 170 million miles. It's 170 million miles away. It's stopping at McDonald's, man. It's going to get themselves a Big Mac.
Oh, that's a hop,
and
skip, and a jump, man.
yeah,
It'll be
but
here in about 8 seconds.
yeah, but McDonald's out there, the ice cream machine works. So he's gonna have him a Big Mac and an ice cream cone.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
there
got
you
time.
go. Bully for Taylor. They got one
Yeah,
right.
Well, I appreciate this, Mr. Super. I appreciate you, Vlad. Much love to
Yeah, you
everybody in
got
the
it,
chat,
Jay.
man. We look
Oh
forward
yeah,
to the next one.
JJ,
Good combo, brother.
Vlad.
Absolute. JJ, it's always a pleasure, family. It's
Hell yeah,
always a
brother.
pleasure.
Hey,
Mr. Soup.
Foundry, be really glad we're not flying around 500,000 miles an hour with nobody driving. And
You
don't
know what
fall
I'm
for no
saying?
meteors because nobody's ever seen any falling rocks.
Shit, man. That motherfucker sure know how to butter us up with some old bullshit, but it's all gravy. Shit, family. Yo, that's it for the night. What I'm gonna do is, yo, look, this is the OWRS, of course. This is the OWRS app. Here it is. You can contribute OWRS phase 2. We are $300 in, thanks to our good people like freaking Jay Bird, like Harmon, of course, as usual. The same. It's these guys are always contributing. Guys, please, could you contribute to the OWRS phase 2? Greg B, right? JJ, Jay Bird, all of y'all are contributing. But please, just a dime here, a dollar here, a quarter there. Hey man, we really appreciate anything you could give to the OWRS. There it is, OWRS phase 2. Please contribute. If you could, it's also on Cash App. So you could check out the Cash App. You could drop $1 in there. I don't know if you could drop change in the Cash App, but get me a call. How about this, y'all? Y'all get me a coffee in the form of contributing to the contributing to the OWRS. Get me a coffee. I'd really appreciate it. Or you can get me 100 coffees. I'd really appreciate that too. Thanks, y'all. I really appreciate it either way. But there it is, the OWRS phase 2. We are hard at work to get this thing in y'all's lap. Also, if you've contributed to the OWRS and I don't have your email, hit me up on ironwork92000@gmail.com. So then that way I could show you the extra stuff, please, because I really want to show you the extra stuff. So then that way people ain't got to turn around and be like, Vlad, you lying, because y'all know I'm about it. I'm about my word. So anyway, fam, that's all we got. Thank you, JJ. Thank you, Mr. Super Sidewinder. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. 1,000 times. I really appreciate you guys being on here. And for the rest of the Foundry, I really appreciate you guys joining me at such a last-second thing and checking out Redacted. So I gave y'all that. Y'all go ahead. Y'all tear that up. If you want it again, give me a second. Ooh, of course, I don't have it. But check out Redacted and all the good stuff that they got, because Redacted has some good stuff and I don't want you to miss out on it. Hold on. I'll get you that, y'all. Give me 1 second. So if you
Thanks,
missed
Vlad.
that
This was fun.
episode, yeah, you bet, brother. You bet. If you missed that episode with us earlier, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to leave that in your lap. This is basically a man saying he's a flat earther without saying that he's a flat earther. There it is, y'all. Redacted. Check that out. That's basically what we tore apart today. Anyway, before I leave, of course, I want to leave you guys with my blessing. I wish you guys nothing but the best. Health, wealth, love, joy, prosperity, most of all, wisdom, wisdom, wisdom. Let's be wise. Let's take care of one another. Let's be good. And yeah, please do not kill yourself. If you feel you're at wit's end, dial 988. That is the suicide hotline. I don't want you to kill yourself. Nobody wants you to kill yourself. So let's take care of each other. Let's take care of ourselves. Anyway, fam, that's all I got. Love y'all. Love y'all. Love y'all. Much love. And I'll catch y'all probably tomorrow night. We'll do it again. Much love, y'all. Let's get some Jefferson's action going on here. Peace.